Howdy do, everyone. Happy New Year's Eve.
It's the
Um,
marathon.
it's 2022 for someone who cheated and time traveled. So it's
Yeah, and I'm here to tell you 2022 is fantastic.
I knew it
All
would be.
16 hours of it have been fabulous.
so yeah, how's everyone? Thank you for the donation so far. We are doing a charity stream tonight for Feeding America. And so thank you all for the donations now and the donations later. And for those who are watching later, Happy New Year to you as well. We will be joined by a few more people who's getting their lives together. And so how do you do, everybody?
So, hold on, I've got to do something to my screen. I look like I have a bullet hole in my forehead from where I'm looking.
Mine's got a glare on it.
Mercy.
I've got the glare. I don't know what to do. Forget it. This is as good as it's going to get right now.
It's fine, Lori. I swear it is.
Thank you, Jan B, for our graphics for tonight.
Thank you, Jan B, for the Christmas, for the Halloween, and for the New Year's graphics.
Oh, bless you.
He's our queen of graphics now.
Thank you very much. Also, announcements. Wait a minute. I wrote it down, actually. Look at me being semi-prepared.
Yeah.
If I could find the page. So Adrian and Jody will be live tomorrow to ring in the new year at 6 p.m. on Red Lentil Healing's channel. So make sure you go in and watch them. January 3rd and 4th at 5 p.m. If you have signed up for the tarot class, then you're already in. If you sent me the email already, it is full. And so 3rd and the 4th of next week, I will send you all a test stream. You do not have to be there. We're not going to cover any information. This is just to make sure I know what I'm doing with the Zoom. So I will send you a test stream and we will record it and so forth and so forth. That'll be on the 3rd and the 4th at 5 p.m. Eastern. The tarot class also is at 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern. That would be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So if you cannot make the Friday class, do not worry. We will be covering the exact same information on Saturday and Sunday for all 8 weeks. And so also, slow down. Also,
Big breath.
We will be doing like we do for our Sunday streams where we trade off between me, Jen, and Becca. We are trying to put together a non-political live stream to where it will be me, Red Lentil Healing, Sienna Rose, and Shining Hawk Healing. So we will be trying to do a non-political live stream, which will repeat every Friday at 7:30. So and when we nail that down to the cross, then I will come back with a more specific. But as of right now, that's what it looks like.
And Red Lentil, Adrian is doing the Soul Channel now, isn't she? Is that right?
I think Autumn has picked it up. But
Autumn,
if she shows up, we'll ask her. If we see her in the chat, we'll ask her. But I did email her. She did say, and thank you for that because I didn't write that down. I did email her. She said she was definitely interested in doing it. So the Soul Chats, my last one was today, 2 hours ago. So the Soul Chats will now be on Autumn's channel. So she will be taking the reins in doing that. And thank you once again to Gail, Lori, and Ona, who joined me for our last Soul Chat on nature, meditations, and crystals.
Crystals, healing. That was so much fun. Oh my God.
I have to rewatch it with a notepad because
There was a lot of information.
It was an action-packed, information-packed hour and whatever we did. That was so amazing.
Which channel was it on?
Mine.
Johnny's.
Oh,
Sunday night will be on my channel, and then Monday morning at 10 a.m. I'll be doing Sacred Sounds of Coffee on my channel with Jody Roberts also for the new year.
Lovely.
We're going to talk about intentions.
Oh, I like that. That's why that's your strongest thing is your intention. You want to know, I get a lot of questions on how to cleanse your deck and how to cleanse your this, and your intention is stronger than Sage and Palo Santo. However, if you need to use that, use it because ain't nothing wrong with using it. I still use it. So, but your intention is very, very strong.
And that's true of any ritualistic anything. There's no exact formula for right and wrong. It's all about the intention.
That's what I think.
That's, and for healing too, Lena, just like you said, that's very much, everyone's like, well, you can do Reiki and you can do this and you can, study Hands of Light, Barbara Brennan, but it's really about your intention to help the person, really.
And I think a lot of it's come through history where people have had to keep their practices secret, either because they were going to be burnt as witches or slaves were going to be, punished for doing things. So people got very adept at hiding their equipment and their processes as everyday items,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I was burned before.
Me, I know I was. I'm terrified of fire.
Feel the singe on the toes. Yeah.
Large fires, I cannot do. Like we used to have a fireplace when I was a kid, and when they committed that atrocity in the living room, I had to literally go into my room and close the door and put pillows in.
Really? Is that strong? Wow.
Like, do not come get me. I just can't do it, won't do it. Okay, so are y'all ready for the madness?
We're ready.
Okay. Well, let's start. We'll start slow. How about that?
Okay.
So there is some talk on the MSNBC Talking Heads people. They were talking about who could replace Donald Trump should the RNC not support him. Can they find a replacement for MAGA in MAGA? Can he be replaced?
Yeah.
Easily with Satan, but he won't make it.
See, and Trump doesn't like him. So is he going to turn his crowd against him?
Alex
He doesn't
Jones
like
is.
anybody that outshines him.
Alex Jones is turning his crowd against him.
And
Oh,
viciously.
Trump evil.
Viciously.
Yeah.
We did an in-depth dive Sunday night on Alex Jones. That was fun. 40 minutes on Alex Jones.
Oh God, I gotta go back and watch that tomorrow morning.
It was great because one spread kept leading to the next question. It's like we got to look at this.
Yeah. Okay. So can he be replaced?
Ooh, card of abandonment on the bottom. Ooh, and it just went to the floor. He fell off.
Oh,
Abandoned the table.
The floor comes in the door.
These are all topsy-turvy. I'm missing a card. Ain't that special? Okay.
Oh boy.
It's already in the works.
Oh, very interesting.
It is already in the works.
Oh, there's a snafu-y.
Their judgments on him, and they've already got a plan going. They've been victorious with them in the Republican Party in the past, but now Trump causes them to lose. So, yes, they are moving on to someone else. They're laying low on it for right now, but I get. Will be surprised who it is. Might even be a woman. If they get behind. But
I got two of those cards.
Yeah. It's like they want to temper things down a little bit. But it's a woman and fresh start. New inspiration.
Wow.
Lena, what'd you get?
Yeah, well, they're charging ahead with this. At least one stream of the GOP is really dedicated to this. Moving on, which was the card Jen got, the theft. Now that could be so many things because there's so much thievery. It could be referencing the theft to the election, keeping that alive, or ditching that, in fact, and moving on in some way. But the theft itself is important. And then surprise news. So I think he's been sapped of his invincibility, if nothing else, right? Suddenly they're having to tap dance. And it's a long time in political terms from now till 24. So I wouldn't expect, if you'd asked me 2 weeks ago, I would have gone, no, they'll be with him till the death. Yeah. So things move. Finally, they do move.
What you get, Lori?
They're in a bit of a quandary right now. They feel stuck. And sometimes the person they want to hand it down to, there's a split in the party.
I'm not surprised.
Split land, and this causes deep anxiety, and they don't have enough amethyst to pass out to everybody. But they will continue. They will continue to work on it, and I think they're going to get. This is going to be actually more of a old time conservative. I think they're going to split. They're going to go away from the crazy people that cause all the anxiety. And I think they're going to go for the more boring, steady representative of their conservative party.
Oh, my God. They wouldn't bother with Pence, you'd think, would they? He fills the boring criteria.
Well, he is one of the questions. I get the Six of Pentacles and Page of Pentacles. There is offerings and documents and meetings and hey girl, hey, all that type of stuff. They are talking to someone or someones because there are multiple people in the Six of Pentacles. But at the same time, I think the problem is the base itself. Yes, not all Republicans are MAGA, but they're the ones who speak the loudest. And so this is why they always think that they can't lose the base and all these type of things. The Five of Wands and the Five of Cups. This is not going well. Donald Trump cannot win you elections. He can cheat, but he cannot win you elections. This is he didn't win the first one. He didn't win the second. He didn't win. I think he may have won once with the McAuliffe thing. When he endorsed somebody, everybody else he endorsed lost. So it's maybe one or two might have won. But the conflict is we're going to have to move away from this, but we may have to do a little sacrificing too. We may have to maybe lose 2022 and try to gain 2024, 2026 or something of that nature. But right now we do have to try to cut some of the crazy. The Four of Wands, which would be your established, this is your house, this is your structure of support, and then there's the Four of Pentacles and the Four of Swords. How do you pull that away? How do you take this in and pull it away? How do you separate MAGA from the MAGA hat himself? How do you do such a thing? There's the Nine of Cups. There's a lot of wishes, hoping, I wish I shoulda, coulda type of thing, and then the Two of Swords. It's going to be difficult to replace him because people are still drinking that Kool-Aid. Not with a straw, not even with a cup, with a whole jug. So they're like dipping in. So this is hard to do, hard to replace because he still has a weird hold on some of those people. But it's not impossible. You do have the Star. So you can separate him from that group, but you need a plan to do it. You can't just come out and say Trump is horrible and have two people, Candace Owens and the other fool with the no neck, have him come out and say, oh, Trump is a horrible person. You need more than that. You need more than Alex Jones and Candace Owens. You need everybody to come out and say, we need to move in a different direction. He's not a conservative, or make fun of him talking about the vaccine. He wants everybody to get the vaccine. Make fun of that because we all know, we all wish everybody was dead anyway. So say, hey, he's not with us because he wants people to get vaccinated or vaccinated now. So he's not with us. He's not one of us anymore. He's not drinking the Kool-Aid that he put out for you.
And that's become a real thing.
Yes,
they're turning their backs on him because the anti-vax position is becoming an identity in itself. And I just want to distinguish too, just here, that there are some people who haven't been vaxxed because they have valid reasons and concerns themselves, but we're talking by and large here, just refusing outright. So, hi. I love the tiara.
Thank you. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
Absolutely.
So since you've in, I want to see if you can tell everybody if you have any plans, if you worked anything out on the soul chats. If you have anything planned.
I don't have anything planned yet. I'm still working on topics.
Okay, so but they will be on Autumn Black and Orange, so you make sure you're subscribed. That way you can keep up with soul chats. But she will be doing them next year.
Yes, I'm going to be doing them. I'm going to do 5 or 6 of them, and then I can hand them off. We can hand it off to somebody else.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I would love to do it.
Okay, then Lori's next then.
I have a
Brilliant.
request, Autumn. Since you're good with astrology, do one on basic astrology and the kind of things that come through in astrology, spiritually speaking.
Oh, okay.
Like about what your karma and your lessons and that kind of stuff. Because like I know enough about astrology just to understand my own chart, and that's about it.
Okay.
We've raised 1,000 so far. Thank you very much. My goal was 2, so we're halfway there, and we've only been here
Feeding
15 minutes.
America.
15 minutes in, yay!
Okay, my next question, Fascinator. I don't have mine.
I love good vibes.
Good Vibes is in here somewhere too. January 6th. Okay, the Talking Heads also said that they have a fear that the January 6th commission is moving too slow to be completely effective.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true? Are they moving too slow for them to be effective?
Oh,
Because
scary.
while they have interviewed hundreds, literally,
300.
Yeah.
2022 midterms is coming, and so forth and so forth.
My only pet peeve with them is why didn't they do it on January 22nd? After Biden was in office, start that committee immediately.
Yeah.
Well,
waited
I'm
too
sure
long.
they had to be very careful how they constructed it so it wouldn't be challenged and stuff. I mean, I think we can all agree they're doing a really thorough job. But is that good enough?
Are they moving too slow?
Are they moving too slow?
What you got, Autumn?
They're moving is what I'm getting, and right in the sense they're moving. They are going to be referring people to the DOJ more and more people. It's not as fast as we would like, but it's definitely moving, and it's going to have a huge impact, especially once they start getting up into the higher, the organizers and fellow Congress people. That's when it's really going to get hairy. So,
Lori, what you get?
They had a government red tape to get started. They couldn't just wham bam, thank you ma'am, just make this all appear in one day. I do think that they're working diligently. It's a lot of hard work. It takes patience and persistence to see you through. And they're meeting with conflict. They do have control. I think they've missed a little something with all of the legal struggles. I don't think they thought something out through completely, and they're going to hand it off. They're going to be like, okay, we've come this far, and now here you go. This is somebody else has to take this.
Lena, what you get?
Yeah. Well, in the center, the temperance card, yawn. This is them being really reasonable. You got to, even-handed, doing the right thing. This is what they're about. There's agitation about the pace here. This is us, going, just give us something. Yeah, going on, but they're persevering. Now, then short-term outcome, which is to me 0 to 3 months. The Chariot, things will finally be moving. Hopefully we'll be seeing an interim report, a bit after that year. Isn't this interesting? then that that is going to change the equation. You got this card too, Laurie. After that revelation, there'll be more, and there'll be something massive that'll click into a few brains. Then things will move at a pace. Oh, please, God.
Jen, what you get?
I get emotionally, we think they're moving slow, but they are moving with the investigation, working together, even though they've had obstacles from the Republicans. But they've got all the tools to move forward steadily with the chariot. They are not done yet. They're just taking all the information in. I get they're working hard, and they've got strong information I'm getting on the partnerships, like who partnered with who and who colluded with who. And I get in the winter time, it's going to transfer into more about the money behind it. So something's coming up this winter with that, and all the treason with that. But I end with temperance. Be patient. Be patient. Watergate took 2 years to prosecute everybody.
Yeah.
My reading starts with the Ten of Swords, which is a no card for me. So are they moving too slow to be effective? No, they're not. And then I get the Eight of Wands and the Nine of Wands. Perseverance, pace. This is the slow and steady wins the race. The chariot moves fast if you can get everything going at the same time.
Yes.
But there is one Sphinx this way, there is one Sphinx that way. One's black, one's white. It's a card of opposites, which means you got to get everything firing at the same time before you can make some progress. And that does not mean that it rushes to the end of the line. It's a self-discipline card. The Nine of Wands, yes, it's stress and strain, but it's also perseverance. That means this is in for the long haul. The Eight of Wands, they have a lot of people to talk to, and there's also some obstruction too with the Nine of Wands. And then you have the Three of Cups. And so it ends in sort of, I won't say celebration, but you get the sense that they're doing something, that they are moving at least. I mean, it may be a small, petty little victory, but Steve Bannon did get charged because he was obstructing. That may not sound like, oh, that's the great victory, but at least they're doing something. At least you can't thumb your nose at me without me doing something behind it. We all complain about the backbone of Democrats. Now that they're starting to show a little bit of it, let's give them some support. Let's give them some understanding so that they can keep moving forward.
Yes, and Steve Bannon may have to pick up a bar of soap yet in his life.
Do the squat and cough.
If you don't mind me just throwing this in, I was getting this really strongly. The secrets, and I was hearing really loudly gears of the different secrets coming out and who fits where. But boy, those gears are the kind that you keep your fingers clear, because it will crush them mercilessly if you put your fingers where they don't belong.
So I want to ask, this is a question we got on the community post. Will anyone actually be charged by the Jan 6 Commission? Will anyone be charged and put in jail?
They can't charge anybody. They can only refer to the DOJ. So
I guess, will there ever be an arrest?
Will the DOJ arrest anyone from their committee findings?
Oh, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? Jeez.
That was a great analogy, Autumn.
Thank you.
That was.
Arrests arising from Genesis.
Strength card on the bottom. They got strong evidence.
Yes. And in a big way.
Yeah, what you get? Yes.
And we're going to see, and we're going to, oh no, go ahead, please, Lena.
No, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, we're going to see it too. This is us looking and seeing it. And right off the bat, it's boom, chariot, major law enforcement, showy law enforcement, and then it's like, and then we get the whole story. We've got lies, we've got people who were hurt, we've got who was behind the scenes, we have the core of the corruption there. Oh yeah. Oh, popcorn. Who's got popcorn? Do you have spare? You will need it.
Yeah, popcorn's the new toilet paper. You know.
Oh, mercy. What you get, Lena?
Well, lots of bossy women. I've got two queens. So Queen of Wands, Queen of Swords. So it could literally be Liz Cheney and, another female player or not. We don't want to get too caught up with gender with the court cards. So that was my first impression. But the legal actions are going to be empowered or taken on by the Queen of Wands, which I like to see. She'll be looking at partnerships. And so when we see arrests, let's be positive, when we see arrests, they'll be in multiples, because if you're going to arrest this one who spoke to that one, you've got to get them both in, right?
Please
Right,
catch
so
them
I
all
think
on camera.
I think there's going to be a lot of combinations followed blissfully by the chariots signifying pace coming on board finally, lest we forget. And God bless America. Here we go. Yeah. So that's a yes to me.
Mm-hmm. Jen, what you get?
I start out with strength on the bottom. That tells me they've got strong evidence. They're keeping it a secret now, but they are standing on higher ground. So they are totally ready to do this. It's like these people aren't going to be happy with what happens. It's a whole network of them. But the investigators have trapped them. So they've got everything they need. And I get slow and steady, going after each one. And I get, again, wintertime, going after the money. They've got all the details. They're ready to get this plan off the ground. It will be like bam, 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 bam by the DOJ, securing everybody, holding on to them. So you don't get out on bail is what I'm getting. And I get, fortune's changing and we're all celebrating, but I get the ones that shared information with Trump in the White House are going to be the ones that go the fastest. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, yes, please.
Lori, what you get?
I get there's a calling for a party of 3. Please come forward. You thought you could hide. You thought you could be behind the scenes, but it's a yes, yes, yes. And the committee will be seen as having done all of their hard work and gathered all their information and standing strong. We're not too far away, and I'm going to give it a 6-month time. So I'm going to say June.
Hi, Jody. Jody will be live tomorrow at 6 p.m. on Red Lentil Healing. I get a yes with the world card. This will play out in front of us too, naturally, because journalists are nosy. Thank you. So they will know. Now there's 2 people I thought, because I got the King of Wands and the Emperor. So I'm like, is this 2 people or is this one person? And you're just describing that they are an overlord type of thing. Because both of these are very strong energy. I actually do not use, for those learning the tarot, the Emperor would be your father type card. Fatherly energy, but I don't use it that way. But I'm not going to teach you my way. I'm going to teach you what the card means. But this is the fatherly way, the fatherly energy. But I use it for the tyrant, for the person drunk on power. Because who calls themselves emperor nowadays? The King of Wands is the one I use for the fatherly energy. This is the leader, the dictator, not dictator as in bad, but dictator as in I tell you what to do and you go and do it. I'm the leader type thing. So I'm like, is that the same person? I clarified. I got the 6 of Swords. There's 3 people. So I get the King of Wands. That's 1 man. The Emperor 2. The Star is 3. There's 3 people. One of them may be a woman. And so, will anybody be like charged and indicted and maybe sent to jail? I think 3 at least. And this is a big enough deal to where it plays out in front of us. It's not like, you know, the New York Times may cover some of the goofy boys that went to jail or something like that. You know, the Quackernon mascot or somebody like that. And, you know, they're household names a little bit, but they're not politicians. I think these are big deals, though.
And I just wanted to add one thing. I know when people saw me hold up the Ace of Cups and I said 6 months, that is a 6-month timing card for me. When you're learning how to read tarot, from the start of my first business card to my first website launching, it took 6 months, and I was reading for myself every day. So that is my 6-month card. That's how I got to that. Just so you don't think I'm cray for saying 6 months with the Ace of Cups card.
Isn't it funny when you're doing personal readings how a card will show up all the time for a certain thing?
Bernie Kerik, I guess is how you say his name, Kerik. He has testified to the January 6th Commission. He was a former New York City police chief, I believe. He was one of the people who was working with Rudy Giuliani to overthrow the election. He has testified. So what does his testimony mean for Giuliani? Anything? Like, what did he say? Because I'm pretty sure they asked him, why did you try to overthrow the election? And Giuliani's name might have came up.
So the question is, what did Bernie's
What does his testimony mean for Giuliani?
do to
Does it mean anything?
Bernie's testimony, Giuliani.
I think his gizzard's cooked.
You'd have to think Giuliani's on borrowed time, wouldn't you? Like if there's any justice in the world, it's on borrowed time. Oh
my goodness. Yeah. And let's not forget, he's still pending over Lev and Igor.
yes. Lev and Igor, please.
That guy gets 5 years. It's a life sentence for him. He doesn't look good.
Thank you, Karen, for reposting the questions. Lena, what you get?
I think it did make a difference. It certainly wasn't the only thing or anything, but what made a difference, I think, is he was actually able, I've moved to the circus cards.
Of course.
He was actually able to describe some of the wheelings and dealings, the machinations of who said what, did what the line was going to be on this theft, which was the theft of the election. Right? So I think he did. It was hidden for a long time. I don't think he knew what to do with it. I think he was punching above his weight. This is the high priestess equivalent. And he was probably, my vibe is he was flattered into doing this. Like this huge personality, Giuliani's asked me to do this. So I think he was flattered into it and then used. That's about how. He's relieved now, I think, with the 3 of Cups to have it out. I don't think he's one of those belligerent ones, going, I think he's a bit embarrassed and even shamed. I'd like to think that's the case. But it has pushed things on a notch because here's the 8 of Wands. So it gave it a bit of impetus. Yeah. That's me.
Lori, what you get?
Okay, I'm going to keep this really simple. The testimony that he gave will lead to another subpoena for another person that it has up to this point possibly remained unseen.
I just flashed on Don Jr. when you held up that second last card.
Wouldn't that be great?
Wouldn't that be bliss?
I love those circus cards. I have to get them. I must have them.
Yeah, you do. For people who want to know, they're called Legrand.
Oh, I'll write that down.
circus and sideshow cards.
Perfect for our clientele. So, Autumn, what you get?
So the question is, did what his testimony, did it make a difference?
Yes, for Julia.
Because I can just say, just in general, from all of these cards, all of these guys, they should just slather their heads in butter because they are toast. Did his testimony, the careful looking, and then at least the tower. And I have got the devil, the corruption, the card for, we're going to see it. There's a chariot. There's the hanged man. I mean, we're talking major arcana. You guys are toast. And yes, it made his testimony. There's at least a tower energy. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Did you go, Jen?
Uh-oh.
Okay, what'd you get?
I get the investigators will move in on Rudy. It's like, what did it mean to Rudy? The devil and treason. This guy supported Rudy and he backstabbed him big time, and he enjoyed getting the attention over it too. So yeah, they're gonna move on into the network. Yeah. I get Rudy's like very anxious. Yeah, he gets something about money and a subpoena, but money like money to do with national security is what I'm getting, because I have my America card here. Something about national, like paying off maybe somebody in security or something. So it's going to be interesting because it's like, I feel like there's going to be another raid. Like I got the surprise card and like these money cards. I feel like there's going to be another raid around this circle of support, you know, charging in and doing a raid. So Rudy's already been raided, but I think there's going to be another raid on somebody else.
I think so too. I get the Four of Wands. It's someone's establishment, someone's whatever. There's some, now mind you, this is not what this says, but this is what I'm going to say. So take it with a grain of salt if you wish. The Page of Cups, there is information that was supposed to be hidden or destroyed that was not, that is still going to cause a problem for Rudy Giuliani and cohorts. So there in his establishment, there is something that he did not do away with, or somebody's establishment. It may even be like an office. Because I get the 10 of Pentacles and the 5 of Wands. There's some conflict with a business of some sort. So I don't know if it's a random taxi cab company or whatever the case may be. There's some little hidden gem that they followed and they found this place. That place is going to be subject to a surprise. Then there's the Knight of Wands, the Lovers, and the 10 of Cups. Yeah, everybody. It's everybody. Just, I mean, everybody. Who do you know? Who do you know? Aunt Clara, everybody. Like, it's everybody's got something that they need to tell the court. There's justice card there. Everybody's got something they need to tell the court. Everybody. The dog, everybody. Everybody's got something. And so what's happening is nobody is willing to do the Manafort and just stay hushed and be in jail. Like how many years you give me? I'm not saying nothing about, I don't know nobody. I don't know nothing. Everything in the world I forgot. Dementia and amnesia at the same time. I have no idea.
So Johnny, did you hear Rudy, Sidney Powell, and Fox News had another lawsuit? That just
now who's suing them?
Well, remember when they said that Venezuela was hacking our elections and stuff, and that, you know, Dominion voting machines and smart tech and all this stuff, and they named this guy from Venezuela that they said helped Chavez, and that guy in Venezuela is suing them now. Good,
because they're so used to frothing at the mouth and nothing happening.
And also the what was the poll worker and her daughter
in Georgia?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we did a
mother and daughter.
Oh gosh, I forget.
That's terrible. What has happened to them?
What is her name? I can't find my notes. What is her name, you guys?
They'll know in the chat. They know everything.
They do know. The chat knows everything.
Because I
Mother
wrote
in
their name.
Georgia
One
who
of
were
us is
electoral
something
workers
Moss.
in Georgia.
That was
and
just
they're
in my
suing.
last reading, and she will win that lawsuit.
Yeah.
She will win.
Yeah, I've read on them too, and they will win.
Where is
It'll take
that?
a while. What I got was it'll take a while because everything does,
Mhm.
But
Yeah, we read on that.
Was her name Ruby?
Something Ross or Moss at the end.
Ruby
Something Moss. I
and her
think.
daughter. Yeah. And she's
Yeah.
going to win that lawsuit.
yeah,
Mhm.
and they should.
Did you want to look at that guy, Jen?
Yeah, I don't know his name. I just think it's hysterical. A guy down in Venezuela is suing him for
Yeah.
slander or whatever because he like ruined his name. He's like, I had nothing to do with this, but I heard about it down in Venezuela.
Well, he's probably getting death threats too,
Probably.
Yeah.
even in Venezuela.
So he's got in some lawyers in Venezuela and they're suing up here. So what is he going to win his lawsuit against Fox, Giuliani, and the Kraken lady?
Moonchild is suggesting it's Ruby Freeman.
Yes, it's Ruby
Ah,
Freeman.
there we
That's
go.
exactly it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Moonchild.
And of course, in the chat, we're being asked about Garland. Will Garland move? Exclamation mark, question mark,
He's on the
question mark.
list too. But that is, I will say this too. I don't know what he's going to do. I'm not psychic. So I will say this. Give him a little leeway too, like you're doing the Jan 6 commission. Like they can't do everything in 38 days just because we want them to. Remember, Biden hasn't even been president for a whole year. So things happen in bureaucracy's time. That it takes a while to move through all that stuff.
A lot of red tape.
And we read the Sunday night, or maybe 2 Sunday nights ago, we read on has he already started an investigation? Because he's not going to broadcast it to us that he's
Yeah, that's right. And what did you get?
We were getting that he was already.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and remember, it's not the loud mouth. It's not the barking dog that gets
Exactly.
anywhere. It's the silent creepers that have the biggest
Yeah.
sting, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have cards on this. The guy in Venezuela, and that's how I phrased it. The guy in Venezuela suing Powell and all of these other people. The first thing I got was this panic attack, like Powell or some of these people just having absolute panic attacks, and they have no money, or they're going to have no money, and everything they've built up is just going to be like it's just I'm just saying it being pulled out of their bank accounts, like pulling plants out of soil and just nothing left. There's more. There's a chariot, so more law enforcement, legal worry, sort of truth. The fruits of their labor and the government here. It's fruits of their labor are going to get them in trouble. And they're very, very worried. And I'm getting panic attacks, and I'm getting their financial future is being pulled out by the roots.
That Dominion.
Mm.
Talk the wrong crap about the wrong company. They're like, oh no, we're coming for you. And they're winning on top of that.
And it's ironic because it was only 2 or 3 years ago we were all concerned about Democrats doing badly with dodgy voting machines. And ironically, it's now flipped completely. So they have to be squeaky clean, which is reassuring for future elections.
Yeah. Lori, what you get?
I get that. I think they will have a victory. I do think that this guy in Venezuela will have a victory. I don't think he gets anything. Like, I think it's dry. The well is dry by the time he gets there, because everybody else is going to take all the coins. But I think he'll get a judgment. I think he gets it.
Lena, what you get?
Well, I just drew one card and I liked it so much I just stopped. This is the Queen of Swords in this deck, the bearded lady. I love this. And so to me, that's a yes. He will be victorious.
Love it.
Jen, what you get?
I get celebrating on the bottom here. This will be a little bit slow. It's like a little bit uncertain. It'll move pretty slow here. And they might offer him something like to try to settle out of court, but he's going to burden them. It's like he's got everything he needs to burden the crap out of them. And then somebody's going to talk. Somebody's going to spill beans on something. And I don't know what it is. Something surprising coming up. So from whoever you would call the leader of those between Fox News, Giuliani, and the Kraken lady, I'm betting somebody in Fox spills the beans. But they get blocked by money in the courts. He gets blocked from a settlement. But it's a tower moment for, everybody else. He's standing on higher ground. He's got the higher authority in the courts.
There is, I think, a need or desire to maybe want to have a smaller settlement or something. They are extremely anxious. Like this deck has 2 Ten of Swords in it. One is called 10 of Swords, and the other one's called Everything is Fine. I left them both in because this is my denial card. Like, no, everything's not fine. You may have 1 or 2, maybe 10 reasons to why everything's not fine. And so then you have the 6 of Swords. And so the trouble is moving forward. There is no small settlement that they want. They're out. Now, mind you, whatever you can get out of them, I say get it, because by the time everybody else has got their hand out of the pocket, finally, they may have just lent or nothing. So, but they have a very hard road going forward, and it has everything in the world to do with their attacks on other people. This is all based upon yap and slander and all that other good stuff. You can't just say anything. Yes, freedom of speech, yay, First Amendment, but they all have consequences. I don't care what falls out your mouth, good or bad, that has a consequence. It has an action behind it. It's going to have an action behind the reaction. So good for you, Fruity. And Tootie and the other one too. Good for you. Okay. Let's go here if we shall. Ghislaine Maxwell has been found guilty of 5 of 6 counts. So there are 3 main questions that I have from this. I think I have a conundrum of where to start. I'll start here. Why did they find her guilty? And the reason I ask why is because what did the jurors see that said this was evidence of trafficking? Because I want to know, if you saw evidence of tracking, then maybe you found some other people who were in that same loop. So the first question is, why did they find her guilty?
Well, they while they were sequestered, they asked for the testimony from the pilots to have it back again, to have the printout to read over the pilot's testimony.
Oh, that's right. But he didn't say anything, which is fascinating. He did 1,000 flights, but didn't say anything.
But he had the rosters of who all was on each flight.
The logbooks.
Yep.
So why did they find it? That's an interesting question. Why did they find it?
I've got a couple of answers. One of them is it's the consistency of the stories from different victims, and part of it is when it's making it real. It's showing the photograph of rubbing Epstein's feet while kind of falling out of her shirt, and bringing in the massage table, and these physical things that they could see and you could in theory touch, this really made the defense very, very wobbly. They tried the defense lawyers tried to kick down as many things as they could, but you can't get there from here. There was too much consistency, and it's just heinous. These people have stuff in their heads now that nobody should have in their heads. Nobody should have gone through.
Lori, what you get?
I got that she was a bully and she bullied them, and she did it several times. And the thing about this card that I find most striking, that I try to help people remember, is that, yes, these two people have dropped their swords because this man is unfair. But he already has swords from previous contestants of the game that he cheated. He cheated them. He already has these. He's done it before. He'll do it again. And he does it for power. And they did it, and it was for sex, and they were paid. And they used the payment and they went against their own moral code, So, and even though the girls, try to defend themselves, and they're defending themselves now, but they were a victim. They were victims. And this happened over and over and over and over again.
Lena, what you get?
Well, I think there were two reasons, in a sense. They understood that these young women have been damaged by this experience and having to go through the court case and everything else. So that emotionally, but they were still there to do a particular job in a particular way. And what I think the core reason was, according to these cards, is the prosecutors laid out very logically the case so they could evaluate it, and then the judges summing up. So I think this is a summing up card as well, evaluation and summing up of what went on, made the decision to go that last leg much more clear and obvious.
Jen, what you get?
I get somebody had some really powerful testimony. It's like, what are your dreams? What do you wish for? Will help you climb to higher ground, and then manipulating them on a world stage. So
Yes.
the trafficking with powerful men, and, their defenses wearing down. I get that there was either money or gifts from these men. And it was just heartbreaking. That's what changed the whole case, is what I'm getting. Celebrities that were involved, I'm getting that. Some dark sexual things, bullying, all of that, and drinking, like maybe getting the girls drunk and that kind of stuff, and just all kinds of sneaky stuff. And I get, especially on the vehicle, on something about on the plane, there's something that happened on the planes that they did have some evidence of.
Yeah. Would you like some rohypnol with that, madam?
I get the tower. This is complete exposure. Whatever it was, it could not be ignored.
Mm-hmm.
I get the Page of Pentacles and the Ace of Swords. So the Ace of Swords is truth. It's clarity as well. Whatever it was, like I said, it could not be ignored, and it could not be altered. This was true whether you wanted it to be or not. So this was like evidence. The tower also exposes because it blows everything up, and then you can see. It's still a heap of garbage, but it's all laid out for you if you choose to sift through it, which is what the prosecutor's job is. But that Page of Pentacles, it's a thing. It's could be a tablet of some sort, maybe being drugged or whatever the case may be, because it's not just drugs. There are also documents that are also exposed, maybe her little black book type of thing. But I think whatever it was evidence, like proof, even something you could not ignore, something you could not change, something that maybe if they were trying to get away with the horrible, they should have destroyed or hid. But that's how she got caught, if you ask me. But my second question, what is the fallout? Because if they have proof or evidence of wrongdoing, so much to the point to where she gets guilty or found guilty on 5 of 6 counts, including human trafficking, is there any other names that are going down? You don't have to be specific, but is there any other people going down in that?
They sealed all the evidence, so I was curious: are they going to go after some of the men involved, or are they going to try to sweep it
She
under
didn't do
the
it
rug?
by herself.
Yeah. The other dimension now, too, is they can approach her for a plea bargain now. I didn't think you could after a conviction, but they can.
Yeah.
She's still got this last window to give up these guys.
To get a lighter sentence.
To get a lighter
She'll get a
sentence.
jail, but like 40
Yeah.
years right now is the life sentence for her because she's 60.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, Johnny, what was the question? Will other guys be?
What's the fallout? Is anybody else
What's the
going to
fallout?
be
Yeah.
in trouble here?
I read about this. I read about her earlier today for what it's worth. And what I was getting from her was fury. Absolutely furious. And if I'm going down, I am taking every one of you down. I am not going to do this while you are swanning around out there. But I think it may have to go to appeals. She may have to go through the appeals court first before there's really that final nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
But the anger, you could toast marshmallows off this woman, the amount of anger rolling off of her. So, and I also, since I'm already talking, there are a lot of men who do this. Is opening the floodgates not only for other Epstein related victims, but elsewhere where it gives women hope that they had to be quiet before, but now maybe they can come forward. Maybe they can get together and share stories and heal. And it's these heinous men who will finally face judgment. That's what I get.
Ooh, I'm getting Major Arcana coming out.
Yeah, me too.
What you get, Lena?
Well, interesting. I got the revenge card too for those learning tarot. The Knight of Swords can be revenge and jealousy. And because she's been so passive throughout, like she hasn't been disconnected from it completely, but the next best thing. So this is sort of unleashed something we haven't seen before. She's strategizing crazily. I'm going to jail. Well, let's talk about that. Wheel of Fortune, I think she's spinning the wheel as we speak for other people's fortune. Like she's got to now think ultra strategically, because there's no use almost naming 50 names if they haven't got the material on those 50 players. She might have to choose 1 or 2 that they have. So I think her focus is going to be there. It's unclear, I think, to her at the moment, because for some reason I don't think she was really prepared for this. I think to a certain extent she's lived in Disneyland since she was born, and it's only dawning on her now. I did quite a big spread for me on this because they just kept coming out with this story, So she's deciding who of the pack of demons will be the most effective. I think she'll choose him or they on who was the most repulsive to her. I think that's going to be one of her 2 criteria. One is who have they already got material on, and the other is this guy was always a bastard anyway. You know what I mean? There's that energy to it. And the willing sacrifice. Now, if it was a smaller spread, it might be Ghislaine being a willing sacrifice to go down for all these men, really, but not after all those cards. So she's going to throw someone to the wolves.
Here, here. Yay. Please, hurry.
Mm-hmm.
Woof, woof. Yeah.
Jen, what you get?
I get betrayal right on the bottom. It's like here she was, the emissary to Mr. Epps, and she is, to Autumn's point, she is not happy. She is not going to take this sitting down. She's ready to shed light on who some of the lovers were. Look at this major arcana. Justice and judgment going to go out through the courts. She knows I'm going away, and she's just going to bully right back to some of these people that partnered with her. And I get she's got some tangible evidence on somebody that she's going to give up to the courts. So whether that's tapes or whatever, but I get her cooperating, celebrations here, and then it's kind of like a wait and see if they go after him. But I'm going to say yes.
Lori, what you get?
I'm getting a couple of different things here. I'm getting that there's a list of names with a Russian oligarch involved that's tied to a lot of the big old fat white men in government.
That's interesting.
They told her they were going to get her out of there, and she said, when? And they're saying, be patient, shut your mouth, keep your mouth shut. We're going to get you out of there. But she feels betrayed. But they're still telling her it's going to be a little bit of time, but we're going to get you out. I really feel like they're telling you she's going to serve, but I think they're going to move her to a quiet spot. I think they're going to take her right out the back door, and you're going to think that she's in jail and she's not there. That's what I'm getting.
It's always been a possibility in this case, because you're not dealing with a wealthy person and three wealthy people. You're talking a cabal of the world's most powerful,
really, really wealthy people.
Yeah, and not just money, powerful people. So I'm a bit surprised she's even there, because they've got the capacity to smuggle in drugs that make you look as if you're really sick or crazy or something.
They could take her right out the back door.
I'm kind of amazed she's still A, here, and B, doing time in, I've heard different opinions, but no, jail's fun, all jokes aside and all everything.
They're afraid. They're afraid that she'll spill the beans. But I think they're still telling her, we're going to take you out. We're going to get you out. Just shut up. Don't say
We'll take you out. That was an interesting slip.
Yeah, take her out like Mr. Epps.
We'll take you out like Mr. Epps.
I get the 9 of Wands, so there's some strain yet perseverance. She's not really waiting to go down right now. You may have found guilty, but there's sentencing is still there. She's not going down just yet without a fight. You know how they do. But there is the 7 of Wands and the 5 of Swords. In order to climb to the higher ground, you will be put under pressure. There will be a bit of a bully tactic, if you want, to where, hey, we have basically your entire life in our hands. What do you want to do? You want to cooperate, or do you not? I get 2 more women, however, with the 9 of Pentacles and the Queen of Swords. One of them is extremely wealthy. And the other one is also wealthy, but this one's more of a, she's blonde now type of thing. She is well connected, but like it's kind of not her. I'm not saying it's her, but it's kind of like the public's heiress type thing, to where she can make the splash in the news, but she is not the main cause of her wealth. She is an heiress of some sort. And then there's a whole gaggle of men. There's like 12, 15 at least of men by the 10 of Pentacles. There's a whole bunch of them. But there's 2 women here who may be the door to the rest of these men for whatever reason. Maybe they procured women or procured children for these men or something of that nature. But there's 2 more Ghislaines and then a whole gaggle of men. That's the fallout from
I
this.
do think she is madder than a murder hornet. I think she's red hot poker mad.
She better be. She's the only one seemingly
All you
going
guys
down.
are right. She is madder than a murder hornet.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But here's the problem too. Even if guy A, B, C, or D is identified as being there, having acted on this and stuff, there's never been big penalties for using services, right?
It's been
Yeah,
forever.
So I'm sure they've got, 14,000 they could choose from. But this is the real problem to get any true justice out of this. It has to be another guy who was instrumental in something a bit different and other than just going to the island for a weekend of shagging. You know what I mean?
It's interesting that the one person that's gone down in all this is a woman.
Absolutely.
I think Leonardo DiCaprio will be implicated.
Well, that's interesting.
And I also think there were boys, not just females.
Oh, you can be assured at that level of
Because
entertainment,
I got
it
pages
wouldn't
of
be
both
limited.
Yeah.
Entertainment only YouTube.
I will say, not that this is
Autumn.
I don't know, consolation. Or Epstein was a man. He went down first, I guess you could say.
Mhm.
That's not funny. Why am I laughing? That's
Taken out. But
not funny. I'm not down. Or anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
hey, can we ask, will she get a lighter sentence?
Will she cut the deal?
Will
Well, we
she
sort
cut a
of
deal?
answered that in a way that there would be someone else, didn't we?
Yeah, will she get a lighter sentence? Yes, sir.
Okay, we should get a lighter sentence.
I think she's going to get a hot air balloon out the back door.
Mm.
I'm just gonna state the obvious. She has the most disgusting energy. I mean, like practically hurl-inducing energy.
Well, her father was a demon in human form. Robert Maxwell, right, was he is who Rupert Murdoch modeled himself on. Okay. Media mogul in the UK and around the world, and broke the backs of whole cities and towns, and he was just disgusting, and then finally ran off with pension funds. Even though he had untapped billions of his own, he stole money from pensioners. I mean, there's no one worse than her father. You know what I mean? He was a Caligula.
This whole thing is an enigma. So we're just never going to know the whole ins and outs of all of this. It's just nebulous soup.
For what it's worth, I am getting that this is the tension between her and the Johns is going to ramp up, because on the one hand, I have all of these. Basically, the good guys are starting to ask questions of all of these men and their wands, and at the same time, and they're coming up with real answers of what you did. At the same time, I've got Death of the Star here, which it feels like is what she's going to be threatened with. So I'm getting that she's going to start naming names. They're going to start pushing back in their way, and this is going to ramp up before it comes to some kind of decision or conclusion on one way or the other. This is going to start getting very tense. They're going to be putting more security on her. They're going to be I've never picked up that what's going to happen to her is like what happened to Epstein.
Yeah, which is surprising under the circumstances. You know?
Yeah, but I've got that they are going to keep very good watch on her. And she's going to need it because this is going to ramp up. That's what I'm getting.
She has the added burden that in prisons they don't like pedophiles, you know, so they don't tend to survive prison anyway.
Look, I get that she's not going to get a lighter sentence, according to this, in the sense. So here she was in her previous life. This is her now in jail. Then in comes the emperor energy, these bossy, authoritative men of power. She experiences ongoing loss. And the Queen of Swords are justice. So I think it mightn't be until all that plays out that, like you say, Laurie, something could still happen out the back door. This read doesn't rule that out. But this is sort of saying it might also be that her appeal isn't successful, these cards. Yeah. So, yeah. And the problem with an appeal is if it doesn't go well, you can get a harsher sentence.
That's true.
So that's my vibe on those cards. She's going to go for appeal and then it's going to backfire somehow.
Well, I get all this money behind it, and I am getting that she might get Mr. Epst.
Might get what?
Mr. Epst, like Jeffrey taken out because, like, you know, making her license plates in jail and the devil and my death cards.
I mean, these guys
somebody sneaking in, and you know, these big powerful men just kind of walking away from it.
Maybe she escapes because of COVID or something. Maybe she gets put in another place because of COVID, explodes. I don't know. There's some sort of
the word explode. These guys are so powerful and connected. They could blow up an entire prison just to make the point.
There's some sort of escape here. I just keep getting escape. She's getting out somehow. I don't know. I just keep getting the same thing over and over and over again.
So I get that there is a strong possibility with the Hermit, Ten of Cups, Empress, something new coming from the cooperation. The Knight of Swords and the Star for the future, the Knight of Swords, Swift. So there might be something to where her sentence is cut down. It still does depend upon further investigations and cooperations and all that type of stuff. So it's kind of dependent upon her. How much are you willing to say? Or do you want to be Manafort and stay in there forever? So, I mean, it's kind of...
And she's not short of options in that sense, you know, who to give up. I mean, you could go through a Rolodex. What letter, you know?
Would you want to give up Prince Andrew and have the Queen? Would you want to be the next Diana?
Look, he's never been a goer. They will never. They know he's an imbecile and a lecherous twit. They know that better than anybody, but they will never give up one of their own.
Yeah, I'm curious if more women will come forward now that they've had success in the courts and have another lawsuit against her, another indictment for more women.
Hi, Adrian.
Hello.
I'm just going to run and get a coffee.
Happy New Year. How are you? I was thinking.
I'm great. How are you guys?
What the hell was that?
Something in your mouth and then
I didn't pull you in when you came in because I seen you was chewing. I was like, well, I didn't want to put you on blast.
I was like, not only am I eating, they're in the middle of a question and I'm all fashionably late. Hi, Lori. It's a apple cinnamon rice cake.
There you go.
Let me address something I saw in the chat box.
Oh, Johnny, we're at 2,200 in our first hour and 15 minutes.
Yay!
Hello, everyone. I forgot I was in the kitchen making my infamous cinnamon and nutmeg croissant French toast bake. I'm like, good Lord, that's some good names you put in there, Rolon.
I was immediately hungry for that.
I mean,
Amazing.
anytime you give some 8 names, though, it's gonna be good. Though I mean,
Mhm.
peanut butter, chocolate chip, sour cream, and onion. It's like it's all good again. It's like, yes, give me some of that. That sounds
Sour cream, onion,
fantastic.
chicharrones,
Oh, mercy, a laugh. Okay. Anyway, so let me see. Let me search for it. Let's get out of her for a second. This whole. I did have one more, but we're gonna move on if you don't mind. Okay. I don't want to get petty just yet, but let's see.
We were already in the petties.
I mean,
I'd be disappointed if we don't end up in the petty, at least
Yeah,
a little bit.
especially with Autumn and her tiara on.
Mhm.
So last week we when on Christmas, oh Jesus, with the firecrackers, it's not even midnight.
Oh, they were lighting them off at 7:30 in my neighborhood. I was like, this is how
6
we're
p.m.
gonna do this.
At least it's been raining, so maybe the grass is wet. They won't, because prayers for Colorado. Good Lord.
Oh God, I
Um,
prayed and prayed.
We got a little petty last week on Christmas of all times. Me, Jen, and Lori. And we sort of came up, we were doing a reading, I forgot what it was or how it even came up, but talking about the guides of Donald Trump. Everybody's got a spiritual crew. Everybody's got a set of guides. What's the question? Like, dude, what are they going through? How do they feel about their project? They're here for him. They're supposed to be. They're part of his kit, as I say. You have your spirit guides to help you through life, and yet you're not being utilized, not because he's not necessarily listening, but he is incapable, I think, for just being judgy of listening. So, because he feels he knows everything. Nobody knows more about the Bible than me. Hold it upside down. So, maybe that's how he reads. Let me quit being judgy. So, what's the question? How do they feel about
What's the
their
one
project?
thing they're trying to get through to him that he's not getting?
All right. So the one
One?
answer I
Okay.
got last week was that he was given a platform and he misused it.
Yeah.
And that's why I came up with this question, is because yes, now maybe we don't like the way he speaks, but he is a person who can draw a crowd. And just imagine the good he could have done with that ability.
He couldn't.
And so, what do his guides think? How do they feel about it?
Can you imagine if he would have come right out and out of the gate and said, "Take the vaccine. I created it. I am the greatest. I created it. Here it is for you. This is my gift to you. Be blessed with good life and health and protection." It could have changed.
And
the whole
I
thing.
said, and this is horrible. Let me say this first of all, before I say what I'm about to say. What he could have done to make sure they all took it is what he did later on. Say, oh, it was the Chinese, and you all need to go get vaccinated because they released something into the world, blah, blah, blah. He didn't even, he had a scapegoat right there. He used that anyway. So from the beginning, you should have said it was their fault, and now we got to suffer, take the vaccine.
And the irony of him being booed and ostracized by his own base for the mess that he made. He made this mess.
Mm-hmm.
And now
they're betrayed. They're betrayed by him taking this position.
It's just too funny,
It is hilarious.
And when he came out, he didn't say it was the Chinese, go get it. He said it was a hoax. It doesn't exist.
And it would disappear anyway.
Yeah, and now he's saying go get a vaccine for the hoax.
Question?
Well, the question is because we were talking last week and Lori brought up that his guides were trying to work with him and let him know that he had a brilliant platform to do good in the world, basically. So what do they think now? What are their relationship with Trump now? Because they're not going to leave you. Autumn, what you get?
Johnny, can I go first? Because I want to run get some tea.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, I got You don't have that much money anymore. And this is my card for guides. They're in a higher realm, so that's my card for guides. You're bullying and you're unbalanced. You lost, even in the courts, you lost. You need to change. And now's the time because, you know everything, but he's not going to accept what they offer. I'll be back.
Yeah. Well, what I'm getting is, even according to Einstein, all time is actually simultaneous, and so the guides and Trump's oversoul, higher self, they knew some of, or a lot of what was going to happen already. So some of this was a done deal. It was fated. But he has turned out to be so much worse. He was always going to not pay people, not pay his bills, bankrupt himself. He was going and he was going to need some serious spiritual chiropractic work once he got back to the other side. That was always a given. But what he did has been heinous, absolutely much worse. And he's not listening to them, and they are just standing there like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Adrian, what you get?
The Hierophant and the Six of Swords. He was supposed to continue to take government, this country, to a higher place. However, not quite what happened. So, from a chakra spiritual perspective, they're like, homeboy, you have got to work on your solar plexus. Stop being a jerk. Stop being narcissistic. Stop using your powers for you. Have some self-control. I have a whole bunch to say. I'm going to hold it in. But stop with that. You also need to find some balance, and you really, really need to go back to the basics. Extreme Mama, Earth, Root Chakra. Go back to the basics and find some balance, because you don't have it, because this is very, very off. Stop being a dingleberry is the nicest way I could phrase what I got from these cards.
Yeah.
His guides are calling him pendejo.
Yeah.
Lena, what you get?
Well, I'm back to the circus cards. Now, I love this card too. I love them all, but this is the Lover's card in the circus deck. And this is the love affair with the Republican elephant, right? So the Republican base and Trump, even though we can't underestimate, there's enough craziness to go around, right? But this is the first time they've really felt let down by him and stabbed in the back. This is the first time it's been a big, big thing, right? He's been demoted in their eyes from the King of Pentacles to the Knight of Pentacles. So he's, on the downward trajectory. He's spending his time tying himself in knots, not understanding what went wrong. And so about the question, he will, of course, blame them. But he's tying himself in knots now because for the first time, his contradictory positions on everything have come home to roost. He's always been able to go on to the next shiny thing, and this time he can't squirm out of it. And this represents a crossroads for him, a real crossroads for the first time. Because the one thing a narcissist can't handle is not being popular.
Exactly. That is always their downfall. My dad said this 5 years ago. He said, Adrian, you grew up around narcissists. You know how this works. The only thing that can take out a narcissist is itself. And
That's it.
That's very interesting to see. I'm curious to see how he's going to handle if he self implodes now that he's not popular.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm.
That popularity. What you get, Lori?
Autumn, did you want to go? Did you?
Oh no, I just wanted to say very
You were.
quickly that very quickly, there was somebody in the chat back here who was saying, but would someone's guides really tattle on them to third parties? And I just wanted to throw out there a basic idea, which is it's kind of how we're able to do readings, to send out our energy. On the other side, there you can't hide. There's no, it's all out there. You everybody can see you energetically. So it isn't, so his guides talking to other guides, of course, there's like, there's no
That would be
hiding
the
it.
only way. If Trump came to you for a reading, you would be able to help him. Otherwise, what's the point of the reading? You just say, hey, I don't know. And he goes on about his business.
So I just wanted to throw that out there that anyway, go ahead. Sorry, Lori.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I just feel like the guides felt like he just slumped, that he didn't produce what he could have, all that he was capable of, and they tried to help him, and there was failure, abject failure, but there's still a chance, Donald. There is still a chance. Not all is lost, and you'll be given yet one more opportunity. You have another portal, one more opportunity. They're going to give him another chance, Johnny.
I believe you, because I preach over and over and over again. People give up on people. Spirit does not. Spirits will, I don't care if you're Hitler, Genghis Khan, whoever you are, you still got a connection to the other side. You just do. You don't have to like it for it to be true. You just do. Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, Ghislaine, that other fool who got killed, Epstein, all them people still had a connection to the divine. Not just good people, everybody, which means you too. So if you fall and slip and you mess up, you tore up your life to shits and pieces, then you can still be redeemed through the eyes of the other side of the spirit, God, whatever you call it.
Got another chance. He's got one more, maybe two even, maybe two in the next year.
Well, Michael Cohen fits that bill.
There you go.
Yes, he got caught, and if he hadn't been, he'd probably still be doing bad things in car parks. But
exactly.
Nonetheless, he stepped up publicly over and over, mea culpa, mea culpa. So it can be done.
Mm-hmm. He served time. I get the emperor. This is him in charge. Donald Trump was brought here to be a leader, whether you like it or not. He was brought here to be a leader. The reason he gets the fool is because he's a novice and he doesn't want to learn. He just wants to step off the cliff and see what happens. He thinks his mouth is going to win him the day all the time instead of his effort. The emperor strategizes. This is how you take over lands. This is how you build communities. This is how you build the kingdom. This is how you keep it safe. He's supposed to be a strategizer. The Gemini mind may dart from thing to thing quite often, but he is also a person who is capable of drawing a crowd. The more people in the crowd, the more times you can possibly get the right person to help you do the right thing, blah, 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 blah. The manipulation and the Three of Cups. He still has all of the capabilities to get the right people. The reason he does not is because he knows everything and he always hires the right person, he said. Sometimes Spirit wants to bring you the right people for you to do the right thing. That does not mean you go hire Stephen Miller because Paul Manafort said so. You already lost twice right there. But just the one person made you lose 2 times. And so you're not listening to your inner self. It's a struggle and it won't be over till he's dead. So that's kind of it. So, the thing that may change him is the thing that changes everything. Death. So I don't think he's going to get it because he can't, King of Swords on the bottom, because he can't get out of his own way. I
Bill
mean,
O'Reilly did get him to admit that he got a booster, though. And
oh,
then
Trump got a booster shot?
Bill O'Reilly got Trump to admit in their tour.
Yeah, and he repeated that on Candace Owen, that he had
Right.
his booster.
Exactly.
Mm. Yeah, he had 2 bites at that cherry.
Yes.
So he obviously had a game plan.
Mhm.
And I just want to say something quickly here. Morning Joe Scarborough, he was saying he thought that Trump was doing this pro-vaccine thing all of a sudden to try and win back the suburbs, being a bit more reasonable. But I don't know that he's that strategic. That doesn't ring true to me at all. I think it was just trying to big note himself in some other way.
He's not strategic.
Do you think he was just listening to Bill O'Reilly? I mean, he listened to Bannon. He's on tour with Bill O'Reilly. Do you think he's just like a chameleon and just listens to other people who've had success and just takes on their?
Yes. Who said that? So one of them
Absolutely. It's
people said
whoever
that,
had his ear 20 minutes ago.
that he listens to the last person who was in the room.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
forget who said
totally.
that.
I don't wonder. I wonder if there's some CYA going on, because for him not getting sued
Mm,
by
good one.
hundreds of thousands of people,
Yeah.
ultimately.
Which could very well happen.
That's very true.
Mhm. Still.
There's nothing to stop people from suing the president for false information.
Mhm.
There's nothing there.
Yeah.
So
Not that I know of. What do I know? Lena, is there any, do you guys know of anything that can stop an American citizen from suing a president for false information or?
I'm sure it's unprecedented because people can still say whatever they like, but there surely can be a legal case for a body of work which was systematically saying X, Y, and Z and sending people out to stop things happening in a timely fashion, to stop things getting to New York in those early horrifying days. That sort of thing is possible, I would imagine.
I'm wondering too, since he put out that information while technically president of the United States, even though if he would be covered because when he did it, he was president.
Yeah. Look, I don't think that's the route that's going to be successful.
Yeah. Because he could always go back and say the information I had at the time. And then
of course.
You're going against the American government.
But the scientists are saying they gave him information and he bucked it, that he didn't follow their
he had
information.
it in November.
Yeah, but he could always blame advisors.
He can.
Like if anyone can squirm, he can squirm.
As commander in chief and president of the United States, I made the best decision I could at that time. As I could just hear him saying that.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, that prevents you from winning. You can still file it.
Yeah.
So they can still
true.
sue him.
That's true.
I wonder if, like that crimes against humanity at the, what is the name of the country? The Hague, yes. Can that happen?
No, we didn't sign the treaties to be a part of that. The U.S. didn't sign the treaty to be a part of that, so no.
Lovely.
Unfortunately.
And now we know why.
Yeah.
So I want to dart around to some non-Trumpian people. We'll come back to him later, unfortunately. Wait.
I want to see how big Jen Lynn's popcorn bowl is.
Starting early.
And I'd like to give a shout out to Big Steph out there. She's been listening to the Australian commentary on the cricket. Hi there, Steph. Yeah, great.
Big Steph is
It's a little
great.
sporting moment for us here in the other side of the world.
She's great.
I'd like to
Cricket is
remind
sacred.
people that are watching this later, if there are people that are watching our video tomorrow or next week, the donate button will still work on this fundraiser, so you can donate at any time. And
Go Feed America.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you to everybody who's donated. Thank you for your generosity. For those of you who are not in the financial place to be able to donate, but still want to, that energy of wanting to give, wanting to help somebody, means so much. So to everybody, may that generosity be returned to you tenfold. Thank you all so much.
You're giving just by being here.
No one should be going hungry in first world country. You know, like, oh, you were right, Johnny. The 2 women in Georgia who have been terrorized for being electoral officials, the mother was Ruby Freeman and the daughter was Shay Moss. That's where you got the Moss from.
Yeah. Okay. So, petty moment.
Petty boots.
Marjorie Taylor Gangrene and Andrew Clyde, who is another rep, they have accrued together more than $100,000 in fines for not wearing a mask. Now, Green has racked up $80,000 in fines, and it's taken out of their paychecks, mind you. It's not like you get to choice.
Oh, okay. So she's paying.
It's taken out of your paycheck. And Clyde has $30,000 in fines. And like I said, it's taken out of their paycheck. How and ever, Andrew Clyde went to payroll and increased his federal withholdings to $11,284 a month. So he only gets paid $1. And then he claims it on his taxes and gets all his money back. And so, or when he does his taxes, he gets all his money.
So they can't take the money out.
So they can't take the money out of his paycheck when his paycheck is only $1. So what I do want to know is, will this continue or will they cave? Will they finally say, okay, let me just wear the mask and stop getting the fines, or will this continue?
Obviously not if you make enough money in your other world where you can get paid.
Yeah, that's right.
And
Well, Marjorie's worth $50 million.
I was about to say, she's extremely wealthy and has extremely wealthy friends. You know, they're just like, here you go, homegirl, don't worry about it.
She's not even on one committee. Not even once. She was stripped.
Yeah,
of
so you
everything.
can't even strip her of her committees.
I've got a question. If that was possible, then why wouldn't every person who's paying some kind of what used to be called alimony doing that?
Listen,
Because then you can't get a check for every single time that's $1. He can absorb it to where he can live off of
Yeah, that's the
$1 because he's got
difference.
all this other money. Like if I wanted to increase my federal withholdings to where the federal government took all my money but $1, I would literally be on the street.
No, you still, no,
yes.
no, because the court wouldn't allow it. You have to pay maintenance to your former spouse, and it's an X amount of money over this amount of time, and it's
For child support. Yeah, if you're paying child support and you took it down to where you were only making $1 a month.
yeah,
So they haven't invented this, but yeah.
For real though, for like 5 milliseconds, I was like, I should do that for a minute and then try to refinance my student loans. Yeah, look, I only bring in $5 a month. How can I pay? And then once they refinance and make my payment to like $10 a month, then I'd go back to normal. But then I was like, no, that's not gonna work.
And why can't they, if it's a mandate, it's a mandate, right? Even if it's not widespread, if there's a mandate on, why can't they enforce it? Don't come in, forget the fines. Sorry, you're not complying. No entry.
No entry, or put a lien against his tax return.
Yeah.
Or any property that he has.
It's not going to work. They're going to do something. It's not going to work. The right in the middle, I've got the institution, got all 10 swords in the back. Financially, no, it's going to fall apart. He thought he was being all clever, but no, it's not going to work.
Lori, what you get?
I got the same thing. It comes to a halt. Nope. Absolutely no way, no how, nothing. 3 of swords, 4 of swords, kaput. No.
By the way, Lori, I love that fascinator you were wearing. That was beautiful.
Oh, thank you. It was, I had it. Thank you. Good Vibes made these for, I should put it back on.
Oh my God.
A cultural thing.
I wore one to my office holiday. I wore it to my holiday office party.
Yeah.
However that worked. And everybody's like, oh my God, that's so cute. I was like, oh,
No, everyone loves them. But in Australia, they're not called fascinators unless they're over your face.
Oh,
That's why they were called fascinators originally, because you got this tantalizing look
That-
at a woman's
like
face.
little
So
netted
if it's back
veil.
here, it's not a fascinator in Australia. You're welcome to keep it. You know?
Okay. I didn't know it was called that. What do I know about
I
fashion?
didn't know they were
And
called
I think it's just got sloppy in the last few years. You probably, if you look back at the 40s, it wouldn't have been, but now anything can be anything, you know.
So what did you get?
I think he's going to get an audit on his tax.
Oh,
It's like
great.
you only make $1. You know, it's like you're trying to, surprise everybody. Yeah, he's going to have big problems with his money. They're going to burden the crap out of him
Great.
because he's shifting money around. And I get that this is going to transition into some legal issues for him on the way he does his taxes.
I'm thrilled.
He's drawing too much attention to his taxes now.
Not the smartest man in the world.
Lena, what you get?
Well, interesting. I think he's too smart for his own good. Like he was saying, he's more hemmed in by doing this than he realizes. Here's the devil card, just like Jen just got, right? Playing with fire. The IRS is a strange beast, and you don't want to be mocking them in a public space, I would suggest. So here's the emperor saying, and then the emperor and empress side by side. He could, in fact, get bigger fines for not doing it, or something like that. Some leakage of money.
I get that the Marjorie Taylor will continue to be a thorn in the backside of. Where did she get $50 million? Anyway, she will continue to be a thorn in the backside of Nancy Pelosi because they will be at odds forever and a day until she is out of Congress, either one of them. The Two of Cups and the Seven of Swords, there is a scheme. This scheme will continue, but for whatever reason, it is brought to a halt. The Four of Wands, someone in the house, someone, I don't know how they're going to bring it because it's his money. He can do what he wants, but I don't know the ins and outs of Nancy Pelosi, but there is a thing to stop the devil from continuing to do what he is doing. So somehow or another, there is a alternative plan here, but
She has 50 million because she comes from money, her parent, and then she also married money.
Yeah.
really,
Because
okay.
she sure as hell couldn't have earned it on her own, because she has,
And she actually, believe it or not, it's weird to say, kind of a savvy businesswoman, because she owned a lot of really prominent businesses in Atlanta and kept like cashing out. And her biggest chunk of change that came right before she became representative was she sold the Atlanta Dream, which is the women's basketball team. And by
Wow.
the way, it's going to come to an end with the world. Something's coming to a completion. Their challenge, though, is that Marjorie Taylor Greene and old boy want to hold on, but they need to watch out. They think they got this money. They're independent, but not going to work. And yeah, their luck's about to change with the Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah. And everyone's gifted at something. So she could have been gifted with property sales or business sales. But that's like that. That's it.
she strikes me as a female Trump, had every privilege in the world and just, could do what she wanted without being answerable, not having to actually succeed in business, just get another asset and sell it. Like there's no skill in that.
She's decided to join the Mean Girls Club instead.
Yeah.
Oh, the Mean Girls. I went to school with 1,500 Lauren Boebers. Don't tell
Oh,
me.
you did not.
They were mad as meat axes.
Oh, that's terrible.
They were scary.
All you needed was one good friend named Keisha, and you'd have been all right.
The gay boys. I formed my own posse with the gay boys for survival.
Yeah.
And people go, do you go to school reunions? I go, never. I'd have to go armed with rock because they're all rednecks. No, I don't want to ever see them again in any capacity.
Oh my God.
These are
Somebody going to jail. because and it ain't gonna be me, not first. Anyway.
I would have just brought a voodoo doll to school
Yeah.
Ah,
and
bless.
scared the
With
shit
multiple
out of them.
heads, one for every.
Like Wednesday Addams, chopping their heads off.
And just poke each one, just good 3 times. Okay. I'm not gonna make a joke. I'm gonna just say the next because I was saying something really inappropriate in my head. Cawthorn and his soon-to-be ex-wife.
Ah. And how they were married 3 hours or something, weren't they? How long were
Yes,
they
and oddly enough, he went on a trip to Russia and was playing casino games in a casino which was outlawed in that in particular area. Well, it's not outlawed. You can't get in there. It's not public. And so why are you in a casino that is not open to the public? And I think it just said that it was outlawed. But anyway, you shouldn't have been there, especially not as an American citizen. So he was there. He went to a party that was, well, he calls it a party. There was a CrossFit competition.
A what?
A CrossFit, which is like at it's an athletic thing, and
It's
he's in a wheelchair.
weightlifting, rowing tires, pulling.
Yeah, it's like not like aerobics, but it's kind of like aerobics. It's not intense workout, but it's more of a workout than just Pilates. And so he goes to the CrossFit competition, and he's invited by a friend, and he tells that friend, this is his story, mind you. He tells that friend, hey, I'm in a wheelchair, right? And the friend was like, yeah, come anyway. It'll be cool. It'll be fun. You can do pull-ups.
Do the upper body stuff.
Your thing. So just do upper body stuff. So he gets there, and it's a sham because there is no actual competition, and that's where he meets his wife, who is also possibly connected to Russian money as well. So people are like, okay, is this whole thing being set up? You're not actually, you're not in love. She's just some Russian plant or whatever the case may be. Because anyway, what I want to know.
Story could not get any more weird. Like
No, sometimes your brain just caves in, doesn't it? You just sort of can't take in anymore.
This is all his story.
You lost me after I'm gonna do the pull-up competition for my
He went to the CrossFit. His friend said, you can just come do pull-ups.
Did not have this on my bingo card this year. Sorry.
The CrossFit
do
is
you
not
remember
for whips.
right back in 2017, I think. I only remember because he was Australian. What was his name? Papadopoulos or something. And he had the honeypot Russian wife. And it was his story that broke open all the original stuff on Russia. So they've been at this consistently. So sorry, Johnny, what was the question?
Wait, can I ask one more question?
Yes, ma'am.
If it wasn't a CrossFit competition, then what was it really?
It was
just a party. He told Cawthorn, this is Cawthorn's story, mind you. The man on the phone told Cawthorn, I'm inviting you to a CrossFit competition. He was like, haha, I'm in a wheelchair. He said, just do pull-ups when you get here. And he got there. There's no CrossFit competition whatsoever. It's just a party, and that's where he met his wife.
There's tapes of him saying this all over Twitter. If you just put in Cawthorn on Twitter, it'll come right up because it's all over Twitter.
And so the actual question is,
I have no idea, Lori, at this point. Wait a minute.
What question, Lori?
I was more focused on Russian money because that's where his casino trip went weird for me. It's like you're in a casino that's illegal for you to be there. And he brought somebody with him. Why are you how much Russian money is invested in Cawthorn? Is he another one of these plants that we got to worry about, like a Donald Trump type of thing? Or
Moscow Mitch?
Yeah.
Right.
I like this tweet I just found. It's basically saying Madison Cawthorn's divorce just went from boring information to national security concern in about 77
Yes.
seconds of
See
interview
what I
time
mean?
with Daily Caller.
It's always Russian money, Russian this, Russian
Yeah.
that.
My oligarch card just fell out.
Russia, Russia, Russia.
Oh, don't. Ah.
These people, I say it, I'm gonna keep saying it every week. It is so easy to live a normal life. I don't understand why you want to make things so difficult.
No.
Lena, what you get?
Well, he was very foolish, right? Okay. So we have here the Queen of Pentacles, the gold digger, the trophy wife. But in this case, she wasn't after his money. She represented Russian money. So she's bang in the middle there. High priestess on top, just in case you weren't sure, that it was sneaky business. Her job was to get him to fall in love with her, the lovers, which she did with not very much manipulation. But this is going to end poorly for him. Yeah, but it comes.
Adrian, what you get?
I asked, is he now bought and paid for by the Russians? Starts off with King of Wands. So yeah, watch your actions, homie. His challenge though is the GOP. This is my GOP card with the 10 of Cups. Because now they're gonna actually be, I hate to say this. I feel like
No.
kind of competitive and like, oh great, no, now you getting broken off too. We're kind of stingy. We don't want you. No, that's our money, little boy. Stay
Oh,
away.
that's interesting. Yeah.
Like they're gonna be like, he brought more attention to himself than he really should have, because now he's got to watch out for the oligarchs and his own peers. Because
He said the quiet part out loud, like they all.
Yep. 3 of Pentacles, dark money collaboration for me at the bottom. Ace of Pentacles. Just kidding. That is not the Ace of Pentacles. Jesus. Try again. The Empress. This whole thing cooking up in the past. How funny at the crown and at the base, you're gonna get your happiness, joyful, and then your dark money collaboration. So that I could have stopped after these because that tells the whole story. Absolutely. And then ends with the Ace of Pentacles. So yeah.
First of all, you using cards I don't have. What is the name?
How does that happen?
Okay. So this one, Celestial Tarot cards.
Okay.
And I got them from 5 Below.
Really? Shut your face.
Yes. I bought my cousin and I the same deck so we can, because she also throws cards, so we can have a matching.
I never thought to look in 5 Below for tarot cards.
Yes.
But
And
then again, I was told. So somebody who worked at 5 Below said they had tarot. Okay.
they do.
Okay.
They actually have they have a lot of Palo Santo, a lot of good earthy, dippy stuff.
Really?
Mhm. At the 5 Below. These were like $3.50, I think.
Wow, there's a 5 Below right by my Trader Joe's. I'll have to mosey on and over there.
You can see what they got. I'm gonna have to do that too.
I
Okay.
will.
And in really thick cardstock too. Like it actually, even with my man hands, it's hard to. Yes.
Okay.
That must be sorry, Jen Lynn, is that an East Coast thing, do you think? We don't have a 5 Below, do we?
I do have 5 Below near me within about 8 miles.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yep.
I've never heard of it.
It's a national chain.
Everything is $5 or less. It's kind of like the dollar stores, but everything's under.
And they got some of every, like food and electronics and blah blah blah. Anyway, Autumn, what do you get?
I'm getting weirdness. I am getting a lack of money. I'm getting somebody has this lack of money and is tuned in. And I am getting slight manipulation, but I'm not getting a huge amount of money. I've got
Is there
some
something
here,
weird and kind of confusing and almost like it involves more people than, because I can't make sense of what I pulled.
Yeah.
But there's something here.
I've got 5 major arcana in all these cards I pulled. Out of 7 cards, I've got 5 are major arcana, but it doesn't feel like major arcana.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't feel. Yeah, it doesn't feel massive. I think he was being watched very, very closely. I think everything he did and breathed while he was there was being recorded and watched and what have you. Yeah, I'm just getting weirdness other than that.
I think he walked, pardon the expression, like ass backwards into something, is what I think. But anyhow, Lori, what you get?
I get that too. I think he tried to investigate and said, I'm all in for it. But in the back of his mind, he's like, no, I'm not. But I'll take what you have to give me and I'll fake it. But I can run out if I want to, if I don't want to go along with this. But he's definitely in for the money. It's definitely yes. So he took the money. I mean, he took the money. He took it. Even though he has some principles left in there where he's like, well, this isn't the real me. He still went for it. So he I don't know anything really about him, but he had some weak moments here.
I think so.
That's the nicest way I can put it.
Yeah.
Jen, what'd you get?
I get this is what they do all the time. And every time I look at the Republican Party and Russia money, it's what they do all the time. It's in the government. It was in the White House. It's done in secret. His trip overseas was an exploration to learn how they do this. And I get he secured a lot of money. They offered him help. It's all underhanded, sneaky stuff. And we'll make you famous. Just partner with us. I do get something about his wife is a lie. There's something not.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like he's caught up in it too. And I get there's about to be a change because somebody's going to look into this. But I get a big yes card. Yep, he's on Russia's payroll.
So yeah, there's some surprises about his wife. His wife is not who she says. There is something else going on here.
Yeah.
She's. I almost.
Say it, because I think you're thinking the same thing, Johnny.
I almost hate to say it. No, I don't. I think that
she's not a she.
She had no desire in a man that was in a wheelchair. Okay. And he thought she was pretty, and oh my God, she's talking to me. And he fell in for whatever she was giving him. And she was trying to get something out of him that he would not release, or that he maybe does not have, because he may be the wrong person. I think he kind of fell ass backwards into something. And she's a plant. There's some surprises about her. There's some she needs to be Googled, because I think she did the wrong thing.
She's a Maria Butinskaya or whatever her name was.
Yeah.
That's good.
Now, guys, I'm going to go in a minute, but I just want to share a couple of comments here that got missed while we were all talking. When we were talking about Trump's guides, Mary said, oh no, I'll do Nenny first. His guides are going, Donald who? We don't know him. Right?
This.
And Mary said, DT's guides are Satan, Beelzebub, and Lucifer.
Yes.
Bless his little cheeseburger heart. We are actually all, if y'all want to hang out, you can. Those in the chat, we're all actually going to take a low 5-minute break. I'm going to pull us all down.
I'll take that. So I'll say goodbye to viewers now.
Thank you, Lena. We're at 28 minutes.
It's good to see you.
We're at
No, you
2,800.
love
Thank you for
2022.
the
It's
donation.
fabulous. I'm here.
Such a pleasure and a gift, a blessing to read with you. Thank you, Lena.
Absolutely.
Oh no, I so enjoy
Echo that
this.
sentiment,
Thank
Lori.
you all. Yeah, it's great. So see you around.
Bye-bye.
I might even
Happy New
get a
Year.
couple of hours, you never know. Okay.
Thank you all, everybody, for the donations. We're at 2,900 now after just 2 hours.
That is fantastic.
And so we're all going to take a little small break so we can get up, walk around, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
And then those who want to come back, I'll pull you back in. If not, you have a good night.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye-bye.
You can come and go as you want.
All right. We're kind of back. Y'all let me know down below if you're ready. Okay. I'll pull you in. You ready? Okay.
Right when I took a bite, and I was like, "No, stop!"
I should have muted this. I'm opening popcorn. I don't work for these people. If they want to send me a check, you go right ahead. Paulo popcorn. This is so fantastic. I got like 1,500 bags, and they're all different flavors, and I'm going to put them all in here and
So good.
in Pandora box it. So we're.
Do it.
I have not had the Mexican street corn though. I don't even know what that is.
That's gonna be really good. Elote flavored.
Okay, I love me some elote.
Yeah.
It smells good.
I have a request for any energy healers in the chat. My tailbone is killing me because my sciatic nerve is acting up, which is why I keep having to get up every hour on the hour to stretch my legs and butt out. Anyone that can send me some energy to my tailbone and sciatic nerve would greatly appreciate it. The sitting for long periods is hard on my tailbone.
I'm making all the noise. Hollow popcorn, yes. I got it from Amazon. And this one is white cheddar maple bacon.
Wow.
Let's see. Let's see.
I got the New Year's Rockin' Eve thing on TV, and so far from the acts I've been seeing, I'm glad I'm not watching it.
Tastes like bacon.
The popcorn sounds really, really good.
Everything with bacon is better.
Absolutely.
That Mexican street one was really good too.
Elote.
Now, mind you, this was not the agenda. Jen Lynn made me want popcorn. I was supposed to be eating apples, and I still am.
Cousin Willie's kettle corn.
Put some bacon on those apples, Tony.
Apples.
Yep.
I do have a caramel dip for some of them, and then I got lemon juice for the other ones. So that's what I'll be eating today.
Eat this whole live stream. I'm eating like.
Oh, I like the LaCroix water.
Oh, I'm hungry.
I'm doing egg rolls later.
Mm,
I like
love
those
egg
ones.
rolls.
Have you tried the I think it's called bubbly, but that might be wrong.
Yes, I love bubbly.
I love them too.
Bubbly is very good.
We're gonna do a little shift. We'll wait for more readings until autumn returns. I do want to ask some questions because somebody left this on the community tab.
We're over 3,000. Thank you guys for
Oh,
your
good.
donation.
Yay!
3,100.
And you can still donate tomorrow.
Yes,
Or-
it'll stay
or
up
next
there
week.
until I forget. There was a date that it was set, but yes. Yeah, Autumn. She's taking a break. We've been here 2 hours. Let the child take a breather. But we're not going to do any readings until she gets back, though. So I do want to ask some questions that were on the community board, but they're not tarot questions. So, what is something that you would want to do next year that is totally out of character?
Oh, I saw that question. I was like thinking about it. I'm like, I don't know.
Adrian, you have an answer?
Camping in a tent
Really?
in Mother
You've never
Nature.
been camping?
I have. I don't care for it at all. I used to do that when I was little, and I am very much a running water, electricity city.
Man,
You
amen.
may have to go glamping.
I went glamping 2020, and I considered that camping, and everybody made fun of me because they're like, we're in a $1 million cabin that we're Airbnb. That is not camping. That is not even glamping, Adrian. We're in a, but that was as close to camping because I was still in the middle of nowhere. So I think I should, I'm always the one talking about be with nature. I'm the shaman. I'm all like, hug a tree. But I have limits on my outdoor time. So I think I need to test my gangster and camp, and I think I would last maybe 3 hours.
I've never been and ain't ever going.
Yeah.
Lori, what about you? Is there
Well,
something
you know,
to
this
test
year I
the comfort zone?
actually got my passport because my nephew was living in Costa Rica, and we were supposed to all spend Thanksgiving in Costa Rica. They had just had a child, but they didn't have access to the vaccine. So we called it off, and they have now moved back to Washington State because Costa Rica is not a very friendly place to act. It's a great place to vacation, where the resorts are very friendly. Is all I'm going to say. And they're very liberal people. So for them to say it was uncomfortable, trying to get someone to help you fix something in your home, or it can be very difficult there.
I'm glad you said that, because I have two really good friends that just got married, and they're looking to buy in Costa Rica. And they're very liberal, very open-minded. They're New Yorkers, born and raised. So that
it is one thing
interesting to tell them
to visit and be in the vacation areas, and it is a whole nother to try to become a resident.
Yeah.
And you have to start a business in order to live there.
Yeah.
It can be very difficult, and you don't have Amazon there. Trying to get something shipped there is very difficult. There's a lot of things they need to look into. It's a beautiful place. They love their compound area, but to go out, there just isn't very much respect, especially respect for women. And she was pregnant, so it was very difficult. So my big idea is I'm going to go to Bali this year.
Oh, nice.
Never been there. It's a big hop and a skip for me, but I'm going to go.
Beautiful. Make sure you go to Ubud, which is maybe 30 minutes from where the resorts are and stuff in Bali. It's beautiful handicraft jewelry.
I will.
And lots of beautiful amethysts there. Beautiful amethysts.
Wonderful. Rick Levine, whom I've met and spoke with, is a very famous astrologer. He holds conferences there each year. And so he was a big motivator for me. But so I think that's what I'm going to do. And that's going to be totally out of character for me.
What about you, Jen?
It's hard to get an Aries uncomfortable because I'm like game for anything. It's like, it's really hard to get me out of my comfort zone. I don't know. Throw cards, Johnny. Tell me what I'm going to get into.
Let's do it. What is Jen Lynn going to do that's out of her comfort zone in 2022?
Get a dog.
Oh, gosh.
Although
I would like to get a dog. It's just I won't get a dog while I live here because when it, like Monday, when it goes negative temperatures below 0 Fahrenheit, I don't want to walk a dog.
Exactly.
100%.
That's why I'm going to probably get a couple of kittens here sometime in the new year, but that's not out of my comfort zone as long as I don't go more than 2. That's the limit.
I think you're going to invest in something.
Well, I'm investing $5,600 into my mouth. I went to the dentist Wednesday and I'm having $5,600 worth of dental failed root canal. Not, like I said, I didn't know a root canal could fail. I've already had the root canal. Now they're going to do another root canal, and then the tooth next to it is also messed up. So I have 2 root canals in January.
I am so sorry.
But that's not even out of my comfort zone because I've had dental issues my whole life. My permanent teeth don't have enamel on them. So I was texting Johnny. I said, I keep thinking of the quote from the movie Reuben with Tom Conti and Kathleen Turner. He always said, I imagine going through life toothlessness by toothlessness. And that's the way I feel. It's like, okay, eventually one day I'm going to probably yank all these teeth out.
Okay. Out of my comfort zone. Well, that's not what the question said. Totally out of character. But something I would want to do that's out of character. Maybe jump out of a plane.
I want to go skydiving. Ooh, let's meet up and do it together.
Now look here. I didn't say I was going to.
I'm only like an hour and a half drive from you. Let's do it.
I'm like, look at my hand itching.
Yeah,
I'm like,
let's do it.
Because I want to do it, but I'm not a thrill seeker. I get out of this chair, I go downstairs, I come back upstairs, I sit in this chair. I don't go skiing on the weekends. I don't go hang gliding on the weekends. You know, I ain't got those type of friends. You know, I just don't. It's not that, you know, are around here pulling me out the house to go do white people stuff. So it's just no.
Cheryl said, getting me out of my comfort zone, I'll take my Christmas tree down.
But I do want to go skydiving. And that would be something that's not in character, but I still want to do it.
I can say that I know so many people who've done it, and not a single one of them said, now I know several who were like, I don't need to do that again. I did it. I'm good. But none of them has said like, I shouldn't have done it. That was horrible. Like nobody has said that.
I've known a few people and none of them regret it.
Yeah.
I will say that. Mm-hmm. Like none of them. Only one of the people that I know said they're not going back because, okay, that's because they didn't want to do it in the first place. Somebody drug them along type of thing. And they was like, you know what? It was cute from up here, but they start getting anxious when the ground gets closer. But none of them said that they regretted it, though.
Yeah.
And so, okay. Autumn, do you want to answer that question?
What's the question?
It's what is something you want to do next year that's totally out of character?
Oh, I've already got my plans for next year.
Is it out of character?
No, because for a long time I was so shut down and I didn't show my face. I didn't talk. I was so far in my cocoon that I just want to be myself. But 2022 for me is going to be the year of art. I am going to be creating books and graphics and I did want to mention, if anybody's interested, I'm doing this thing, hashtag clearing the bookshelves. It's a challenge, which is basically those books that we have carried around for years and years that we've never gotten around to reading. I keep my books in boxes here, these banker's boxes. And so I am going to take a banker's box and put it down, and I am going to open it up, and I am going to pick up a book, and I am going to read it. And I'm going to, in 2022, I'm going to see how many books I can get through that I already own. I'm also taking 12 of the most popular that I haven't read yet, but I have copies of. And if anybody happens to have a copy, the whole point is do not go get a copy. That is the point. But I was going to take one each month, and we could talk about it if somebody else has that on their list. And for January, it's going to be the Night Circus. So, come on by, especially on the Book Art Media channel, which is linked in the description of all the Black and Orange videos. And the clearing the bookshelves challenge. So everybody's welcome because I need space. I have very little. I have very, very little space. I spend so much time trying to organize this, so I need to get stuff out.
Okay, I have one more. Well, a couple more that we'll reach. Oh,
Oh, Ben and Jerry's.
you know,
Nice.
I'm
Yum.
kind of on the fence with them sometimes because they take the smallest carton and they push as many ingredients as they possibly can into one, which is a good thing if that's what you like. But I like simple stuff. Anyway, they didn't ask me to criticize their ice cream. One more question here. Well, not one, but here's the next one. You have to pick island, farm, or mountains. Where do you live?
Island, farm, or mountain?
Yes.
Mountain.
How high is the mountain?
I don't know. It's just mountains.
If it's not too high up, I'll take mountain.
Really? Okay.
I want somewhere where my deliveries will come easily.
Okay.
Very good point. Which kind of takes that island out of that.
We got. Oh, I should have been doing that. Wait a minute.
I don't handle the sun well. I'm too pale, so it'd have to be mountain or farm. And I grew up with cousins that had farms and stuff, and I grew up at the foothills of the Smoky Mountains. So mountains. I like living places where there's hills.
Yeah.
Where you live? I'm gonna put it in there so y'all can vote. Mountain, island,
But not too remote because I like to talk to people. I have to have neighbors.
I've done farm kind of. I grew up in the Sierra Nevada, so I've like done mountains. I don't like being hot, so like I probably shouldn't do island, but I would do island just because I haven't. That's the only geography that I have not experienced yet. Like I've never been to an island, which is like I've been in almost all of the continents minus Antarctica, but I've never been.
I would do island if it was one of the British islands, like Jersey or Isle of Man or something like that.
Jim Lantero. You cannot be a Gemini and choose all of them. Which one? Are you just island, or are you farm, or are you mountain?
Me?
Yes.
I'll say island, but it's got to be a rainy island.
Okay.
I don't do well with sun. I don't be down in the tropics.
Lori, island, farm, or mountain?
Island.
Island.
Yeah, I'm a water baby.
Yeah. Okay. I am going to go. It looks like the chat is saying mountains. I don't like mountain lions. But at the same time, I like open fields and grass and trees in the distance that I could walk to and be amongst them and then get away from them when I want to. So I would say farm. I don't want to take care of no animals, but I would say farm.
It can be a farm where you grow things besides animals.
So we had to win is 41% says mountains, 30 says island, 27 says farm. Okay. So I have another question for y'all.
Okay.
I have to type it first because it's messy for the people on the screen. Okay. Mother. Fat finger syndrome. Okay. Oh, I didn't put myself in there. I have to do that, I guess.
Square peg. I know. We only messy makes me happy because I'm not petty. Extremely messy.
Wait. Like a mother.
Oh, that's a good point, tribal woman. Too many bugs would be on islands. And like bugs that can fly and whatnot.
Okay. Wait 1 second.
What are you doing?
My poll's not cooperating, but I'm going to make a poll in the chat.
Okay, I've done made a mess here.
We'll eat it up. It's all right.
I put a little liqueur chocolate in my Ben and Jerry's,
Ooh.
Damn it.
and
Okay,
I was
well,
unwrapping it. It was from my hairdresser yesterday, and I wrapped it, and it exploded in my fingers.
mm.
And now I've
There's the
wrecked
poll.
my reading table.
Who is most likely to say something embarrassing to the poll?
Who is
I
that?
forgot to put myself in there, though.
Wait, who is? What's the question?
Who is most likely to say something embarrassing to the Pope?
To the what? To the Pope?
Yes.
Well, Aries, no filter.
Adrian's winning by a landslide, though. But I did forget to put myself in the poll. I will say.
I am actually not allowed to go on camera on any meetings because they say that I shut down meetings because my facial expressions are awful. I am the person who cannot, like, I cracked jokes during my mom's funeral because I was just like, why not? It's sad. Let's not be sad. Like, I'm the person you cannot take anywhere. So yeah, I could see that. I'm not even offended at the fact that 71
Adrian would just drive her car through the Vatican.
It'd be like, ooh, y'all heard that? My bad.
Hang on. I think this should be redone where so make sure Johnny's in there.
I'm not in this one. I don't know what to tell you. I
That's
forgot
not
to do
fair.
that. That's why I said it wasn't cooperating, but there you go. Adrian won at 69%.
Yeah.
And then 23, 5, and then 2. Everybody thinks Lori and Autumn are nice. So it's
Lori and Autumn, they know they are well behaved and they're adults. Jen and I sometimes.
It's not that we're not nice. I just have no filter. And I have no poker face. So, like, you know, if somebody pisses me off, you will see flames shooting out of my eyes.
Lori,
I
Lori, we have them fooled.
I'm putting myself in the next one. Okay.
I might have misplaced reverence there.
Oh, I think you can only do 4, so I couldn't put myself in there anyway. So I won't put Autumn in there. I'll stop at Lori then. Who is most likely to burn a pot of water? Go.
Burn a pot of water.
Yes. Y'all gonna be shady. I already see it. What are y'all doing? Why shoot up to number 1 already?
We love you though. When we watched your cooking videos. That's all.
There's no contest. It's going to be
Oh,
Johnny.
Jesus.
Right.
I think the poll's at the top, Roland. Well, it's at the top for me. I'm not.
And you have to click on it to expand it.
Yeah. It ain't going down yet. Oh, it went down a little bit. Thank you for
Only
whoever
if
did
you're
it.
talking about something else. If you're talking, you'd burn it.
89% Johnny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny.
I think we can call that one. What you think?
Yeah. You had
Johnny.
to put the thing up real good, and I was like, Johnny.
Okay. Well, I got one more of these. Wait a minute.
These are fun.
Well, take me out and put Autumn in.
Yeah, I'm gonna take you out of the
You can
next
take
one.
me out since I already, I'm
Yeah, you won too, so I'm gonna
Already
leave
drove
them
through
3
the-
in there.
He already drove through the Vatican.
I can't be around nice people or have nice things.
This is a nice question.
And
I'm
while
gonna set it up.
thank you guys again. The donations are continuing to roll through. Thank you all so much for your generosity.
Last chance for tax write-offs for this year.
So we done a reading a long time ago about if Donald Trump came to you for a reading, would you read for him? And most of us was like, yes, because that would be the opportunity to Say what you need to say what you want to say. So if he's in person with you, now you have the opportunity to say whatever. Who is most likely to pray for Donald Trump? We'll put that in there. Instead of saying all of the other things that you could possibly say.
Why am I not in this poll now?
You're in that one.
You're in there, Lori.
Adrian took Adrian out. So
Yeah, because we already know that. Going.
then she said something wrong to the Pope, apparently. So 86% with Autumn.
Aw, thank you.
Oh, it went down, Lori. Me and you, Jen, not so much.
Pray goes away soon. Is that praying? No.
I love them two mean bastards there. That's all right. Who is likely to pray for Donald Trump?
I'd light him a candle.
Let me hush. Light it and throw it at him. Lord Jesus.
Manifest karma for him.
You all will. Thank you, Linda. See, there you go. Exactly. Well, I'm going to call it. We'll say Autumn. She is most likely to pray for Donald Trump.
Well, thank you guys. It was very sweet.
You and Lori are the nice ones.
I already have several times. Several times.
Okay, I got one more, and don't be offended. Okay.
Autumn, have you prayed for Donald Trump?
Mm-hmm.
So
That I have not. Not that I am opposed to it, but it never came up. So should I leave myself out of this one?
I pray in a way that, and I give thanks for every time he's made a good decision that was helpful for someone.
So
So I
that,
try to
Crazy.
strengthen
All
his
over half the
energy by giving gratitude for any time that he's actually done something that helped somebody.
so basically, you prayed twice in 4
Maybe
years.
a half a time.
Yeah.
So I will leave Jen out of this one.
And Johnny
What?
forgot for 5 years. He just
Yeah.
forgot.
It
Yeah,
just slipped
okay.
my mind.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave Jen out of this one since she's been in all the rest of them. Who is most likely, if we were all president, who is most likely to be impeached? Boom. There you go. Not that we did anything wrong, but who's most likely?
Ooh.
We didn't ask why. Just put your thing.
That's hard.
And everybody's go, oh, Adrian.
No.
That's a hard one.
That's me and Adrian.
And the votes are slow coming in on it too.
Y'all had to think about that one.
Because at
None of you
first we
don't.
were tied. And I was like, okay, I'll accept that. But now I'm kind of.
I don't know. I think I might have.
Well,
to
not
go
that we
for
have some sort
Johnny
of
for this
scandal, but
one.
we would get fired for maybe saying or maybe throwing a book at Marjorie Taylor Greene or
Yeah, I mean, if it's kind of like crawling people to task, yeah. But you
Yeah.
know, I'm pretty boring.
not that we have a scandal, but that
Right.
we just are not we're not the politician type.
Yeah.
Who would be most likely to be?
But you are Gemini, Johnny. You could change. You could
that's a
could
good point.
throw out a policy.
I could change, but is it going to be for the better?
And I'm too like, it has to be balanced as the Libra.
It was a good thing you took me out of this one because I could see myself getting impeached. MGT, go sit your ass down over
I mean, because my mouth.
I could go after somebody. I might, I might be more like a Liz Cheney and then lose it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Priscilla. She says she's not answering that because we are nice.
See, I like that. You're not boring, Adrian.
If you sat in my house for 10 minutes, you'd be like, this is not the same person who's on YouTube.
Adrian, I would sit with you anytime because you always make me smile and laugh.
She's got
Mhm.
stories.
So we're pretty much neck and neck. 15,
I think we all have stories, but Adrian makes them really funny.
Because I choose to see everything through a lens of humor. Just
Yeah,
because,
hindsight's 2020.
you know, I just like, I choose to not. I take certain situations seriously. I just never take myself seriously.
Okay, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we can make it a poll.
Well, what you got?
You're at a poll. Well, who of us has caught the biggest fish?
Biggest fish?
Yeah,
What does that mean? Like an actual fish
fishing.
tank?
Yeah.
Lori,
Who is most likely?
I'm vegan.
I didn't say you ate it. I said you caught it.
Oh no,
That's
you don't.
still, that's
You
still.
don't.
Okay.
That's
it's
even
okay.
more.
Well, then I'll leave you out.
Thank you.
Autumn's out.
Who is most likely to catch the biggest fish?
Okay.
Who has caught the biggest fish?
Oh,
I've
you
never
gotta
been
take me
fishing.
out of that
I've
too.
been fishing, but
I've never been fishing because again, that's not.
So I'm
I
gonna
guess
word
Lori-
it my way, madam. This is my typing.
Lori,
I
when
met
you-
Lori because she's living down there on the coast, but I did catch a king mackerel
How
But I
big
was,
was it?
in Panama City. They're like, I don't
Oh
know,
my
they're
God.
about-
All right,
they're
you're
about a
the
yard
winner.
long.
It's you then. Or Johnny, have you caught anything bigger than that king mackerel?
Maybe this big. I was like 8, and I caught a catfish, and it came out and it was doing this, and I'm like, oh no, what is happening?
and then you gotta smell it, and it's
Nobody told me it was gonna come flopping out of the water because you didn't tell me I was sticking a hook in its mouth either and yanking it out of the only place it could breathe. I'm like,
I mean, it doesn't breathe out of its mouth, but okay.
It can only breathe in the water, is
Right.
what I was saying.
Oh, right.
I caught
I'm
a
like,
cat with a little fish that I caught one time too.
You caught a cat?
An actual cat, because the cat
Oh,
came
Lord.
to steal my fish. It was in a bucket of water.
Oh my God in heaven.
It was flopping around. I can't do it. Lori, you're going to be the fisherman. 52%.
Yeah.
Gave me
Okay,
3.
but Jen Lynn won because the largest grouper I got was like not quite, was just over, not quite 3 feet. So.
But you're the angler. You'll catch something bigger than that one day.
The day I caught the king mackerel, my brother caught like 7 because he lined them up on a chair, and we took
On
a
a
picture
stringer.
of them all lined up.
Okay, I got one more question. We'll go back to cards.
Wait, I got a question.
Wait
Okay.
a second. Sarah Stillwater, I most certainly have prayed for President Trump. I have given gratitude in a high form of prayer, and I have prayed for his soul. Yes, I have. I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
Okay. What's your question, madam?
Would you rather
Uh-oh.
work as a housekeeper for Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, or Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Oh, God. Chat, that's all on y'all, right?
Yeah.
Well, you.
Would you rather work as a housekeeper?
Yeah, that's a good one for MTG, Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, and who was the other one?
That's it.
That's it.
Okay.
I'm going to shorten some of this. Then.
MTG. Or MTG.
That's rough, Chinlin. That's real rough.
That's
That's real rough.
I know who I would.
Who would
Go
you
ahead,
want?
Autumn.
Donald Trump. Because I'm a Scorpio, and I want to know what's hello, Micah. Hello. I want to know what's going on.
late.
I want to know what's going on behind the scenes. I want to know. I want to hear. I want to know. So it would be Donald, but I wouldn't want to
It's
touch it.
close.
I would be in the hazmat suit, complete
All those
Love.
dirty diapers sitting around is what I see.
hazmat.
MTG. Oh, this is going back and forth between MTG and Donald John Trump, which
I would choose
flip the
Trump.
letters, but y'all know who that is.
I would choose Trump too, because you wouldn't really be dealing with him. You'd be dealing with somebody else, and it's just you'd have like incompetence after incompetence, and it would be easy to get away with anything, I think.
You find a stash of Don Jr.'s donut shop and Don Sr.'s
Adderall.
If I was a horrible person, I would work for Stephen Miller, because the closer you are, the more you can do. If I was a horrible person.
Hey, Becca.
Hi, Jenny. Hi, Adrian and Lori and Autumn. And
Happy New Year!
Wait, is it New Year over by you guys yet?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Night is still young.
But I mean, we're getting there, you know.
You guys are like in the future from me.
Got about an hour and 20 minutes, hour and 15 minutes till Johnny's New Year.
Donald John Trump, he wins it. That's who they would work for. Now, I have one more question.
You probably wouldn't get paid if you work for DJT.
He'd be working for free.
And if you're a woman, you're probably getting groped too. So
Before we go to cards,
Hazmat.
I have a popcorn bowl. I don't want it to choke me to death. Okay. Popcorn bowl.
So far, Becca, everybody has decided that Lori would catch the biggest fish. Autumn would be the one to pray for Donald Trump if she did a reading. I am most likely to be impeached, and you cannot like sit next to me or something like that. And
You're the one most likely to say something embarrassing to the Pope.
The Pope. That's it. Johnny, you won something too. I just don't remember what it was.
I would burn water.
You would burn water. And you won that by a landslide.
Yes, I did.
Yep.
I did have one that was specific to Becca, but I won't ask it.
Why?
I will say it though. I did because I want to move on to the other thing.
Okay.
wait,
who is most likely to tell Mother Teresa I ain't Mother Teresa? That was
what did Jenny get most like?
nothing.
I'm innocent. I got nothing. I didn't do anything.
Oh.
She did kind of come close with the saying something embarrassing to the Pope. But
Yeah, she did. But she actually, in all actuality, she did catch the biggest fish. It wasn't me.
Technically.
I was only, by the way, I was only 11 years old when I caught that one.
Wow.
I was
It was
young.
bigger than you then.
In Panama City, Florida, in the Bay.
You had to have people help you bring that sucker in.
My brothers.
And just by the way, people, you release them, you rub their belly, you relax them, you release them back into the water.
Or you can take it home and eat it. Listen, if you don't
Fry it
like
up.
to catch fish and fry it, then don't do it. I mean, I'm not PETA, and PETA don't work here. Okay.
With some cornmeal and some Old Bay.
I only catch something I'm going to eat. That's it.
Okay. I mean,
I don't sport fish to hurt fish and release them, but I do catch fish to eat if I'm going to eat them.
you say that like you admitting something. You ain't got to say it. Like that.
I'm just letting you know.
I'm Lori
only
and I eat fish.
Hunt for fish if I'm going to eat them. That's it.
That's okay. I hate all fish, so you can have all of them. Thank you very much.
I only like certain kinds. That's okay. And I only eat it a few times a year.
You know, Peanut.
What kind you like?
I like swordfish, and I like tuna, and I like mahi.
Oh, you like fancy fish.
Yeah.
Swordfish is really good. It's really, really good. Peanut will not eat shark because he surfs. So he's like, if I eat them, they're going to eat me back. I'm like, I'll eat a shark. Hand it over. I know better than cold water.
Revenge eat. Okay. My last non-political question that you don't need no cards for. So someone tells you that a celebrity is coming to your house. It's somebody that you want to talk to. They are alive. So
Keanu Reeves, now.
They're coming to your house. You open the door, and who is standing there? Adrian, who's standing there?
Wait.
Oh.
I couldn't hear the question. I was laughing so hard.
A celebrity is coming to your house. Somebody you want to meet. You open the door. Who is it?
Ooh, and they're alive.
Yes, has to be alive.
They have to be alive?
Yes, otherwise you're having a whole different kind of conversation.
Yeah.
Well, Jesus is still alive, right?
Yeah, that's what you want. Everybody wants Jesus to come to their house. Think of somebody else.
Another celebrity.
Oh man.
I could also go for Aiden Turner that played Pole Dart. So
Pick one, madam.
I got two. Well, it's hard because Keanu has a new movie out now.
He does.
Okay, I got mine.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, what is it?
Goldie Hawn.
Okay.
Fellow Scorpio, same birthday. Lots of fun.
Jen Lynn, you're sticking with Keanu?
I'll stick with Keanu. He's got a new movie.
Okay. Adrian, no?
I don't know. I can't.
Okay, Becca, what about you?
Adrian BS, come on. Go back in there and pull something out of that lower chakra.
Because we're only allowed to have one, but I want two. So can I pick yours?
Yes,
You can pick your own, madam.
I pass my pick to Becca.
Samuel L. Jackson, and tell me you guys would not be cracking up. And then for me, booty call Henry Cavill. So,
oh yeah,
he's sexy.
Autumn, who would you have?
Dolly Parton.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, I'd love Dolly
Oh,
Parton.
that's a good one.
Yeah, that is a good one.
I'm not even a country, but Dolly Parton is she's the greatest person on 2 feet. I tell you. If you don't like Dolly Parton, you've got to be sick.
I would like Morgan Freeman too, though. God, the voice of God. It's like,
although I've met him and he is not that impressive in person.
okay, I'll stick with Keanu. Keanu's got an interesting life, I think.
So you
Who's
still
not-
pass, Adrian?
Sorry, who's not impressive?
Morgan Freeman. I was just like, okay.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what I was expecting, but what I got was like,
Didn't he also get caught up in that whole Me Too thing?
He did for a little bit. They stopped covering him.
I met Mary Tyler Moore when I lived in New York. I was walking along Central Park and she was walking her little dog early one morning.
how is she? Or did you get to actually say anything to her?
She was very pleasant, very, very nice.
She
I was like, it's Mary.
Benedict Cumberbatch. He's a nice person.
He's interesting. He cracks me up.
Sam Jackson, Seth MacFarlane, Will Smith, Denzel Washington. I would love to meet Denzel Washington, but somebody had mine earlier in here.
Okay.
Beyonce. That's who I would meet. I'm not even a mega fan or nothing, but she fascinates me now. All of us, lately, she has been. And so Beyonce, I would like to talk to Beyonce.
The only reason I picked Goldie Hawn is because she used to have readings. She and Demi Moore, and she's another Scorpio, and they would have readings, and I watched a couple of talks about them. And so, I was doing readings, and I thought that would be just the dream of my life, to read for Goldie Hawn or Demi Moore. And I thought, man, I can do this. I can do this. If I just keep trying, I can get there. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Somehow it's going to happen. So
Shamar Moore. Now listen here.
That would be my dream come true, to have her come to the front door.
You're having a conversation with these people, so
You're not talking to Shamar Moore.
you're not trying to talk to Shamar.
You're saying 2 words.
I think Boo Boo Zen Kitty's got a pick. Who is Boo Boo Zen Kitty's choice? Getting right in the camera.
He would like people to stop using fireworks.
I bet.
Well, at least you can still see him. Zinni is up in the box spring, in a denned out place in the bottom of the box spring of my brother's bedroom when he comes to visit. She's gone.
Can't do it.
He'll do the same thing in a little while when it gets worse.
Let's do some non-political, a few of those before we get back into the mud of it all. Um, Climate change, the big summit that had overseas and all that good stuff. Will there be anything good, any progress made with climate change now that U.S. is kind of back in, the fold, the Paris Accord and all that good stuff? Will anything good come from it?
Paisley has a good question. Who would you be most shocked to see at the door?
Any of them. Because what you doing in my house? Because you got to be in the wrong place. My DoorDash can't even get to my house correctly. I know you didn't.
Mhm. I wish I was getting something good.
Me too. What you get, Autumn?
I have a whole lot of good intentions. I have a whole lot of people, like the people who are trying to clean up the oceans, but it's incremental and it's not enough. And this is really depressing because I'm just getting, we are headed for such chaos and disruption. We need to make massive changes yesterday. I wish I've been trying to read on this. I've been trying to look for a silver lining. I'm just not getting one yet.
Yeah, I'm getting something very similar. There's a lot of anxiety, a lot of fear, because again, the challenge is actually, if I can hold the card, taking action with the King of Swords, King of Wands, owning, taking action. We have to be very careful too, because in our word of warning is the Five of Swords. We've got to be careful. We've got to figure out how to get on top of this. There's also potential too. I wish people could see that there's potential to make money. And I don't mean from a greedy way, but there's ways to save and actually build jobs and infrastructure and things behind it once we get into the actual, we need to save this world before we kill it. But unfortunately, it may be too late. Like Autumn is saying, it needs to be done yesterday.
I don't think it's going to kill it. I for what it's worth, there's somebody said in the chat. I don't think we're all doomed. I don't think we're all going to die. I'm just saying it's going to be pretty awful.
A lot more work to do it by the time we actually get to it, because we haven't been doing it yet. If you could understand what I just said, it made sense.
Yes. Yes. The doctor said you needed to lose 50 pounds in a year, and it is an hour and 5 minutes until midnight, and you have lost nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be facing some consequences in the morning before you can get things ramped up.
Mm-hmm. Jen, what you get?
I got my healer card on the bottom, which is interesting. And then I start with my America is getting plans, starting to get in a small way plans off the ground. So whether that was through the infrastructure bill or something, getting into alternative, solar, big time. And I'm getting something like our work isn't finished. We've got a long way to go. But something about in housing, like how we build housings, something's changing in that we've got more wisdom. We just need to talk about it and get support for it more. But I get a yes, but I also get solar off of that.
Good.
But it's like I'm getting for the U.S. and I think we set an example a lot of times for the rest of the world, whether we like it or not. We a lot of times try to lead, although I do think there's a lot of nations in Scandinavia and stuff that are doing a lot more than we are.
Becca, what you get?
I get yes, but there needs to be a transition in government and in corporations. So
I'm getting yes. There will be some strides made. The Six of Pentacles and the Ten of Cups. There will be some harmony, some working together. This is on a larger scale. So, internationally speaking, there will be good deals and all that good stuff made. Because I get the Ace of Cups and the Three of Wands. There are plans already in action. I do get the thing about the water. This is going to be increasingly a bigger deal, especially since they're warming and storms intensify and things of that nature. So where I get, because these are the first two cards, the problem I get is domestically. We'll move on to the next. Got like a 9-hour rant just once. I said this before. I'm going to say it again. Just because there are two sides does not mean you need to have a conversation. If I say climate change is causing this, you can't then come say climate change isn't real. That pulls the conversation all the way back. Because what we need to be dealing with is the effects of climate change and what to do about it, not to establish whether it exists or not. And so that is why we keep going through this, to where the cooperation meets the tower. We cannot continue to have conversations with people who are trying to drag the conversation backwards. You don't have to agree with me on what to do about climate change, but we cannot be having the conversation on whether it exists or not, because that's stupid. That's the opposite of progress. So domestically speaking, I think that's where our major problems lie, because why wouldn't they? This is what happens when you vote for Republicans. In case you didn't know.
3 hours into our live stream New Year's Eve, we have raised almost $4,000 for Feeding America. Thank you all for your donations.
See? The light in the storm. Okay, moving on to another planet. Mars. Now, they have always said that there's evidence that water was once there because you have riverbeds and things of that nature. But they said the water is still there. There's evidence that it's still there. It's just frozen, of course. Where there is water, there is life. So, is there life on Mars? That's the question.
Cue David Bowie's, half of David Bowie's songs ever written.
yep.
Okay, so the question
Is there life on Mars?
okay. In autumn, I was putting my blueberry cobbler into the oven, and my guide said that I was very rude and insensitive to you, and I'm very sorry.
Oh no, you never have anything.
I just wanted, I didn't understand your, I didn't fully take in what you were saying when you said you were vegan. So they said I was rude. So I just wanted to let you know I'm sorry.
Well, no worries. I adore you to pieces.
But I make mistakes, so I made a mistake.
Nah, we're good.
I think we all did. We didn't take into account.
I just made a mistake.
You speak for yourself. I meant what I said now.
I'm not like Adrian and pissing the Pope off on purpose, you know. I'm like,
if you want to eat fish, you eat damn fish. That's what I said. You don't want to, you don't have to, because they nasty anyway. So, Mars, is there life? Anybody got something?
Oh, that's my outcome card. That's my community life tribalism. So yeah, that's my outcome, which is great because the other 9 cards made no cats. That's so. Whoo, I'm gonna stop because I was confused.
Because I'm not a extraterrestrial reader. And so my cards don't ever line up with space questions. So I always look to one to give me the answer.
Yeah, that's what
That's what I asked Spirit for. Give me the answer.
Right. What, none of these make sense. Like, what story are you? Help me, Spirit. And I was like, oh, okay. So yeah.
Because it's microscopic probably anyway, or like the tardigrade or something like that. So,
that's what I was thinking. I didn't think there was, something that looks like a human. I was just some type of, microscopic life form or something. And yes.
Yeah, it's frozen too.
A little colony of isms is existing. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah, I get like something is clinging somehow, like that there was secure life there, but it needs healing. It's not balanced there anymore, and there was a disruption that like took it away. But I get we are going to travel there. It's interesting. I keep getting stuff like we're going to travel there, and I think structurally look at how can we bring change to it to try to bring it back somehow. I get it was there in abundance at one time.
Yeah, I'm getting the same thing. And there was a disruption. There was life. There was like this happy family of organisms, and then something went. They had a kerfluffle.
Kablooey, like
something didn't go right. I get the same exact thing. I still get that there's something there, but it is challenged.
What you getting, Autumn?
I'm getting if there's something there that's fossilized. There was it was a long on a planet long ago. A planet far away, really, if you want to walk there. On a planet long ago, there were just the conditions were brutal. They're absolutely brutal. When we finally go to Mars, which we will, they're going to dig up every last bit of soil. They've tested every last thing you can possibly test it to, like, but what they've got is, it just couldn't really, there wasn't enough of what it needed.
Yeah.
And if there's anything, it's fossilized and it might not even be a full thing. It's like the building blocks, we found the building blocks-ish type something. Yeah.
Wow,
But
I didn't
Yes.
expect this.
Say again, Lori?
I said I didn't expect this, but Johnny got a yes too.
I get a yes, but it is dead or cryo frozen type of thing. It's in stasis because I get the 8 of Swords and the 5 of Pentacles, so it's not like thriving. And with the 8 of Swords, it's stasis. With the Moon, it's it's future. Now they say, let me say this. They say, now none of us was there, but this is what they say. This is their emerging truth right now, is that it was kind of like Earth. It was hit with asteroids or something big, pushed it out of orbit, it froze.
Yeah.
It was kind of like wet and fertile like Earth is, but its orbit became a different thing, and now it's stuck where it is. So it's frozen. They think if you thaw it out, then you get to see what's under there, because they also think the tardigrade, like I said before, that came from there. And the tardigrade is on Earth. And so they think that when pieces of Mars was flung into space, some of that landed here and was able to thaw and live. So I think it is, but whatever it is, it's in, because mind you, there's also a story that says the surface of Mars is red. Underneath is something else. And so they're doing some digging. They're going to find something though. Anywho, another planet, and then we'll move on back into the dirks, if you will. Pluto, will it be reclassified as a planet?
Oh, I thought it already has been.
No.
No.
Let me read this thing. No, ma'am.
Pluto.
Okay.
The Pluto card. Boom.
I thought it was out and then it was in and was out and it's in.
It's still out.
What?
Because Pluto, they say the definition of a planet.
Because it's
Pluto
a dwarf
doesn't-
planet.
They call it a dwarf planet. What some of
Am I a
them
dwarf?
also want to call it, which they're not accepting, is a comet. It's not really a planet either. It's not a dwarf planet. It's a comet. Now, what they're saying, though, these researchers, they're not with
Yeah,
NASA. They're outside of
not a
NASA.
dwarf.
They said that the definition of a planet, what they used for Pluto, came out of astrology, and that's folklore. So it can't be true. So they need to redefine Pluto as a planet. And then under their definition of a planet, you would have 150 planets in our solar system, including
Eris.
yes, and then all of the moons of Jupiter and so forth and so forth. So will it be reclassified as a planet?
Okay. Well, it's just like Pluto to like have to die and regenerate itself.
The planetoid is another thing they throw around.
Will it be reclassified? Will Pluto be reclassified?
No,
I'm getting no.
Resource dinosaurs. I'm done with the cards. Right
Yeah.
All right, then I guess then Autumn and I will be led by Mars then as our leader for whatever.
Because mind you, these people are not with NASA, and NASA was part of the group of people that declassified it in the first place. So they're not gonna, I guess, take the word of some people on the outside. So,
oh, I think I'd like to see somebody try to take in astrology, take the rulership of Scorpio out of Pluto's hands. Because Scorpions are such gentle, laid-back creatures who aren't fixed and stuck in their ways, and their favorite word isn't mine.
It's interesting. I've got the King and Queen of Wands and the Emperor and the Empress, like all this masculine, feminine energy, and it's image. It's all image that they are fighting and conflicting with how it's structured. And I get a no, but I think it's really funny that I got these masculine, feminine
I think too
things going on.
is my initial outcome card was the Seven of Cups. I kept pulling clarifiers and just kept getting murkier. I think it's gonna also do this. Is you is or is you ain't? Are we grilling or are we barbecuing? Do we put it in its own classification? Do we come up with a new one? Like, I think there's just going to be a lot of, we don't quite know how to classify this still going forward.
yeah. Okay.
Poor
Here we
Pluto.
go.
Well, okay, so are you going? I'll go after you, Johnny.
No, you go ahead. I already went. I was gonna go to the next thing.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I got the Tower card. So what's going to happen to Pluto?
It's a dwarf planet. That's its name right now, and that's what they're going to call it. And mind you, they call it that because I probably think they got a lot of
So
space
I'm
to be
the Queen of
classified.
Cups, and she has something else to say about this.
A lot of people did win
And
that.
I get the Death card and change. So I think maybe in the future, maybe way after this, I don't know, maybe it gets hit by an asteroid. Something's going to happen to Pluto, and it isn't going to be pretty. That's all I can say. I hope it doesn't affect all Scorpios everywhere, because I'm about as Scorpio as you can get. I have a stellium with Scorpio.
Poor Pluto.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
What?
Biden had a talk with
Hootie.
the Vlad,
Hootie too.
saying, "Hey, you can't charge into Ukraine like that's your backyard and start causing no kerfuffle." And I'm pretty sure Vladimir Putin is going to listen to what Joe Biden had to say. So what I want to know is, what is the, I don't want to say outcome because that's too confining. What is going to happen next with Russia and Ukraine? Is he going to invade, or is he going to, because he's been threatened with international reaction or whatever he said and sanctions. So
will Putin and Russia invade Ukraine?
Yeah, because NATO, I think, was talking about sending troops from different countries there. And
to support them, support Ukraine.
And Russia said they were removing 10,000 troops, and the satellite showed that all they did was reposition them and add more.
Mm. Thank you, Karen.
For now, what I've got here is it's going to be it's not going to be invaded for now. It's kind of touch and go. There's an awful lot of worry, but I've got NATO right in the middle. I've got the oligarchs do not want any more sanctions, and so they're giving some pushback to they're telling Putin, look, we got the port, and the rest of it is your ego. We don't need the rest of it. We got the port, and now we don't need all these extra sanctions. I'm getting NATO and Ukraine, but it feels like it's for now. So I don't know beyond that.
Lori, what you get?
Okay, so they act like they're going to try to talk, but the challenge is they're not all there. Okay, they're really not all there. And then we have Johnny's false night.
Yeah.
I'll make you an offer, but I got secrets, and I'm going to invade a place to get what I want. So I'm getting a yes. But I don't think it happens right away. I think, like Autumn said, he makes like this false night offer of placating them for a short period of time, and then he moves in to get what he wants. He's gonna do it. Why would you spend? All right, forget common sense. We're doing cards. Let's just go with the intuition. He's going to do it. He's going to do it.
Yeah.
Adrian, what you get?
Very similar. I get eventually it's going to happen because it ends with the King of Swords. Clarified it with the Empress, Seven of Cups, and Knight of Swords. So he's talking, saying what he's going to do now, but he's going to keep strategizing is what I keep getting, because also in the word of warning is the Eight of Pentacles. So he's brewing some stuff up now that we need to watch out for, because the chickens are going to come home to roost at some point. He's going to come and get what he wants. Also, too, initially he's holding out because of the Four of Pentacles at the base and the Ten of Wands at the crown. He holding out now is like, it's a little burdensome, but I know if I hold out now, I keep putting these puzzle pieces together. There's some things that he's going to come to light with the sun. Then he's going to go in and attack and do what he needs to do. So don't be surprised. I think he's playing the long game, but that's Putin. He's a Libra. We play the long game.
What you get, Jen?
yeah, I get slow and steady. He's in the long game. It's like, defending himself. I get, he's every day like that. He focuses on that and trying to steal it, robbing Peter to pay Paul, feeling very smug. I get right now Temperance and blocking him, like, so he's kind of waiting, but he's got plans. He's ready to move into action. He's just tempered for the moment. And I get he same thing Lori did, like he tries to make friends. Surprisingly, here I've got Russia, I've got a foreign leader from somewhere else, and my America card. So and I feel like, somewhere in Europe, whether it's France or something, like he tries to make friends, but he's not giving up. He's just, it's a game.
Good night, me, myself, and I.
I get Temperance and the Seven of Wands. So yes, there's some defending. There is also some working together. Now, this is not working together as some coalition. I get the defense of Ukraine cannot be ignored. So when Biden says we have troops there, such and such has troops there, if you, Russia, fire on them, you're firing on us, blah, 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 that type of thing. So you've caused more of a stink than you thought. It's not just you versus Ukraine, now it's you versus France in the USA and blah, blah, blah. So that right now keeps him at bay. This right now, however, is not permanent. I get the Sun and the Swords. It's still coming. It's still a thing. It's still there. It's obvious. It's a waiting game, quite honestly. The Nine of Cups, it's what he wants in the moon. He's still plotting. He's still planning. He's still treacherous. He's still under the surface with a whole different type of thing. And then, mind you, let's give the president some credit. Biden knows this, so this is not. He's not the fool. He knows. He knows, and he was there for the Obama years, so he knows who this person is. So we can. I won't say rest easy because that's not such a thing in that context because they got nukes too. But at the same time, Biden does know who Putin is.
Can I just add that for anybody who doesn't know, the reason we really do owe protecting Ukraine was because we promised to protect them if they gave up their nuclear weapons. For anybody who doesn't know that. So what, we made them give up their nuclear weapons and now we just go, oh, well. Anyway, I also get eventually Putin will, but he's kind of trotting off a little bit by himself and he is going to regret it. Who is going to regret it? I've got burdens. I've got towers. I've got oligarchs working against him behind the scenes. I've got sanctions. I've got companies. Where is it? I've got merchants not working with them. Don't do it, Vlad. Don't do it.
Their economy, it's crazy how rich the oligarchs are. Their economy is equal to Italy, which is tiny, compared to Russia's. It's
All
insane.
the money's in their pocket.
Yep.
So moving on to the next potential catastrophe, China and Taiwan. Is there going to be any progression in hostility there is the question, because China says to Taiwan, if you try to declare independence, then you will be met with some sort of backlash.
And they're not playing. They mean like booyah caboose, yeah, like not pretty.
Johnny, I think you're very close to your microphone because I think you're rubbing up against it quite a bit.
Mine is far away. Somebody is echoing, but it's not mine.
It was mine when I placed it on. Should I take it off and try again?
You sound fine to me.
Okay, good. It just
It's happened when you talk.
Me?
Yes, I hear the feedback because, mind you, they say don't put your microphone behind your speakers. Mine's in front.
Yeah, mine's in the front.
I don't have a speaker on. I've got an AirPod.
See, yours is yours. Okay, let me mute and then you talk.
Okay. Actually, what I was thinking was when you were actually rubbing up against your microphone.
Oh no, mine's not even in arm's reach.
Okay.
It's far away.
It's funny when you muted Johnny, she
It went
didn't have
away.
the echo.
Yeah, when Johnny muted, and so it may be a StreamYard thing, you guys.
Yes, very much so. Very much so.
Because now it's gone.
Yeah.
There we go. All's well. All's well.
Oh, this ain't looking good. I've only pulled 2 cards.
This is why I don't know. I don't get why anybody wants to be president of the United States. I really don't. Everything in the world's your problem.
Because you got to be bent a little bit. This is not looking pretty. Please give me a pretty outcome card.
Well, if a Republican gets into office, that'll be it for Taiwan. That's it. They're done.
Ukraine too.
They're cooked. South Korea's cooked. Taiwan's cooked. Ukraine's cooked. They're all cooked. This isn't good.
This isn't good.
What you get, Adrian?
It's not good. I can't. Hold on. Yeah, it ends with judge. I put a clarified cards. It ends with judgment. Here's the thing. It's already brewing. It's just waiting to happen. Starts off with the Seven of Pentacles. Those seeds have been planted, waiting to harvest. The whole government is the challenge with the Hierophant. That's what's the challenge. There's some financial things they want to hold on to because with the Four of Pentacles wanting to hold on and the Three of Pentacles, they know China is like over my dead body. There's money. This is our financial thing. We're not going to let it go. So yes, we mean it when we say we're gonna blow you up. Booyaka gat if you try to run away. Not wanting, I think they felt like China has felt like they've tried to hold on long enough to try to make friends. And China also has friends too who agree with them in other countries that are like, we will back you up. That's what's a little scary because again, the devil's in the emotions. This is not a force to be reckoned with. They don't know where the crapper go blind though, because they also know that if we use force, other people may be forceful with us. So we don't really know what to do, but we know what we want to do. Keeping the whole everything intact, the community intact with the Four of Wands is kind of what you need to do. However, with the Fool, they're going to go off on do what they want to do, maybe, and not necessarily what they need to do. I pulled, and that's when I started pulling clarifying cards and get the Page of Cups and a Page of Pentacles, the Empress, and the Judgment. I just don't see this playing out well. I don't.
Lori, what you get?
I don't see happiness with this at all. This is a big problem. Sun is on its side. It's going to come down to moral values. And I also think I put this as a timing card of the time of Taurus. So early spring, April, May, I think there's going to be a change. And that is going to define what happens and who's in alliance with who at that time. I think it's going to be early spring.
Jen, what'd you get?
Just a mess. It's like the Chinese government, I get, is bullying, pushing. I get there's going to be some changes, big changes. But I also get that there's like talks going on between the leaders and trying to come up with options and choices, bickering and arguing about it, how they are going to structure it. I think for a little while they're going to make them anxious and kind of walk away, leave them alone. But it's not going to end well because I get the Tower and Three of Swords. I don't know why, but I'm getting Russia gets involved.
Do we want to see if Taiwan is going to be able to
maintain their independence?
Can we do that? Can we look at that real quick?
Yeah, Autumn, what did you get on this?
Please. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm getting closer to what Jenlyn, but I guess I'm the Pollyanna around here. I definitely get Taiwan's sitting there working away, and they are really, there's a lot of scary stuff going on. But right in the center of everything, I've got a Temperance card, and then I've got a Justice card. And it feels like China making some moves that internationally, it's, some decisions have to be made. But I've got a lot of diplomacy going on. There could be a suspension of the Taiwanese government as it is, but at the same time, it doesn't feel like the biggest catastrophe. I don't know why. I don't know why I wouldn't. So ignore me, because apparently,
No,
you know,
I mean,
no. But I always say it's the consensus among readers that's most likely to.
well,
is
we
what's gonna
didn't get
happen.
the tower. We didn't get the. Did anyone get the tower?
I had the tower, and I just
you
asked,
did.
will Taiwan maintain their independence, and I got to start with the tower.
So I think that
Fighting.
it's a different thing to be the bully in class when there's no teacher present.
Yeah.
And it's different when the teacher is present. You may shoot the victim a look, but you won't move towards them because the grown-up's in the room. There's the Judgment and the King of Pentacles. This is going to be a pattern. This is going to recycle. It's going to go and come and go and come. So next week you'll hear about China and Taiwan, and then next week you won't, and then the next week you will, because it's going to keep going back and forth. China and their one China rule is not letting this go, because you're the one that's keep getting away, and we can't have that. And so I do get with the 9 of Cups and the 8 of Swords, their desires, they have no power to really change this. And now, mind you, it's a whole bunch of Chinese. And if they decided they wanted to start a war, I wouldn't pull the 8 of Swords. But this is saying their desires are not within reach. They are a bit powerless to obtain this because there is still a King of Cups. There's still a Biden. There's still strings he can pull. There's still manipulations he can do. There are other there's power within Joe Biden. I know that our army is not as big as the Chinese army, but Joe Biden, as they say, whether you agree or not, we're not even talking about that. That the president of the United States is the most powerful person in the world, whether they have a bigger army or bigger economy or not. So he still has a lot of pull, with China threatening Taiwan, but not actually moving on Taiwan. So it's not impossible, because, you know, it's just not, because China still has some strings that they can pull anywhere, everywhere. So
Yeah, I pulled cards again. I'm still getting cups. I'm still getting diplomacy, Biden, temperance, to try to keep the money moving, the money flowing, the trade. If China's holding most of our national debt, if they wanted to end us, they could tomorrow.
They could. Yeah.
They could just flatten us, but it would hurt. It would blow back on them, and that's what they're afraid of.
Because there wouldn't be anyone to buy their product. So they can't kill us because we buy everything from them.
And we owe the money, so you kind of can't.
Right.
You can kill the person who you won't get your money back, though.
Right. No. So you could. So that wouldn't work. But we did set them up. We put all of the production over there, we purchased everything from there, and now we're pulling everything back.
yeah.
So, but I think Taiwan.
You okay? Lori, are you okay?
There was just some sort of explosion.
People outside.
No, I mean, it wasn't like a regular.
It was
Not
like
a firecracker.
Okay, so anyway, I think Taiwan is gonna. I'm with Autumn with this. I think they're gonna actually be okay in the long run. I think they're gonna be able to hold it. But Russia is trying to make a problem here, and I don't know what that has to do with China or.
I think it does.
Figure these diabolical minds, you know. I feel like we're in a
China
Batman
and Russia
show.
are both kind of anti-US right now. So enemy of thy enemy type thing.
And they're going to make some BS promise to Taiwan that they can't fulfill. They could go, their whole Taiwanese independence come to completion, and they're going to have to move on.
I would love to visit there. I hear it's really wonderful.
It's my really good friend of mine is from Taiwan, and it is absolutely beautiful. She shows me pictures all the time, and I'm nosy. I'm like, girl, let me see you talking to your auntie on the Zoom. want to Zoom with your auntie. It's just.
Is it easy? I mean, do they cater to American people? Because Japan does not. Japan does not. My nephew worked for Walt Disney and opened the Disney in Japan, and my brother went to go visit him there, and there aren't like English street signs or anything, so it's very easy to get lost if you don't know anyone there. It's very, very difficult to navigate your way around. It's really, really, really difficult.
The buildings aren't numbered sequentially.
Okay, is that what it is?
That's part of it. It's a mess.
I told my brother, I said, because we wanted to plan a trip overseas because neither one of us has been. And I said, wherever we go, the street signs have got to be in English.
They are not
a lot of countries.
And it was and you know, my brother has been through the military. I mean, he was a Coast Guard, whatever, but for a long time. And he said it was the only time he got weirded out because you could get turned around there, and there aren't enough English-speaking people there to help you if you get turned around. So it's
like I can guess my way through France because I know a very, very tiny bit of French. And French and Spanish I can kind of do, but
yeah, because French and Spanish you can pick the root word out many times. Spanish is really easy to pick the root out. French is not as easy. French is much harder.
I'd have to guess my way through France, that is for sure. But I could do it. Okay. So, you know what? Let's get petty for just a small moment, if we could, since I want to. Ted Cruz's daughter
God.
is tweeting about him. Apparently, she does not agree with many of his positions and things of this nature. I don't know if it's the same one who acted like he had cooties, but
yes,
it's the same one.
She's 13 now. She's quite pretty, actually, but she's got a TikTok account. But she's the one that was pushing him away every time he tried to kiss her when she was younger.
So, what is his relationship with his family? Do any of them like him?
What was she saying?
She said
basically, go ahead.
She said that she didn't agree with many of his positions on TikTok in a video.
Which, if you are a public figure, like, don't do your daddy like that. Like,
no, your daddy like that. She's with the shits. She's like, no.
like everybody else, she talks trash on her own dad.
If I was a public figure, neither one of my children would have a TikTok anything. They'd have a TikTok across their ass from the iron that I put in the fire to brand them with.
She's kind of like Kellyanne Conway's daughter. She's got a lot of confusion going on. You can tell she's got a lot of things, like she's into her looks and everything. And granted, she's 13 years old, but she's as confused, I think, as Kellyanne Conway's daughter. So what's the question, Johnny?
What is the relationship like?
Are they confused, or do they just know their parents ain't worth two dead flies smashed in a bucket of piss?
Eve, you do know people speak English outside of the U.S. I just wanted to throw that out there at you.
I'm getting that I was actually asking about the kids in general, and I was getting that parts of the family, like the kids themselves, or maybe the kids and the mother, great, fabulous. He's actually not there all the time, which can make a big difference. And the whole world just beats on him, and what he does is blowing back on them at school, on social media. So in a sense, on the one hand, you want to be respectful of what your parent is doing. At the same time, people are not being respectful to her, and I'm mainly getting that there's a frustration level that you can try to keep it secret or bury it, but there's a huge frustration level that has built up. I think it would do him a lot of good and do the country a lot of good, but it would do him a lot of good to step down. As long as he's in office, as long as he's still out there protecting Trump, protecting the man who told, called their mother ugly, and did nothing, and then went and was kind of that. As long as Cruz is out there being a politician, his home life is going to be crappy. Excuse my language. And yeah, but if he would step down and get a real job and actually be home more, there's more of a chance they would get along. Because right now, as much as the personal interaction with their father, they're getting an equal amount of publicity, all of this. That's what I'm getting.
Adrian, what you get?
Oh, these people! I swear, there's not a gremlin card that shows up for each one. Like every time.
Bright light. Right.
Just put it in a microwave, for crying out loud. He cannot foresee. He is not in tune to his family and their needs with the the third eye chakra and the solar plexus chakra. He just cannot anticipate his family's needs. He is just so disconnected from them. A lot of sacral chakra energy too. That's a whole bunch of relationships. Okay, Lori, I got it too. I was like, what was that explosion?
Is that your first one?
Woo! No, this one was because they've been going off all night, but this one was really intense where I was like, okay, do I need to take cover? Like, what's going on? The relationship is crap. I'm just going to be honest. Sacral chakra, a lot of sacral chakra relationship sucks. Root chakra issues too, with the whole family tribalism and grounding. Autumn, I do think I agree with you. If he stopped working or actually did something where he was with them more, could help the relationship. And also they could kind of also go, wow, we really preferred you more when you were gone. We'll see how it goes. And then just love, inner child. He needs to heal himself because he carries that baggage into the relationship. Whatever malfeasance his parents had and instilled in him, he's carrying that. He has not healed that yet. And his children see it, they smell it. It wouldn't surprise me if that's how his father was with his mother. People were probably saying horrible things about his mother, around his father, and the father just didn't do anything. Because you have to learn that. That's not like, I just can't see somebody just going, oh yeah, on a public stage, somebody called my wife ugly, and I'm gonna just sit back and let him do it. So,
I mean, if you're let me hush.
If you're a what?
It was very vulgar. I'm going to say
it is in his astrology, because he has Chiron, which is square, and so that wound that will not heal is grinding up against his sense of self all of his life, and he's not using it in a positive way. So if people
totally
pick up,
you said that when we did that political personas reading, I totally forgot about that too. You just brought that back up. Good point.
Yeah. So so people can, when you say can like smell it, it's like blood in the water. He's got that weakness. He's got that something he really needs to deal with. He really needs to, he needs lots of therapy, and then heal the inner self, then be better to use his own wounds to heal others instead of trying to be King Cruz. He's not here to do that.
Jen, what you get?
I get it's all image, so it's all superficial, their relationship. They don't have one because, daddy, give me my money, talking to daddy, and every time they talk, they argue, and she blocks him. Every time he tries to cling to her, she blocks him. But she has a lot of fun and victory with his money, makes plans, and she's just young and immature is what I'm getting. He's gone a lot. But I also get that he may try to isolate her, like send her off to boarding school or something, He may try to find a way to isolate her, but there's a lot of lies and betrayals and manipulations going on in that family. It's like, it's just garbage.
Becca, what you get?
Did Lori go? Or you want me to go?
That's okay. You can go. I'll go after you.
Okay. I got woman, bouquet, scythe, cross, and ship. Not happy at all. If anything, there may be a lot of resentment for her taking the blame about some sort of vacation or a trip. Because of this.
Autumn lost it. She lost it.
The cross and the ship.
My daughters made me do it.
Very cutting, like sharp. But also, I'm on point with what Jenny's saying. There may be a want to send her away, to distance.
Yeah, it's her problem. It's not his.
Yeah, because the question was, what is his relationship like with his family? And there's a woman there that's not happy about taking the blame about a vacation. So that's what I'm getting.
What you get, Lori?
This isn't good. And the more now, when they were young, when she was younger, this was actually fun and happy. They actually had some good times together. And then it got bad. It got bad, and I'm just going to say from what I'm seeing here is that I think really it's about the money, and unfortunately, I'm not seeing any loving cards here. I just think this is really about her plan on what she can do, maybe to try to get his love, but if she can't, then she'll take his money. Then I think that's just where she's at. If I can't get his love and I can't get his attention, then I'm going to try to get his money. That's what I'm getting. There's no cups, no starry night. There isn't any hopeful anything here. It's really quite sad. Really.
It was interesting too. Like she was saying in their Christmas photo, she had on like a midriff top, and they photoshopped it to extend her top down to make it longer, so she wasn't showing
and then
her
where
belly.
is where you are the parent and there is a child? It's like the Obamas. Did they have one scandal with their children? Not even one. Not one.
It's like if she wore something inappropriate for a photo that you were going to be sending out to other politicians or your constituents or whatever, go make her change. Why did you just okay, fine.
How did she buy it in the first place?
Well, he's not a present parent. He's not a loving parent. He doesn't have. Okay, and then
that's typical. Like, let me camouflage it. Let me Photoshop it later to make her look like she's got on a longer shirt.
I wonder though. I wonder if she gets a lot of crap at school. They got to know who her parents are, and Ted Cruz is always.
I'm sure she goes to very private, well-paid schools, along with all of the other.
I know, but that doesn't mean that
private school
current kids, especially when your dad is cell phoning every day on Twitter when he thinks he's being cute, and the whole internet comes down on him.
I'm sure she is with all of the. She lives in Texas, Becca.
I know.
But
I'm sure she's with all of the other Texans, rootin' tootin', white racists. Put
But
there's
at the same time, those people's fathers and mothers are not Ted Cruz.
Exactly. So
And I also, let me say this too, because what I get is he is trying to be the politician. He wants the pretty kids and the pretty wife and the pretty picture. He does not really invest in them because he's not, in his mind, he's not supposed to.
He
They're
is
just
never
window
going to
dressing.
make it. He's a wolf man. He's
He's
never
a
gonna make it.
wallet and they're the family. That's pretty much what that is. But anywho,
The moment that he didn't stand up for his wife, he lost.
mhm.
The very
something.
moment.
because his kids are going to remember that for the rest of their lives. That they're
And
And you can't tell me that his kids aren't hearing about that at school. Oh, Donald Trump called your mom ugly and your dad totally took it.
She's
Hey,
on Twitter and TikTok.
the reason why you guys went to Cancun. That's your fault. Like, yeah, I don't care where you are. Kids are buttholes, and even
then they're so shallow, they're like, well, let's just go party anyway.
But she's on Twitter and TikTok and everything. She's social media savvy, so she's got to see all the crap
She
that people
has
say about him.
She doesn't have any love. She has coins. She had no cups.
And I didn't see her mother anywhere.
There were no. I didn't either, actually, Jenlyn. Now that you say that,
there's nobody.
I didn't see that either. Not fascinating.
Okay, next we are going to talk about.
Donnie
I've seen
is
this
like
on the-
next.
Yeah, we done talking about Cruz. The next person, just as gross, but his name, somebody put this in the community post. I had to look it up though. Rick Celebi. He was a former senior producer at CNN. I believe there's two people here, Rick Celebi and John Griffin. One worked for Tapper, one worked for Cuomo. But that doesn't play into my question. So I just wanted to put that out there, though. They were producers. So the former senior producer, Rick Celebi, Saleeby, he is now being charged with child exploitation and child porn and all that stuff. He is pleading not guilty, however. So what will be the outcome? Will he be found guilty?
What party was he from?
No, he was a producer at CNN.
Oh, shit. Wow,
And
that's
he
big.
either worked for Tapper or Cuomo. I forget which one. But
Wow. Oh, my God. Why can't people keep their penises in their pants?
I mean,
did y'all read that story where this mother helped her 12-year-old daughter put her on a plane from, it says the mother lives in Florida, it's not, but the girl was in Texas. She put the girl on a plane so the 12-year-old girl can go meet up with a 30-year-old man and have sex in Georgia. The mother paid for the plane ticket and the hotel. And I'm like,
I didn't hear that.
make it make sense, please. That's disgusting.
It isn't any different. It really isn't any different from Hillary Clinton's grandmother putting her mother on a train when she's 8 years old. Like, where are you going to go? You know, like, what's going to happen to you? What do you think's going to happen to you? All right. Rick Celebi. Celebi?
I guess that's how you said it. Saleeby.
Rick Celebi's child porn. Is he going to be brought up on charges?
He's being investigated by the Child Exploitation Unit.
Yeah, he gonna be in somebody's prison yard. Yeah, I get that he is. This is actually going to be pretty rough. There's some secrets that are going to come out too that they're going to take action on. So this is just the beginning of everything. There's also some support. There's some support to help bring this out because they're going to show how he used his position to lure and get these kids in. Yeah, there's Ten of Swords, death, Ten of Wands, burden, or loss. And the case they have against him too, because I got the strength card as the outcome, and this is when I did more clarifying cards. Yeah, the government, they're gonna get involved. They're gonna come down hard on it. So yeah, I think he is.
Thank you, CC Ryder. She clarified in the chat. He was Jake Tapper's producer, just fired. He was caught seeking photos of underage girls. Jen, what you get?
I get kind of like what Ghislaine, how she would prey on the ones that like had bad homes or didn't have money or whatever. That's what he was doing. He was, trying to befriend. I don't want to say impoverished, but like young people that were going through a hard time. It was a manipulation. He's, bullying. He's facing the tower. He is totally going to have an action taken against him. And I think Fox may also, because there's judgment, there's payouts that are going to come. And the payouts have been to some of the kids, not payouts like through the courts. He's in for a fight with Fox, as well as legal fights I'm getting. He's going to end up in court, but he's also going to be on a registered offender website, I'm betting.
Mm-hmm. Becca, what you get?
We're going to nail him to the wall. So that's what I get. He's going bye-byes.
Autumn, what you get?
Grossness.
Mm-hmm.
It's children sneaking away with something you shouldn't have. This has been going on for a while, and he thought he could do whatever he wanted. His ego just grew and grew and grew. And he did this. He spent a lot of time on this. And when they raided his house or looked at his computer or did whatever, they walked off with a lot of evidence. He's a scumbag. That's what I'm getting.
Mm-hmm. What you get, Lori?
Entertainment only. You too.
I think this is so further spread than what we understand. This is a worldwide thing. It's way beyond our capacity to understand. The manipulators and manifestors and the way makers to make this happen. And there is an end coming to it. Lady Justice will come, and there is an end coming to it. But it's, I think it's really difficult. But I think everybody that's involved comes to the ways of the means of the end.
So I get, yes, it was CNN for those in the chat. I get 5 of Cups fell out. Take it for what it's worth. You don't have to take it at all, but this is what the card says. He does have some regrets. Now, me being petty, I would say you more than likely regret you got caught, but there are some regrets still there. We'll go on. The Judgment card, however, with the 4 of Cups. I mean, this he can say not guilty all he wants, but this is a foregone conclusion. The only thing slightly in his favor, the Star and the 2 of Pentacles, his future is still in the balance. Because, like Lori said, this is a bigger thing because he was soliciting photos of underage girls, which means he was trying to buy them from somebody. So this is a thing. This is a network. These are other people still involved in this. And you are a lead producer with CNN. And so this is going to be ugly on the company and then blah, blah. So it's a bigger thing. His future, though, is still hanging in the balance with the World and the 7 of Cups, too. So he's still got a lot that he needs to come to Jesus on, whether or not you're going to go down by yourself or you're going to take the rest of them with you and try for a lighter sentence.
But
so,
But did most of you get that he's cut at the end? There's a final ending. What did you get? Because I'm sorry, my cat.
Yeah, he's going to jail though.
What did you guys? Did you get final ending?
Isolated, like so either on a registered sex offender, probably some jail time too.
Lori, people in chat are saying if you moved your microphone, they're having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, I put it down. Oh, sorry.
And we got 3 minutes till New Year's.
Thank you so much. I put it down. I was trying to help my kitty cat.
We got 3 whole minutes until at least our new year.
So the East Coast.
Okay, then while we're doing that, let me ask y'all.
Happy New Year to Kitty Cat.
Oh, Happy New Year. Look at that sweet face. Oh, look at that sweet face. Look at that good kid.
Lucy's upstairs making herself like a rug on a heating vent.
So I'm going to ask y'all a question. No cards are needed. So we'll ring in the new year with this while we're talking then. Something you are looking forward to looking back on in 2022. Like, what did 2021 bring you that was worth looking back on? Something to be grateful for 2021.
I'm grateful for everything all the time. All the time. I spent an hour and a half, I don't know, was it yesterday or the day before? An total hour and a half writing gratitude list. But I did Ancestry DNA for the first time.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm really grateful for that because I'm not who I thought I was. and it was so funny because what is the name of that guy? Lewis?
Dr. Lewis Henry Gates.
Yes. And he started Who Do You Think You Are? And then it became Finding Your Roots, you know. And I love that show on PBS, and I've watched that show for years. And I finally did it myself for a gift from my brother and found out that I'm not who I think I am. And it was so funny. So that was, so that's my answer to that question. Sorry.
Adrian, what about you?
Come back to me because I had to answer that.
Jen, what about you? Something you're looking forward to looking back on?
You know, I've enjoyed meeting so many new people, doing personal readings and stuff. I've made a lot of new friends with some, and I loved teaching in Sedona. I had so much fun doing that, and it got me ready to somewhere post-COVID to start doing like seminars on my own down the road. And I'm going back to Sedona this year, but I hope by 2023, 2024, I'll be doing some seminars on my own a little bit and traveling around. I enjoyed it so much teaching. And
it's 2021 or 2022.
2022.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Oh, is it? Happy New Year. My cat
Happy
is
New
so
Year.
Trump. Happy New Year.
Ring the bell. Yeah, ring the bell.
Happy New Year.
We're going nuts outside. All these
Happy
people.
New Year, Zinny Cat. I know. It's going to be better.
Yeah.
She's like, it's going to be better.
it's gonna be trials and trials and trials in 2023.
Oh my God. I broke my foot and then I broke it again. And then I had an emergency appendectomy. It's like, what? 2022 is going to be so great. I'm so ready for it. I can feel the energy. I can feel the change. I know it's going to be better. Oh my God, there are so many rednecks shooting off guns here. It's not even funny.
I don't know what that noise is. It sounds like is
You
it
would
this
think I've lived in Lee County since I was 14 years old.
What is that noise?
And I'm 59, so you would think that I would be used to this.
So you were there when I was living there.
Yes. And I know something about you. I
What?
know that your mom and my mom lived 5 blocks from each other.
My mom lived. Wait, where was your mom on the shores?
Yes,
Because there's only 3 streets there, and they all dead end.
I know. And then it goes into the boat lock where your mom lived.
Yeah.
Yes.
What street was your mom on?
Small
Caladian.
world.
Right at the very
Freaking
beginning.
small world.
Small world.
Wow. Because my mom lived on Havana.
Yeah, so I know exactly. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So, Autumn, what are you looking forward to looking back on?
My parents are not getting any younger, and every single day that I'm able to see them, I just stop and take a moment and just soak it in that I still have time with them.
Yeah, that's
Because-
so magical.
And it can be a little bit depressing to think about it every single day, but I do.
It
Where
can
I
be.
just every time I talk to them, every time there's this part of me that's just soaking it in. So I had another year with my parents, and I'm so grateful. And
And you got your book published?
yes, I've got the book part of the book going out,
Yay!
and
And the book is called
In Time
In Time, and it's available.
on Amazon, but it's coming out. It's chunks of chapters at a time. So yeah, the latest batch came out on Christmas Eve. So next batch at January 15th. Anyway,
Awesome.
I know that look, Johnny, because I just had that.
Because it sounds like somebody's blowing the horn for the rapture. It's this, I'm like, what is this noise?
So it's like we're under fire. I'm like in a foxhole over here.
It's pop, 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 pop. Pop, pop, pop. What? If we go into heaven, please do it now, because that's annoying right now.
I'll go before you, the way it is.
You can
over
go
here.
all by yourself. I don't want to
And
go at all.
this isn't little fireworks. These are the grenade bombs they put in and fire off. No, this isn't little sparklers and little do what you want out with the smoke bombs. This is the mortars.
mortars.
This is, thank God I have a new roof. I am not sure.
Mortars are coming in.
Incoming.
So, Becca, what about you?
I have a very unpopular opinion, but I'm very grateful and thankful for quarantine because it kept me away from people.
Hey,
So
you know I don't like going outside, so I
I
am not judging you.
I haven't had to commute into work for meetings. I have been fortunate enough to work from home, which we were doing that before COVID happened, way before COVID happened. But I do not miss traffic. I do not miss being around people. I got 2 years of a vacation. I am very thankful and grateful for that. And that's
Yep.
it.
Everybody that drives has a lot less miles on their car.
Yep, a lot less miles, a lot less maintenance, a lot less gas. So I saved a bunch of money this year just from not having to commute once a week. But I'm grateful.
Hey, I want to share something positive with you. My only niece, Rachel, who's a very high corporate CEO of a big company, when COVID hit Texas, they decided to just get out. They couldn't take it. And she has 3 teenagers.
Wow.
So they were like 17, 15, and 9, so very contentious. And things were not going all so well. So she decided to rent a big ski place in Denver, and they would quarantine there without their friends or whatever. And they were really going through a very difficult time. I mean, I was really wondering if they were going to be able to save their marriage. It was really, really hard. They went and they did this and they saved everything. So COVID has saved lives, saved marriages,
Made a
saved
lot of
things.
babies.
Yes.
Made a lot of babies.
Well, thank God they didn't make another baby. But that was a really big thing. I mean, they're like, this saved our marriage. It saved our family. And we are okay. And we're functioning. I mean, they were on the brink of this is not going to be okay.
Yeah.
So
I took it as a great opportunity to just kind of slow it down.
yeah, well, they were all on the fast pace, you know.
Yeah. So
What about you, Adrian?
Had enough time to think about my answer. Sorry, my microphone wouldn't go off mute. And I didn't think I could in 2021, and yet I did. And so looking back at the fact that when I didn't believe in myself, I still pushed and did it anyway because others believed in me. And the gratitude I have for that, I don't think I've even processed it yet. Like, there's still more for me to digest and break down and process of that growth and that taking the chance and doing it anyway. And taking that leap of faith with a little F and being met from spirit with a big F. I don't think I've really processed how big of a deal some of that was. And so I will just be grateful to continue to look back on that and the gratitude and also just the growth and what I can take from that and help others with in the future as I have been helped.
You've done so great, and you've brought us so much laughter. When every time you make a joke, every single time you and Johnny make a joke and someone laughs, it makes a healing immunity helpful in their body. Which is
My thing too is, and when you said that, Adrian, that's unlocked the rest of my answer, I suppose, because I'm looking forward to looking back on my time with nature, walking around, doing my live streams, all that type of stuff. And everybody else says, "Oh my God, since you've moved here, you've opened up so much, and I can tell this is different about you." I can't see it. I didn't see it because I don't think I fully understand either, like what people are seeing or what has actually happened. And yes, there is a change. Yes, there is a huge change. Something has opened. It's almost like when your ear pops and then you hear clearer and things like, yes, it's happened, but I can't fully process it because it's kind of like it was poured on me at once type of thing. And when I went outside, and it was just like a rush of, you're free to do other things now. You're free to be a better person. You're free to blah, 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 blah. And so I'm going to look back on that with fondness and try to unlock the rest of its meaning because I have not.
I think I'll never forget. It was almost exactly a year ago, Johnny. You text me, you're like, are you ready? I'm gonna do something. Are you ready? And you know exactly what I'm talking about. And I was like, yeah, whatever. And you're like, no, really, are you ready? I'm like, yeah, it's not gonna be. And I was like, oh my God, I was not expecting that. Me? Are you sure? And but I did it anyway. And I would have never. It's amazing when you think back on it. When you're thinking back on your growth, and you're like, wow, I opened up. I did all really, because you don't see it. And it takes others to point it out and to see it in you. And that's when you have to really take a moment and take a step back and take stock in it. And then also ask yourself too, what is it in me that I didn't see?
I was actually going to say, Adrian, I hope you can see yourself through our eyes, because you are awesome.
I second that.
I look forward to spending for every minute I get to spend with you. It's Adrian's going to be there. I want to be there if I can.
Hopefully one day I'll see it. I don't think I will in this lifetime. Maybe that
You'll see it.
Maybe that was the part of the contract that I signed when I came down. But thank you all for your kind word. And just thank you all for everything that you guys do.
The important thing is to know that the intention is there, that we love you so much, and we recognize, and everyone sees your vitality and your humor, and man, you can help people heal, because when you help people laugh, that boosts their immunity, and that makes cancer go away, and it makes people really feel better. You know, Autumn and I are very serious, but we do like to make jokes too. But you and Johnny and Becca and Jen Lynn bring the laughter, and that is really.
And let me say this too, because
I think you bring it too, Lori.
some person in the comment, I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna say some person in the comment asked us, "Is this a comedy show? Why do y'all cackle so much?" And I wrote back to her, "Why not? This is not a news broadcast. Please check yourself." Because if you turned on my live stream and thought it was a news broadcast, that is on you, number one. Number two, since you call it a comedy show, or is it a comedy show, that means you think we're putting on a show. What kind of show do you think we're putting on? That is in your head, because in my description, in my title, I do not put the word show, or we're putting on a show, or please come to the show. Now, we can call it a show. I'm not trying to split that kind of hair, but I'm saying you put something on it that is not there. So if I want to crack 18 jokes about something that is not funny, I can do that. If you feel some kind of way, please watch something else. It's your computer, it's your phone, it's your mouse, it's your hand, it's your do it.
I know, but this is our family. This is our Tarot family.
Yes, that's cute and that's lovely, but you preach that over there on the way of positive change. But over here on Harold Apprentice, if you don't know how to laugh at what I just said, you don't have to. But you're not going to tell me I'm not going to do it. That's what you're not going to do. I'm all the way grown, and I've been all the way grown for a very long time. So what we're not going to do is tell me what I'm going to do.
And that is why Johnny would be impeached.
I love it. Jace Arnage always says that you guys know Jace in the comments. She's got her channel. Jace, she said this on the first petty party, and it makes so much sense. She said, "We've got to laugh at this because this stuff isn't funny."
Mm-hmm.
And this is how we find our sanity.
We have to listen. We are at the point where we need Les Brown every single morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who Les Brown is? Okay. Do you ever listen to him?
Who is Les Brown?
He's a motivational speaker who broke my mother back in the 90s. Sorry, I told all your business, Miracle.
Child, please help me. If you are Black and you do not know who Les Brown is,
I am my own motivational speaker.
I am not feeling good for you right this second.
First of all, I am one person. It's 15 million Black people on Earth. I don't know.
I'm just saying.
And second of all, I gotta learn who Les Thatcher is because I don't listen to motivational speakers. I know how to motivate myself. I talk about the threefold Les Thatchers, Les Thatcher, Les Brown, whoever his name is. Third of all, there is no fourth of all because that's all I had to say. You get your motivational speakers all you want to, Lori. Nobody gonna stop you.
He's only like the most number 1 or 2 motivational speakers in the whole entire world.
And I'm supposed to know him because?
And I'm not feeling so bad about not knowing who he is because Johnny doesn't know who he is.
The only reason I know who he is because he felt up on my. I think what I saw at 8 years old was he felt up on my mama's booty. Now he may have worked for that. What? Her butt. So,
What did you just say?
less
You
brown.
heard what she said.
Yeah, I think he rubbed up on my mama's booty so again, I'm not trying to, don't sue me for slander, Les Brown. That's what I saw as an 8-year-old.
Okay, so all right, so he has a very good reputation.
Okay.
I don't know what
I didn't know
happened
you was
with
his publicist, the way of positive change.
Adrian. I'm all about motivational speakers.
What's his name again?
Les
Les
Brown.
Les
Brown.
Brown?
I
Okay.
cannot believe. Oh God.
Unless
Calm
he's
the kids,
holding a
Mama.
red
I'm gonna look him up.
handkerchief.
Okay. I'm gonna look
That
him up.
is like not knowing who Tony Robbins is.
Oh
Like,
my
if you
God.
don't know who
Tony Robbins?
Do you know who Tony Robbins is?
Wait.
Lori, what kind of motivation do you think I need that I need to watch motivational speakers every day?
I need it every day.
Wait, the
You
dude.
think we ain't the same person?
I know the dude from. Is that who you're talking about? The tall dude
Tony
from
Robbins.
Andy
Yep.
Dufresne?
The only motivational speakers Johnny watches have the red prankerchief.
And I didn't watch him for inspiration. I watched him
The
for
what?
No more Captain Crunch.
my motivation comes from within. Now,
No, you don't
I'm not,
listen.
wait a
you don't-
minute, let me finish
wait.
the sentence, and then you talk about all the people you want to talk about. My motivation comes from within. Now, I love to hear inspirational messaging because that is the only reason I actually went to church. I didn't care about the singing. I want to hear the preaching part. Now, I do not seek out motivational speakers because they ain't going to say anything that I want to hear, because I know how to motivate myself if I need to be motivated. Now, that does not mean that motivational speakers are not needed or can't teach me something or are not whatever. What I'm saying is I don't seek them out. So therefore, I don't know who Les Brown is. I don't know who Tony Robbins is. I know who the big church mega people are. They're inspirational, like TD Jakes, and that's pretty much it. The rest of them, the rest of them, I don't really care for.
Don't leave out.
I can't with him because his name makes me think he's up to something wrong. And what's the lady? The lady, Joyce something, Joyce Meyer. I
That's
like her.
another story.
Yeah, but you ain't gotta like her. I do. You
No,
like Les Brown,
I
like
do.
Joyce.
I understand where she's come from.
Now you go ahead and put the bingo card for whoever you want to. I'm a hush now.
No, I understand where she's come from, and I think she's a great teacher now. I don't think she was a great teacher then. I think she's a great teacher now. And I believe that T.D. Jakes is the greatest biblical teacher on earth because he is able to, because I have read the Bible several times, especially the Last Testament, and he goes into it and brings it out into a modern day situation. So that is very wonderful. But
Okay. Now, what was my original question was, what are you looking forward to looking back on? We have gone through, all 6 of us. Pick up your cards. We got 1 more, 2 more, 3 hours of questions. Unless, of course, you will go to bed anytime you want to. But next, Alex Jones. How is his new year going to start?
With a frying pan upside the head.
Alex.
And he
Jones.
went on to do his emergency broadcast on Christmas Day after his wife was arrested Christmas Eve.
what?
He did an emergency broadcast on Christmas Day to bash Trump because he's evil.
But his wife got arrested?
Yeah, you didn't hear about that one?
No, what
No.
happened?
Domestic violence. She got arrested for domestic violence. Now he said it's
Against
because
him?
they don't know yet, but I think so. That's what we read on, and we get maybe it was against him for some sort of financial something. It's a whole bunch of things there. Now, she was arrested, but he said it was because her medication was off.
And this is his second wife, for whatever it's worth.
And the first wife said that he and the new wife are abusive to the child, like verbally abusive to the child.
To her child with him.
Yes. I heard there's an allegation of some physical abuse, like they spank or something too hard to the child, not just verbal.
It was interesting because Johnny and I were both getting that there might be like a divorce coming or something. So, like, maybe he sort of set her up for this so he doesn't have to give her any money after a divorce.
Oh Lord, somebody got loud firecrackers.
I can hear it through the computer. I'm like, do you need to take cover?
Yeah, can you hear that?
Is that yours?
Yes.
Goodness.
Ooh, Lori did say some rednecks were shooting off firecrackers. I get he's going to start off very emotional. He's also going to have some money troubles. There is something he did in the past too is going to come back to bite him with the Ten of Swords in the past. There's some new thoughts about some emotion. So again, there's some truth coming out, which is going to make him emotional. And he is confused. There's too much going on. You've got to be, you don't always need to put things out. You just need to kind of let some things be quiet and stay in the background. And that's going to come back to bite him. Again, you did the emergency broadcast. You're the one who told whatever. And all of that is you talk too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Good Lord. Rebecca, what you get?
I got woman, crossroads, garden, clover, and mice. There's a woman here that's looking at alternatives to some sort of a party. So I don't know if this is in reference to January 6th, perhaps the rally, because this is a huge place where people gather outside a party of some sort of congregation. And he's running out of chances. Like his luck is deteriorating more and more and more. And then it mirrors woman, garden, and mice. So a woman, there's a big party that's very stressful. A lot of crazies running around and an election win. So I'm thinking something about perhaps the January 6th committee, because this is also a large gathering of people. So this could be also like a committee about the crazies. So that's what I get. Perhaps something around January 6th. Was he subpoenaed?
Because he was supposedly there, but he said he wasn't, but his co-host was there. He was
there.
He was there. Yeah, there's video of him there.
So did he comply with the subpoena? Does anybody know?
I don't know.
I get he's getting another subpoena, and it's interesting, Becca, that you said some kind of alternative to the party, because I get like he offers something structurally to the Republican Party, like a way to split from Trump.
Well, he's going after him pretty aggressively now.
Yeah, and victory on that, but he's also got anxiety over people he's partnered with, because the devil's involved and there's some dark money involved and stuff. And I think he's looking at another subpoena. But he may be trying to split up the Republican Party, trying to figure out how to separate from Trump.
It does say that he did comply. And he went off and called them a witch hunt and pretty much cussed all of them out, but he did comply.
You mean to tell me he sat in front of a congressional committee and was like, F you, F you, F you? Or
he did it after the fact. Like, everything is like, oh, wow, that's very descriptive of how he just, he said it's very evasive. So he was probably pleading the fifth indoors, and then went out afterwards and started saying, I told him this, I told him that, because dang well It
That
doesn't
man
even
didn't
say
sit there
that
and-
he didn't talk about what he said. It's more of he talked about the how invasive it was, and now he feels that it was a bunch of crock.
because he's been throwing Trump under the bus quite a bit. So I'm thinking he's trying to save his own skin, you know. But
Did everybody go?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Autumn, what are you getting?
Autumn and Adrian did not, right? You went, okay. Autumn, what did you get?
Well, I think the maybe it's the Sandy Hook stuff or something, but he's tempering his communications. First of all, he's having to start out with being more careful because he got some money problems. But boy, he has got some pain coming his way. Sword of Truth, Moon and Tower. It could be very well January 6th, inciting rioting, inciting violence, in something, but he's got a lot of pain. And that kind of level of pain, I would think maybe it's also lots of maybe some charges, but maybe also some civil cases, because that's a whole lot of pain.
well, did he just lose all the civil cases against the parents of the Sandy Hook?
Mm-hmm. He did.
Serves him right. Serves him right.
But yeah, I think there's going to be more though.
But they haven't told him how much he's going to have to pay yet.
Yeah.
What you get, Lori?
I went out. I
Oh.
went to go take the cobbler out of the oven. Sorry, I missed that.
Yum.
I want a piece. There is the Five of Swords and the Emperor. Something about him sort of being drunk on his own power and abusing, and the Eight of Swords and the Knight of Swords. Knight of Swords, but the Eight of Swords would be an attack for me with these other two cards. So this is your Gen 6 thing. This is how his year's going to start. That's going to be quite significant, though. Like this is the thing that's going to take up a lot of his time, especially in the headline. There's something about, and it might be a facade because I get the Page of Swords too, but he is doing some sort of patching up with some woman here. I got the Wheel of Fortune, the Queen of Pentacles, the Lover's card. There is some sort of, over time, patching up with some woman here. I do get the Page of Swords, so this might be an image thing because they're trying to put forth a better messaging with the Eight of Wands about, she didn't beat me up and I didn't have her arrested type thing. But they're in California, right? And I believe
I don't know.
I thought
wherever
he was in
he is,
Florida.
they're in some places. Where is he at?
Florida, I thought.
Florida. Okay, then never mind. But he's trying to work on the
Alex
message.
Jones is in Florida.
Yeah, I think so.
Where?
Tampa area or somewhere like that.
I just want to know where I'm going to throw the bombs.
For entertainment purposes only, YouTube.
Only.
Now we have 30 minutes before the next time zone goes
Yeah, we
into.
passed mine. I was putting the cobbler in. I didn't even know what happened, and bombs are going off here.
No, you were there for it because you rang the bell for us.
Well, I did, but it was after the fact. I didn't catch it right at the time.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, Lori. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay.
But we're going to take a little small break. I'm going to pull us all out, and those who would like to come back, you can come back. If not, then y'all have a good night.
All right.
But we are still here for those. We are still.
Hey, you know what? I love you guys so much. Happy New Year. I think
Happy New Year.
I'll take my break and go to bed. Much love to you.
Bye,
Love
Lori.
you,
So
Lori.
much. I love you so much. Happy
Love
New
and hugs
Year.
to you.
Healthy.
Bye.
Hey.
So we'll see all the rest of y'all in about 5 minutes or so we can get up and walk around and all that good stuff. So see y'all in just a little bit. All right. Hey, out there. I'm going to change cards here.
I was thinking about changing cards too, but I was like, that's too much work. I'm like, I'm starting 2022 off the lazy.
I'm changing all. Well, mind you, I've changed 3 times since I've been sitting here, but I'm changing right now. I got 10 going at the same time, but I'm changing.
Lucy's down here on the floor.
Hey, Lucy.
I'm trying to entice her up with some ribbons.
Oh, this is nasty.
That'll keep you awake.
It's the generic version of Hint from my local grocery store. It tastes like battery acid.
Oh no.
But I need to drink it up and get rid of this last bottle.
Hint is $24 for a 12-pack here.
What is?
$24. Hint.
For a
$24. $23.99.
It's $10 down the street. What kind of crap are you
when I did it the first time, didn't I? I don't know. I'm gonna take a picture. The next time they have their little display sitting out there, it's $23.99 for a 12-pack.
for Hint?
Yes.
Some water that tastes like knockoff Kool-Aid with no sugar.
Yes. For that Hint. Uh-huh. Yeah, Alex Jones is in Texas, they were saying. Yeah, okay.
I thought he was in Florida, where he did his podcast from. Or
wait a minute. So that was the looking forward to looking back, which led us down
the rabbit hole.
a very weird motivational speaker street. Bless our Lori. I
bet you won't forget Les Brown now.
I bet you.
You won't forget his name now, that's for sure.
I bet you I will. What's that child's name is going to fly right out of my mouth, and I'm going to mean every word of it.
Excuse me.
Okay, we'll use that one. So something you wish to continue or to strengthen in 2022. I'm going to ask that question while we are in intermission here. Anybody got an answer?
It's the year of art for me. So yeah, I want to get better at all of the art stuff I do. That's really my thing. I'm kind of boring this year.
Mine is new products from Red Lentil. I've got 5 in the works, and I'm way too hard on myself because I feel like they're not quite up to my caliber. But I also realize I am very, 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 very picky, and I probably should be less picky. But so I'm looking forward to that.
I can understand it though, because at the same time, it's still something you put your name on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you give us any previews? Any hints?
Yeah.
You don't have to.
Making different scents of the Cracks and Crevices cream, and also making them in larger. So now you can get 4 ounce, 2 ounce, and 1 ounce. And I'm also thinking about an 8 ounce. I've got body washes in the works. I've got a bubble bath in the works that won't give you the crunch crickets.
I need to get better at housework. I hate housework.
Yeah.
And washing dishes, unpacking boxes that have been here since 2016.
I got so much mushigas that I gotta go through and organize. This is the cleanest spot in this room. That's why that's all you ever see. People ask me, why don't you sit on center? Is because I don't want you to see that part of the house or that part of the house.
Jen, I spent all day cleaning, like deep cleaning, and I was like, I'm nasty. So I get you. I'm so gross. But I'm also like, but I clean all the time. Why is this house still dirty, even though I clean?
I've been watching Hoarders. on YouTube. I feel better, but I clean while I watch Hoarders.
Yeah. Yep.
That's what I need to start doing then. Watch Hoarders.
Now, for me, I think what I would like to either continue or to strengthen is, and it sounds like a cop-out answer, but it's really not, is my tarot reading. That's what I want to strengthen. Like I don't know, me and my quest to know everything, which leads me to the where's God questions, is I want to know this differently. I want to know it better. I want to know why this card means that then and blah, blah, blah. Like I still care about this. And so that's my answer though.
I think I'm always trying to get better at mediumship
And see, that's interesting. I care very little to nothing about getting better with mediumship. And I probably should, but I just really don't. And
But you got your thing though, and like stick with what interests you, because you're like, I want to be this so incredibly proficient with tarot. Then keep going down that route.
And I like mediumship to a point, but it's not something that I seek to use. It's like one of them things that kind of happens to me because somebody want to say something. And it's like, oh, they rush forward. Oh, I'm getting such and such, want to come talk. But I definitely didn't ask you to come in. So, but that's interesting. Okay. All right. Let me get all my cards out. We're going back in it. So I already asked this question about these stupid photos. Okay. Let's go here. How is the Joy's New Year going to start? How is the Joy going to do coming up here?
The jerk should be in the jail, but here we are.
That's
I can't stand these people.
Oh my gosh, he's so arrogant. He's so ego.
mean.
Hmm.
Mean spirited.
Ding. That's him. It's just
Not the hemorrhoids. Sorry. Oh.
How's it going to start?
I can go.
Yeah, go right ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Yeah, he's awful, but he's trying to find every last little way to make money before, because he knows his time is limited and they're coming to kick him out. But between here and there, he's just trying to find every crack and crevice and every extra little nickel he can make before he's shunned out.
I got the same. Okay, that was rude. Excuse me. I got the same. Yeah. Starts off with him money. He's he sees himself as the Almighty. So yeah, he as the Emperor, he is going to be burdened, and it is going to be a rough patch. He's actually going to be out in the cold. Not necessarily out in the cold, but he's going to be really going. Things just aren't quite going like I need them to. Not want, mind you, need them to. So that's how his New Year's going to start. All about the money.
Well, I get he starts out with COVID. That's my COVID card. So wouldn't be surprised to hear about that. But then they go in after him and it's all over. Endings, completion, wrap it up. But he's going to be talked to and an action taken against him by investigators. Something that he lied about is going to come to light. And I think it's something he did like for Trump. Maybe move some ballots around or something. He's going to end up in court, I get.
Becca, what you get?
I got the fox, the crossroads, lilies, storks, and clover. He's under several investigations. One of them may have to do with an election where it was manipulated. Perhaps candidates were manipulated. Also, something to do with him having 2 jobs or more than one job, more than one place of employment. But this is something that has been ongoing for a very long time. There may be a move and also a change to his luck, his fortune. But it has to do with elections and how something was several investigations, but one has to do with elections that were manipulated. And maybe it's a candidate that was changed to bring a win.
Yeah, like a McConnell or a Lindsey Graham or something that there's no way in hell they should have won.
No. Now that I think about it, wasn't he under investigation for a straw donor scheme? He had straw donors.
Oh,
didn't he?
yeah, he did.
Yep.
There was a straw donor.
I forget where that was though.
King of spades, a change or an increase in proving luck. But there's more than one investigation here, and it has to do with elections. So, and it's jobs, because this is work and employment. See what I'm saying? So it's like I don't get mail, I don't get ballots. I get something about an election that was manipulated to improve luck, but it's old. It goes back, and the election is not what it appears to be because it's being manipulated here. That's where I was thinking like straw donor or a straw candidate or something like that. So that's what I get. And maybe we'll hear something about that this year.
I get the first thing is personal finance. There's something wrong there. For whatever reason, he's losing money, or something he has is leaking money, like a property that's being devalued, or there's something wrong with leaking money. Something was once secure, and something keeps chipping away at it, whatever the case may be. The 8 of Swords and 8 of Cups, his leaving is not quite there for whatever reason. This board of governors or anything of that nature, his leaving is not secure. So it's not like he is absolutely out 100%. This may be an August thing where you hear something about a board of governors meeting on the joy. 7 of Cups, strength, and the 7 of Pentacles. Again, there's something wrong. Now, this is different. This is like wrong in an investment. This could be possibly an investment in technology. That's going wrong too with the 7 of Cups. There's also a increasingly difficult chance of you hiding the source of this money, or you covering it up or trying to make it seem as though it's legitimate and it's not. There's an increasing chance as time goes on of this cover being blown, but there's also an investment in technology that's also going wrong, and this is a very large investment, like very large. But your work with the Knight of Pentacles does hit the 5 of Cups too. You do have some sort of threat against you that you may feel as though you're losing a whole lot of things. So is it karma with the Wheel of Fortune? I don't know. But there's possible that the joy is going to meet some sort of financial, I won't say ruin because that's painting too flowery of a picture, but it's not secure. He's having some money flow issues and some investigation into his money issues. I think the whole mail thing is the least of your worries. I think you got some more grime going on in the background. We got ranked $4,300. Thank you all very, very, very much. And all 1,240 of you who are still here watching us, thank you very much.
What deck was that?
It is called, I threw away the box, but
Felix the Cat.
it's oh wait, I bought it from Amazon, so I know the name. It's cartoonish.
Yeah, it looked like Felix, like old school cartoons.
Mm-hmm. That's what it was based off, something old school. What's it called? because there's a couple that look just like this, and I'm eventually going to get them all. They're like $40 each. It's like, boo boo, you need to get one at a time. We don't need to, be eating beans and rice every day. Mystical melodies.
Oh yeah, because I remember looking at that, thinking Merry Melodies from
Mhm.
Looney Tunes.
Mystical melodies. That's what.
Okay. Yeah.
I like it. It doesn't spread, easily because the cards come out in clumps, but they're very, very good card stock, though. Oh, and I seen Tarot Newbie in the chat. Wait a minute.
My niece.
Who sent me these cards? Cyril Marchetti just released a new deck that can be customized, and so they say Tarot's Apprentice on the back of them.
Oh wow!
On the back of all of them, and they're very pretty. I like the way they look. It's a good card stock. Where's my cat? I don't have a cat. First of all, second of all, don't put nothing on my life you can't help me with. So, unless you about to come over here and clean it and take it to the vet and all these other things,
Box.
yeah, that ain't gonna happen. I don't need a pet at all. I have a pet. Where'd it go? Son of a mother. Anyway, it was a little teddy bear. Somebody sent me. They said that was my pet.
7.5 minutes till Central Time, midnight.
Mm-hmm. I didn't want to start a whole nother reading beforehand, but I guess we can always stop in the middle and bring in the new year.
Do a yes/no question.
Yeah.
Okay. Will Pence run for president? Especially with the blowhard saying he wants to run for president. Hi, lucky girl. Good to see you. I do have a pet rock, actually. I wear it around my neck.
Lucky girl, we're grateful for you too. It's been awesome, going above and beyond.
Very thankful for you.
Okay, can I go? Is it okay?
Yeah.
Dude, they tried to kill you.
I mean, serious.
Dude, they tried to kill you. The Trump dynasty tried to kill you because he's a bully. And you're sitting there, yes, thank you, sir. May I have another?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to, your child was in danger.
Yep.
His
And you
wife
have
was there,
gone,
was she not?
yeah, his wife was there. His child was in danger. His wife was in danger. He was in danger. He was locked out of his offices. He was locked out of the space where he could have been safe. And he's still kissing up to Trump.
I mean,
We're going to learn something else about him, though.
Yeah.
Ace of Swords, the devil. We're going to learn something else about his sneakiness when he was getting away from the insurrection.
No, I got the same thing, Jen. This is the challenge. This is the challenge.
As Autumn said, they tried to kill you.
Yeah. That is exactly what I got for his challenge, because I was like, either he runs and it's not successful and he has to walk away.
He's got the tower sitting right on him. It's
Yeah.
like there's something about security around him when he was trying to get away, something new we're going to learn.
Yeah.
But I get a no, he's not running for president.
Becca, what you get?
Nope.
What chakra would align Adrian with anxiety? Like, where would that lie if you had if you were anxious?
It could be several, but I would say solar plexus. I could also say
Would you say sacral?
It could, because depending on what is the root cause of the anxiety, I could also say the root chakra, because your root chakra is about security and your place, how you feel. But you can actually have anxiety brew from the sacral chakra, especially if you're in the closet.
Because I get this. This is the card of anxiety, the Nine of Swords. It's mental though, but
I got the Nine of Swords too.
but it's this deck is the chakra wisdom deck, so it has the colors and it's the sacral chakra color. I just was curious on that too.
Is that orange or yellow?
It's orange.
It looks yellow, but yeah,
Orange,
that's
that one.
yellow. Yep, that's right.
And then I get the Tower and the Three of Cups. There's something wrong in the community. There's something wrong possibly with the RNC, maybe not backing him and want to back somebody else. I don't know for sure that they're going to back Donald Trump, but they're not backing Mike Pence, not right now anyway. He may have one of those things where it's kind of like Biden, where Biden's best chance, well, not best chance, but I would have thought Biden would have ran after Obama, but skip 8 years and let Hillary do it is kind of where they were going. And then you see how that worked.
I mean, Pence doesn't have anybody in the Republican Congress people even trying to defend him. They don't care that you almost died.
I think this half of them probably plotted to make sure you weren't there. Remember?
Yes.
Or plotted to have him killed.
Jay, I am so curious as to what's going to come out. You're saying that we're going to find out more about him trying to get away, because like the bottom of the deck, I get the death card. So I'm just really curious to see how this plays out.
Something about security and stuff like so. Maybe, like Biden wouldn't accept the Secret Service that Trump sent to him. He got his own, got his old guys back. And I'm like betting that there's something about Secret Service in Pence. 2.5 minutes.
Well, he was locked out of his, like I said, he was locked out. So put him at risk.
Yeah, his pass card didn't work.
I mean,
like Autumn, they tried to kill you.
yeah. Let me, you know what? And well, never mind. Let me do something happier. Tomorrow, well, today, but I'm going to say tomorrow because my brain starts to leak out the side of my ear when you say we're in tomorrow, but the sun's not up. Just indulge me and say tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow on New Year's Day, which I know it's New Year's Day now, but again, indulge me here. Tomorrow, New Year's Day at 6 p.m. Eastern, Adrian and Jody will be live. So make sure you go to Red Lentil Healing and watch you some of that. January the 3rd and January the 4th at 5 p.m. We are going to do, for those who have signed up for the tarot class, I'm going to send you a link and we're going to do a test run. I'm not going to do any information on the card. So if you don't make it there, you're not missing anything. We're just testing Zoom to make sure I know what I'm doing, basically. So if you want to come out, we'll be there a whole 30 minutes. It's not going to be a long thing, but just to make sure that I know what I'm doing with the Zoom. So the 3rd and the 4th, we're going to test Zoom. So I'm going to send links out to those. And then Autumn is going to be doing the soul chats next year. And so she's going to give us some more information on that when she nails down some details. And we got 1 minute.
28 seconds, if it matters.
Keep this because
Okay.
It's funny. She's like, oh, hit the ball.
15 seconds.
I didn't play my thing last time, did I? I don't like I know how to play it.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
Happy New Year.
And to my fellow Illinoisan here, to Autumn.
Oh, let me say also, because Melody, one of our viewers, says, are we doing Hawaii's time zone? No.
No. It'll be 12 noon Eastern time. Not in time to get to Hawaii. None of us have that stamina.
We will be here until it's midnight for Back of Witches in 2 hours. And good night. Okay.
Hawaii is 2 hours after that. So
Now, mind you, this is usually the time us three is up anyway. It's on a Sunday.
We're always in the after show late. So I got a question going back to Pence. What did Mother think when they tried to kill her husband?
And her, technically, because she was gonna be.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, fireworks going on.
I mean, I
Oh,
could hear
good night. Sounds like y'all wasn't Lori's house.
it.
I live in a small town. I just heard one. One person stayed up.
Can I go?
Yeah, absolutely.
I get she was scared.
Oh, yes, she was.
She was
That's what
very,
fell out for me is that 9 of Wands.
and she was grateful they had people trying to protect them, and but the plan, there were holes in the plan, and that it was scary, traumatic, and for what it's worth, I can feel how much she loves her husband. So what did she think? She was scared. That's really what I'm getting, and beyond that, anger at Trump and all of that. But you know, if husband is going to be a politician, you know, I don't know why, but I think she wants him to stop being a politician.
Yeah, I got the same thing.
I get she was scared too. she had hopes for her husband, but she knew that they were trying to do him in. And I get she talked to him about this is an inside job. You know, Trump trying to cling to his power.
Mm-hmm.
She talked to him about it, that this was done from the inside, from inside their own party.
We talk a lot of crap about her, but I think she may be a little wise. A little bit. Sort of.
She knew it was over. All of his political aspirations at that moment, anything that happened was done. Wheel of Fortune in the world. It's done. She was done. They're done. She was like, in exit stage left. I don't want anything to do with this anymore. Pissed is too light of a word to explain how she felt.
What you get, Becca?
I get that. What's the word? I'm not pissed and not regretful, but almost like not surprised that this is what it resulted in because of his participation in being consistent with the lie. Am I making sense? Like, she knew trouble was coming. She didn't really expect it to get to where they were going to put a target on him, but she wasn't surprised either. Maybe I might say a little bit like, crap, I shouldn't have been here with my kid, but it's almost like she recognizes his part for him playing the role of pushing the lie. So
And calling Dan Quayle to find out
how to overturn the election. So it's like she recognizes her husband's participation, but I don't think she realized that it would get as far as it got. So
No, Melody, I was talking to you. We're not staying up until Hawaii reaches New Year. I'm so sorry. I do get this sense that she wants completion. She wants him out of this. This is her wishes. This is her desires, especially now. When he was governor of Indiana and he was thought like that was more embarrassing than it was criminal or dangerous. This is a different thing. She knew, I believe, or she had a hunch, maybe, women's intuition. 3 of Swords, Page of Wands, she talked to him about a betrayal. Betrayal does not come from thy enemies. because you expect that. Betrayal comes from those who are on your side.
By the house.
And so that's what I think. I think that, she was distraught, but she kind of had a hunch that, this is coming from inside the house type thing.
It's funny that that's the word I was thinking that I couldn't think of was betrayal, because Snake was right in the middle and I had a brain fart. Sorry. But thanks, Jenny.
Anytime. Okay. This is very broad, and I'm pretty sure we are going to look at it again and again and again. But can we see how the House of Representatives will endure in 2022? Will they shift to a different majority or what?
My cards flew everywhere. Wow.
Actually, after this, Johnny, would it be possible? I've got a question.
Okay.
So you mean from the midterms, Johnny?
Yes. I'm going to pull very little cards so I don't get no big convoluted message here. Then I need more cards. Becca, what you get?
I asked if they would keep the majority in the House. I got letter, moon, and garden. Get on those mailers and send them out, but also the results of a very creative committee. They have a good opportunity here. It's how they're going to market it, and it could come from the results of a committee. So maybe the hearings that they're planning to start doing publicly this year in 2022, if they're smart, they'll learn how to play that and milk it to the elections. Because these are all really good cards. So
It does suggest a strategy, though, of a different approach to that get out the vote campaign.
yeah,
Like, if you really want justice, then you definitely need to stack the House and the Senate with as many blue people as true blue people as you can.
Yep.
Adrian, what you get?
If we can clear up some confusion with the Sun and the Seven of Cups, bring in clearing some new thought to bring out whatever's hidden in the dark with the Knight of Swords and the Moon. This is my Republican card typically in community. So I think if we can stop the foolishness and the malarkey, we can send that whole community of the Republicans out the door. It's just the key, though, is the Sun and the Moon with the Seven of Cups and this Knight of Swords. We've got to bring in these thoughts, clear up this confusion, illuminate the malfeasance, i.e., like you were saying, Johnny, have an actual good strategy. And what, like Becca was saying also.
Jen, what you get?
I asked, will the Dems secure the House? And I get they secure it because I get like America and Pelosi, they hang on. But America is not accepting the corruption and from the insurrection. So they're looking for other options, other choices. I get they, get the votes. They do a lot of work, and after the transition, I get that they pick up a few seats that they get stronger.
Autumn, what you get?
Every time I read on this, I get the same thing. Investigations, law enforcement, legal worry, 10 legal swords in a lot of people's metaphorical backs. Bully secrets, swords. It's the far right message and the white supremacy encountered by strength and law enforcement. It's what's going to happen with the January 6th Select Committee making criminal referrals to the DOJ. It's all this legal stuff that is going to have a major impact on the midterm elections. That's what I keep getting.
Yeah, I got pretty much no answer because I didn't ask yes or no. So it just told me a whole bunch of everything. But basically, I do get, yes, they'll keep the House, Three of Pentacles. If I get Three of Pentacles, King of Pentacles, there's a lot to do with people investing money in different places. So I think this may be a targeted campaign with the Three of Pentacles is a specialist, is a person who knows their craft and their art. This is someone you're hiring to do something. And so they may be a specialist in the field. So there's a specialized target type thing. Queen of Swords and the Ten of Swords. There's going to be some people missing. Maybe they don't want to run anymore, or the case may be. But again, not running for Congress doesn't mean that they can't still investigate you, just in case you didn't know that. But I mean, you do you, boo. But there is something about a lot of them not coming back, but it's the vindictive ones. So somebody with an emotional problem doesn't want. It's not MTG. You know, she wants to be there now. The Queen of Cups, the Six of Pentacles, and the Two of Pentacles. There's also money and funding and information. All of those. That is going to shape the election, and this is more than likely January 6th type thing. Like all of the funds and all of the text messages and the phone calls, and Flynn is suing to block records, and Bannon is suing to block records, and everybody wants to sue to block records because, like Jim Jordan said, I ain't got nothing to hide. Okay, then let me see. Prove it to me. So, yeah, there's a bunch going on. But
and then if you've got nothing to hide, Marjorie Taylor Greene, why you throwing AT&T under the bus? Talk about why did y'all release that? Because they had to. It was a subpoena. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Me think you protested just a little bit.
You know what's really funny about the MTGs and the Lauren Boeberts and the patriots that always tout the Constitution? I'd like to know when the last time they read the Constitution was, because nowhere in that tiny little article does it say anything about, you know, starting a civil war and everything else that they're dreaming of. It's nowhere on there. Like, I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
And then you got MTG talking about divorcing the nation.
Secession, secession, which is
all what it is. It's a civil war and secession. It's not divorcing.
But where in the Constitution does it say that? We had that problem before. Didn't end up very good for you guys. You know, don't know if you fell asleep in history class or you dropped out. You and Boebert did together. I don't know, but.
Never mind that those states that would secede depend on the big Democratic states' money to fund them because they take a lot of money.
They're all poor. So even if that were to happen theoretically without any war and bloodshed, those states would go belly up in a week. In a week, they would be belly up. Who are you going to blame?
You look at every time we have a Democratic president, our economy does better. I would be like so afraid that they would try to pull us out if I was a Republican in a southern state, because you'd have no job security, nothing. They'll jack up your economy in 2 seconds.
And everything in your environment would be poisoned. Your water, your food, everything, because just we regulate everything.
Regulations.
Yeah.
And then let's say this. You can succeed if you want to. Let's say, for instance, you do. Your military belongs to the U.S. Your economy belongs to the U.S. So if you pull out the money and the military, just those two things, who's to say that the U.S. can't just re-invade you and now you're part of us again? So you have no money, no military. Who's going to help you?
The Second
And then
Amendment. That's all they know. The
Yeah,
Second-
I was literally about to say all of their bubbas with their guns.
and you know, and we got more than you. We got tanks and bombs. Those belong to us too. So
And Jen,
anyhow, Autumn, what was your question?
There was a great Mueller, she wrote, put up this great graphic that is talking about the statute of limitations on various things related to the Mueller investigation and whatnot. The conduct, the Flynn investigation for obstructive act, intense nexus, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, the point is, this conduct, Flynn investigation on like what Trump did, the statute of limitations expires in February. Comey firing expires in May. Efforts to fire Mueller expires in June. Efforts to curtail Mueller expires in July. So are things going to be done about these before these statutes of limitations expire?
Okay, what was the first one again?
It's basically Donald Trump's conduct when it came to the first one is the Flynn investigation. And if we could just look at that one, or if there's also the Comey firing, efforts to fire Mueller.
so this is all obstruction of justice, basically.
That kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Flynn.
The Flynn
Plenty-
investigation. Trump
plenty
trying.
pardoned.
Well, but this goes back to what Trump did to try to get Comey to let Flynn just drop the thing with
There
Flynn.
you go. Drop the whole thing. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
Sure he is.
The statute of limitations is about to expire. So is all this just going to be like, oh, well, I've got them. I've got something getting in under the wire, but
What you get?
eh.
What you get?
The dynasty, Trump expecting everyone to be a part of his cult, his communication to Comey, and other stuff that was done. And this is investigators finally moving. There being some kind of legal movement here that puts what Trump puts him on the defensive. But it feels like it's just under the wire. Yeah. But what are you guys getting?
I'm getting there's some kind of action that's taken, and I have hope on the bottom. DOJ, there's an indecision a little bit, but I get for Flynn, like this is a big moment for him, disastrous moment. All his little sneaky stuff. I get some sort of legal action taken through the courts.
This is against Trump.
This is a speaking indictment. A speaking
Good.
indictment.
Oh, Freddie, can't hear you.
I muted myself when I had to bend over to pick up all the cards that I dropped because I didn't want to hear y'all.
Yeah.
Yes, something will come out of it. I'll spare you all the details with all the other cards, though. The word of warning, the hopes and fears actually is there is some strength. There's going to be a change in perspective. So I do think something's going to happen. At the bottom, I get victory. So yeah, I don't think it's going to, my hunch says it's not all of them because I don't get all of them, but there's going to be at least one or two that gets in before.
Becca, what you get?
I asked if the DOJ will indict Trump for obstruction of justice. No. Based on that time, it is long gone for any sort of negotiation on that term. So I get a no. It goes longer, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I get that the judgment and the high priestess, there is still something yet uncovered here. And so I don't know if they'll meet the deadline. The hermit and the seven of swords, they're still investigating. Now, maybe you don't charge him or indict him with something does not mean you can't keep looking into something, especially if that something is still a part of another case, which in his cases, unfortunately for him, even if it's a statute of limitation thing, they still compound upon one another. It's like you have a Stormy Daniels thing over here, but that's also a campaign violation over here. And then, yes, so they compound, and so they can still be looked into. They just probably are not acted upon in their specific roles. So maybe you don't get him for trying to witness tamper or coerce a federal agent to lean a little bit your way, but you can still be investigated as a part of something else. What was your second one?
Bless you, Jen.
Bless you. Second question.
Your second, yeah.
Oh, it was about Trump's efforts to fire Mueller. It expires in June.
June.
Oh, Trump's going to be bigly mad.
Yeah. Seven of Swords again. Now this one's something else. Okay. Autumn, what you get?
Let somebody else go.
Okay. Adrian, what you get?
It's going to be slow moving, but there is a change. Wheel of Fortune, something is going, whatever hiding behind is going to come to an end. I think they've got enough because it did happen in the past with the illumination to get what they need. So I think they have everything they need already. There's not like they need to keep doing more investigations or whatever to bring up the charges, but it is going to be slow moving to make this happen. So it may be like right at the wire if it does happen. They're still kind of trying to figure out which way do we go. Do we do this one or do we get them on another one? It's kind of maybe what I'm thinking. In the environment, though, there's a lot of people still trying to cover up, hide, do whatever, but it's too late. But I get the Six of Wands as the outcome. So, yeah.
Oh.
Could
Becca,
be.
what you get?
My cards say yes, but I'm gonna say no because it's dog clover key. This isn't him. This is someone that he trusted and advised him to do something for his win. I don't know who this is, who this person is. I don't know.
Like a bar or something.
It was a guide, someone that was guiding him or that he trusted for an opportunity to win or some sort of luck or give him access to somebody that can open and close things. So not Trump, whoever this person is.
Like Rosenstein. Sorry.
Yeah, because I get they're doing an investigation on it, but I get it's somebody different from Trump too. So and they are making moving to higher grounds in the investigation, so they're getting stuff. This is fortune changing. I get the Wheel of Fortune too, and I get there'll be an indictment through the courts on this one, and again a speaking indictment, the messenger. I think it's probably Barr, because it's somebody that was in his circle of support. It's not Trump himself.
Was Barr there at that point? I can't remember.
Barr came in, before Mueller finished.
Because he stopped it, but it was Elf here the entire time. What was his name? With the Elf ears?
Oh, the
Oh
elf.
yeah, Jeff Sessions.
Yes, Sessions. Yeah.
The elf.
But Barr misrepresented what was in the Mueller report. So
Mhm. Cut it down to like a pamphlet, a page and a half.
The elf got fired because he wouldn't fire Mueller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want me to go and then you go last so you can do the next one right after you? Do you want to go now?
Sure. That's the only ones. Others are just variations on the theme. So these will be it. These two.
Okay.
So, go ahead, please.
I get someone in, because when I get the King of Swords, it's his administration. If I get the Fool, then it's specifically him. So someone in his administration meets the Tower. And it has to do with access, something sneaky and opportunities and access with the Ace of Pentacles. There's some sort of, I don't want to call it case, but something that I guess they were on the verge of looking into and stopped for whatever reason. With the Four of Swords, it comes back with the Hangman, though. Someone is taking a different look into it, or this evidence plays a different role in another case, because I still keep getting the compounding thing. So his administration, somebody else is more than likely getting caught up because evidence from the past is starting to compound, and it's if any of that made sense.
Use that as like, for an, I'm not a lawyer, but they could use that as like to prove or show a pattern of his behavior. Like,
because the way I see it is like, let's say for instance, you were investigating Flynn and Stephen Miller, whoever. You're investigating those two people, and then you stop because it either led nowhere. You got a few bits of information, but you couldn't use that to build a solid case against those two. So then down the line, you start to investigate Jared. And then whatever Jared is into, this information from the Flynn and the other boy come into play here. So it's like you couldn't get them two on something, but you can then tie in Jared into their business. So it's like that old information is being rehashed, is being repurposed for something else. So that's what I see, though.
No, I agree with that. Trump was trying to be a bully and the whole thing was just suspended under Barr. But Barr did try to kill this, but it's also just this is a festering wound, and it's moving toward someone who's working with Trump, fighting Trump's fight with some kind of really bad plan. And then beyond that, I'm getting legal heartache, refusal to work with maybe investigators over sneakiness and theft, and so there's something here, but I'm not seeing Trump here. Is what I've got. Maybe it will eventually, but maybe the next year I don't see it.
He keeps sneaking out of everything.
Yeah.
And
Teflon Don.
yes, because that goes right back to everybody around him goes down, except him. But everybody around him, you know what? You deserve it because you've seen the first person fall. And then you've seen the second person fall. And then you seen the third person fall, and then you Devin Nunes yourself and said, well, let me jump all the way in. So I don't understand why you're not learning from the example. This is beyond human stupidity to where, oh, I wonder what is at the bottom of the cliff, and then you fall, and the next person wonders, and the next person, until somebody puts a dead end sign at the end of it or something. But this is willful. You're doing this on purpose because you think you're still getting something out of him, and you get nothing in return other than it sucks to be you by Donald Trump because he doesn't pay for anything you do.
You knew I.
He is excommunicated from the political spectrum. Nobody worth anything is willing to put their name on that. And people are still lining up to go kiss the ring and bend the knee. I don't get it.
I have this thought too. Is it like they get in so deep and then it's like you say one or two things drunk at the Christmas party, and now everybody can put the pieces of the puzzle together. And so now you're in so deep because you may have accidentally told him one or two small things that he can now use, or he found out enough, or somebody in that circle found out enough that they can put the pieces of the puzzle together. Now they know all your mammy, your pappy, everybody's business, so you kind of have no choice. You're stuck.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing in my mind that can make sense and make it make sense. Because the math ain't nothing.
But even then, Adrian, you know how you get out of that? No matter how ugly that little dirty secret is, come out and put that crap in the light and take the hit instead of having somebody weigh that over your head.
But these are politicians. They're too scared to do that. That's
I know.
Everything.
Yeah.
Look at Al Franken. He was like, yeah, I may have touched a girl, may have not, and done.
Yeah. And then later on, they found out, oh, that was just a big old dirty trick from the Republicans after they pushed him out,
Can I say something, please?
No.
Okay. Good night. Bye, everybody.
Wait, what were you going to say, Autumn? He's teasing.
You knew I was a snake before you let me in.
Mm-hmm.
Tattoo it on the front of your face.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Backwards, so when you look in the mirror, you can read it.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Actually, though, I'm so tired. I'm starting to have trouble reading, so I am going to call it a night. I'm afraid. I wish you all. Thank you.
Thank
so
you
much
for coming out.
Oh,
Bye,
thank
Autumn.
you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you. And just all the best. I hope all of you, I hope this is just the most wonderful year for every one of you. So, all right, take care.
Bye.
Bye.
And then there were 4.
I was just going to say, and then there were 4. But
And this is how it was last year. It was like the 4 of us.
So
in East Egypt, where it's only 10:30 at night. Sorry, guys, I suck.
you're stuck in the past.
It's okay.
You're stuck in the past. I want to ask a few non-political questions, if I can.
Yes, sir.
And I can because it's my channel.
It's your channel. You can do what you want.
I am the Tarot's apprentice, after all. Will the Webb telescope make any discoveries? This is the new one that they just launched. Or will it just take pretty pictures of the space?
Y'all remember when Hubble went up? It was a bunch of garbage.
With all that money.
Oh, they were so upset. They were just like, oh, no.
Well, this Webb one, they've worked, 30 years on it or something crazy?
Yeah.
It's been in the works a long time.
That was loud. Sorry.
Yeah, Adrian will be live today at 6 p.m.
You said today. I said I was about to be like, you're lying. I was like, oh, no. 1:30 in the morning.
6 p.m. It's 3:05 where you are, Lori. Living in the future.
How was it 3:05? You're in Canada. And you're like backwards in Canada.
Oh, I'm going to say, well,
See,
it's interesting. I am not a celestial tarot reader. I don't do space questions. I don't do alien questions all that much. But every time I do, it gives me the moon and the stars. So just let you know, okay, we're talking about space here.
Oh, I don't get a clear answer. I get every 2 of coins, 2 of pentacles, 2 of sword, every wishy-washy card in the deck I got. So I don't know. I honestly don't know. Wheel of Fortune, Justice. Jeez Louise. I honestly don't know. So maybe both pretty pictures and something, or maybe at first it's just pretty pictures, but then they have to dig deeper. Maybe I'll spin it that way.
I mean, you get what I get. So I'm not a celestial reader.
I got a yes. It's going to take a long time though. Perhaps something that is able to sustain growth in life. That is good, but it's going to take a very long time. This doesn't grow overnight. This takes a long time because you're kind of stuck. See what I'm saying? So it's going to be a while, but they may find something that is able to sustain life and growth. And then I know it's a telescope, but I'm just going to be a dumbass. And maybe we'll talk to some people and leave them voicemails. Then we'll be
we can send a Morse code from space with our telescope.
is this like taking a long time to get out where they want it to go or something?
Always, I think with those things, the one they sent towards Pluto in the 1800s just flew past it or something like that. They take a long time to get anywhere.
Yeah, because I get like by the time it's communicating back that a lot of people have left, like gone. But it does make it up higher, and I get the imaging of the stars, like you, Johnny, imaging of the stars and the structure of our system will be like quite amazing. They'll be studied, and I get it. I get a yes. It will travel far, but the people that sent it up there won't even be around to see it. It looks like.
I'm sorry, Johnny. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just reading the comment that MLR says it's infrared, so they even the images are going to have to be rendered and all of this stuff before we can even really look at what we're looking at. So,
but years down the road, that's going to be like almost obsolete, decades old technology. So they'll be able to like do it like that, you know?
I get the imbalance too with that 2 of Pentacles and the moon. Don't expect it to go up and do what the Hubble does or did. Is going to go up there and it's got to crawl for its walk. So it will bring you some discoveries with the Justice, because the 2 of Pentacles is struggling to balance. The Justice is balanced. So it will have a typical start. It's not a rocky start. This is how it's supposed to start. And then it will get its balance. It will do its thing, because it's going into freaking space. So it's going to take some time to do what it's supposed to do. But the person of wands, what do you call this? Knight of wands.
Oh, we're so tired.
That knight, what's the child name? The Knight of Wands and the 3 of Swords. Its progress does have some problems, but the Hubble did too. So it'll be fine. I think it will make a discovery. It will have a celestial body, I think, too.
Let's back up. The Hubble didn't have a problem. The Hubble went up broke. And to go up and fix it as it did to make it, and they had to go up and fix it for political reasons. Otherwise, NASA was going to be done. NASA had to save themselves and go up and fix it. So I hope this plays out a little bit better than Hubble did.
We'll see.
What is that Space Force supposed to be doing anyways? Are we fighting aliens or what? What is
Best
Space Force was a vanity project, but you can use it for something. Now, mind you, everybody has had a Space Force. They just didn't call it that. Technology in the sky, whatever you have orbiting the Earth is part of your Space Force, all your satellites and blah, blah, blah. That's technically part of your Space Force, just like your Department of Energy is responsible for your nukes. So it may not say Department of Nukes, but it does have something to do with one or the other. So the Space Force was, again, vanity because they wanted the people to be called Guardians of the Galaxy. So that was their idea. But everybody has had a Space Force. Every industrialized country's got one. But
I mean, if we're gonna be Guardians of the Galaxy, man, I want to be Groot because he was cool. And all
be
he
the
said-
stewards of your own planet. That's why I say start there. Okay, so that
We're
was
at $4,400, by the way. So thank you all so
Thank you.
very, very much. I just saw it.
Thank you so much.
The new milestone. Thank you, guys.
And that's going to be a problem, I think. MLR is low Earth orbit. We can bring you down, or we can go up, or whatever the case may be. But when you leave us,
We can go down with it.
it'd be like Cassini going down into Saturn, I guess. Okay, this one's Jesus. Okay. Let me correct myself. Always have to be a little more grounded when I talk about religion, because I can start going there. The Catholic diocese said that the LGBT cannot be baptized or take communion. Now, I don't want to know what people feel. I want to know how the Spirit feel about such a thing. Like, what are the cards going to say? That's what I want to see. Now, they targeted specifically gay and trans, but, there is no B in LGBT because you don't know if somebody's bisexual. So I guess you can be baptized. So the whole thing is, let me hush.
So
I'm not answering your question. Somebody
They
else.
let them into the church, but they won't baptize them or give them communion.
But
No.
here's my question, though. Here's my question, because of course I have a deep rooted fantasy of being Satan, so I'm going to play devil's advocate. Those creatures that are molesting young boys, were they baptized? Just a question. So can we undo their baptism? Like, how does that work? How does that? Like, just Johnny's like.
I have the star,
I can't right now.
the Seven of Pentacles, the Sun, the Five of Swords, and Strength. This is a bully move with the Five of Swords and Strength. This is not divinity. This has nothing to do with divinity. Seven of Pentacles and the Sun. This, however, will also pass, believe it or not. With the Sun and the Seven of Pentacles, this mentality will be a thing of the past, believe it or not. I know it may not sound right because, the Pope is a staple, and if he don't say it, they don't say it. But
Yeah.
I think that this mentality is not a forever thing, believe it or not. But
I'm going to second that. Very quickly, with the Eight of Wands, the seed that was planted with the Seven of Pentacles is never going to come to harvest. So I wouldn't be surprised. Now, to us, quickly could be a year, 2 years, 10 years, but it's not gonna ripen. It's just not.
I cannot make this reading up if I tried. Child abuse. Whip is also sex. And then here's the moon. In this context, I'm going to read this as the reflection, because moon does not have its own light. It reflects light from the sun. So look in the mirror, child molesters. Like that. Maybe I projected into what I picked out of this little bag. It's like hypocrites.
I get the family card on the bottom and also the family card here, like nurturing the family. It's like you have to move on when you're leaving people out in the cold. You have to move on from that. You have to get clear about how you promote love. And I have all these feminine energy cards, and I get that a lot of details they are going to move on from. And it's all this feminine energy that's going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. So the end of the patriarchal society, they just have to move on from it. It's just going to take a while.
Men. So my next question, and then we'll go back into politics because this kind of bridges the two. Kanye West, former presidential candidate Kanye West, allegedly has bought a house right across the street from his soon-to-be ex-wife.
That he spent to tear down and rebuild.
Yes, he spent way more money on it than it's worth. So my question is, though, is this problematic behavior or is this just passion? Because he loves his wife and he wants her back and he made a mistake? Or is he going off the deep end because he wants to get away from you and you bought a house right across the street from her?
Yeah. Is he stalking her or is he or is it because they share children together, so he wants to be near the kids?
Because that was my first thought. I was like, oh, maybe he wants. I was like, wait a minute, that's Kanye. Because that's too logical of a thought. Ooh, yeah. Well, nope. Off the deep end.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to pull anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's off the deep end. Oh, Kanye.
I don't think he's on his meds. I think that's his problem, though.
Yeah.
And you know, I get the sense that, and this happens a lot, and I can't even blame him for this because this just happens. When people are on medication that is correcting some sort of imbalance, especially mentally, they start to feel better, then they think they don't need it. And then they don't realize the reason you feel better is because you are taking it. And so, yes, exactly, Pam. He's not well. And I think he thinks that he probably is at this point. But Becca, what you get?
He's doing it just to keep tabs.
You can keep tabs, is what you said?
Yes, ma'am. Sneaky, suspicious, covert. This is learning and studying, an opportunity to learn and study covertly. So I would say keeping tabs, you know, but.
Yeah, hiding out in the treetops, looking over that sense of nostalgia. I want her back. It's his way of taking an action, trying to beat her over the head. It's not going to work for him, though, and I get his image is going to crash. His celebrity image is going to crash. So watch for that. Something to look forward to. Yeah, he's securing it because he is not accepting what happened. He's not balanced. Something's going to happen with this. Like he's looking for money from her all the time too, but she may end up taking a court action against him. He may do something like going too far, and she's going to win it too.
Got temperance as well, Jen. Yeah.
I get the Three of Swords first card and Two of Swords. Your actions and your head and your feelings, and none of this is balanced because you're not making the right decisions. You're not making informed decisions. You're reacting. And so the Three of Swords, there is some...
Wait a minute, back up. That first card with like the person's wearing a black suit. No, the other one. That's what they look like when they went to the Met Gala. They were all dressed in...
That's right. I forgot about that.
That chooses the reading. Huh?
Yeah.
Because then there's the woman dressed exactly the same.
Yep.
Yes, she was
And
dressed
she is-
the same, but with a flowy skirt. But they had the like
The thing on her
burqa
face.
outfits on, all black
Wow.
masquerade. That's crazy.
And there's a woman there. There's a man there, or there's a woman too. But the Eight of Swords, she can't quite escape this. He is imbalanced. He is also, I won't say powerless, but that is what this means, because he thinks he's well. And so he is not looking to change or alter his behavior. The Ace of Wands and the Eight of Wands, he did move there so that he can make sure he talks to her and they talk back and forth and that she answers him. Because I think she may be on the ghosting tip, like she's ignoring the things that he is saying or his attempts at communication. And so he lives across the street from you now. I mean,
now let's also remember too, these aren't normal neighborhoods. These are it's not like she opens the front door and it's the front door. So still
okay,
close, but
I don't want to ask that. You know what? I'm gonna ask this. Well, I'll ask them both because they sort of tie into one another. The AG in Virginia is investigating the police to see if there is abuses and racisms and things of that nature. Now, they investigate, you can investigate whatever you want, but what do you do when you find anything? What do you do if you find, like, what do you do next? So what I want to know is the AG in Virginia, is he going to find anything in his investigation that he acts upon? Because this is the place where I think he was Hispanic actually, where he was pulled over. He wasn't a Marine. He was in the Army. He had fatigues on. He was pulled over, pepper sprayed, handcuffed, the whole bit. And mind you, it was a traffic stop. So it's not like he did anything wrong. They told him to get out and they started assaulting him basically. Okay, we'll see.
yeah. Huh?
Oh, is there? Oh, goodness. There's a new AG coming in January.
Yep. When the cuckoo,
Oh, Lord.
really looking forward to that.
Cards
Now,
all
can
over
you
the
get? I see the lilies, the ship, and the dog.
There's a transition. There's a new person coming in, but there is a whole bunch of racist. But it goes nowhere because there's a transition here, right in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And then someone that's guided or trusted, a friend. An older friend, a pure friend, a white friend, a lily white friend. So, welcome to the clan, I guess.
Yeah, because I get the bullies, yes, with the sun card. There's a lot of bullies, abundance of them. But because somebody's coming to a sudden ending, it's like, oh, well, what are we going to do about it?
Yeah. This is my outlook. Tower. I don't think it's interesting though, because I also got Hanged Man and Justice is the crown in the base, but there's a trend. There's way too much burden in the environment and somebody taking a step back, sitting something out. So I just don't think nothing's gonna come to fruition.
I get the Three of Pentacles, Ace of Pentacles. There's an opportunity there for collaboration. Nine of Wands, Ace of Wands, actions behind the wall. So there is the new action here does meet a lot of stress and strain, naturally. And then I get the Five of Swords and the Ace of Swords. So your information, your clarity, your truth sort of meets a heavy hand. I won't say that nothing comes of this, but not what you want to come of this. The Five of Swords is a warning card as well, to make, if it's something for you, to make sure that your actions are on the up and up, because people on the outside may see them as heavy-handed. And so that's what's about to happen. So moving on to New York, though.
We're at 4,500, just across the
Yeah. Oh, it's about, we got 5 minutes too, so we'll stop here.
6 hours in and $4,500. Thank you all.
Did I have another? Oh, let's do that. I'll do the announcements again. What's the child name? Adrian. Adrian and Jody are live tonight at 6 p.m. Autumn is going to be doing the soul chats from now on. We had our last one today on the Tarot's Apprentice channel with Lori and Ona and Gail from Spark. So make sure you go and check out Gail's channel as well. I did link all that stuff down in the description. We are going to also try, you know, the way me, Jen, and Becca do our Sunday thing and we trade off on the channels and things. We are going to also try that with me, Sienna Rose, Red Lentil Healing, and Shining Hawk Healing. And so we are going to try every Friday to change off on each other's channel and do non-political, because, you know, that's enough of that. Okay, we're going to try to inject a little bit of the unconventional in our community and see if y'all come out and support, please, and thank you. Those are going to try to be at 7:30 on Friday, every Friday. And so we're going to, as I said, we're going to trade off. January 3rd at 5 p.m. and January 4th at 5 p.m. Eastern, both times. I'm going to send all of those who have signed up for the tarot class. I'm going to send you a link. You do not have to show up for this. There is no information in the thing. I'm just testing Zoom to make sure I'm doing it right. So I'm going to send that out, and you show up if you want to, all of 30 minutes. And then we're going to be off of there. The class does start on the 7th, 8th, and 9th. If you cannot make the 7th, don't worry. If you cannot make the 8th, don't worry. You can make the 9th, because it will be the same information all 3 days. The classes that happen on Friday and Sunday cut off at exactly 7 o'clock. So if you have questions, you email me. The one on Saturday can go a little longer because there is nothing after it. The ones on Friday and Saturday, we have to go live. So that's why those cut off at exactly 7. 2 minutes.
Keep rambling. You can do it.
Oh, I know I could do it.
Sunday night will be on my channel in case 7 hours of us reading tonight isn't enough for you. And Monday morning, I'll be on my channel at 10 a.m. Central Time with Jody Roberts doing Sacred Sounds of Coffee and talking about intentions.
And I got a very funny comment from Nini, who said, what does Matt think of Becca saying, you can't say you got to leave because your blood sugar is low because I got cookies.
He was trying to get that part so bad yesterday. I was like, no, I am not leaving. So like before we left the car, I'm like, I'm putting all the food in this bag. This mofo is not going to tell me he's low on blood sugar because I came prepared. And he still pulled that card on me, Johnny. Can you believe it?
I got cookies. Your blood sugar is not low. If it is, eat this. They were pretty lights too. I like how happy you sounded.
He did.
I felt rushed because I just wanted to sit in each exhibit for like, I didn't want to move. I just wanted to plant myself there and just stare at the lights and listen to the music. It felt so pretty and just like my head felt You know how, like, when you had that one stone, the angelite stone, Johnny, and you said you felt like your head was like, woo, like that?
Happy New Year, Mountain Standard
I'll play
Time.
whatever time zone.
Yay. But that's how I felt in a lot of it. And I think it was like just a combination of the lights and the music and the nature and the I want to go back by myself and just sit there like a rock, not do anything.
Okay. Oh, I said the New York. Okay, that was our next one. Kathy Hochul. Is that how you say your name? Hochul? Hochul?
Hochul. Because remember Hochul?
That sounds sad. Governor Kathy of New York. She also says that she is going to put out an emergency, a mental health crisis. She says that racism is a mental health crisis, and that she is going to be doing some sort of actions against racism. Now, that's very broad, and that's the way she left it, which she meant to leave it that way. Will anything tangible, anything good come out of her actions against racism? Or is this just talk? I mean, because it could be, because what are you going to actually do? Now, mind you, this stems out of the actions against Asian Americans in New York. So that's where this is coming from.
She's going to hold on to this idea. And it may stick. There's also some Three of Pentacles, Three of Cups. It's not telling me what, but it is telling me something's going to come out. There's going to be some emotion. I just can't get Page of Wands. Yeah, I can't change perspective. I don't know what and how it's going to play out, but something is going to come of it. Because I don't get justice or any. Yeah, I'm not getting. So I don't know. But yeah.
Thank you, Peggy. We're going to get a tour bus and go see you one day. I promise. Becca, what'd you get?
I got the snake, the lilies, and the stars. Yes, but here's the lies and the betrayal about purity that is widespread. So your racism. But this is, she's going to need guidance, because this right here would be someone that, these two together would be someone that's like a guru and a healer, but it needs to be widespread. So it may come into an issue, perhaps. I only pulled 3 cards. So maybe public health access to therapy of some sort, and how widespread this is going to be. So perhaps the scope of it may be very expansive. There may be trouble. Perhaps finding people that are in good positions to be like mentors or gurus or guides, but it's saying yes, but it's very widespread therapy and healing. That's widespread. So
Tell me to call Lori. She knows a couple of motivational speakers. Jen, what'd you get?
I get that this new venture of hers is going to be like her legacy work. People that are trapped in their mind, mentally trapped, changing their perception of things. It'll be slow and steady. I'm not sure what I'm getting. Like people that feel rejected from society is what I'm hearing. Trying to move forward with them and figure out how to work with them, and then something with children too. But I guess she'll be victorious on it. So
I wonder if she starts like a tolerance program or something with kids,
or
like
educating kids in school.
That's what I was thinking. I kept thinking like it's gonna have to be in the school system.
I gotta go walk around for a little bit. My butt's hurting.
Baby, I'm about to crash. I can't believe I'm like old right now. I'm like, you can do it, Coleman.
And you're the youngest one here.
That's what not because I'm the youngest one. I'm like, you are no hoe. Do this. And I'm like, I can't.
I'm on like my third cup of coffee.
We're all going to take a break. So if you want to sign out, Adrian, thank you very much for being here and for joining us.
I will see you guys in a couple hours.
Happy New Year, Adrian.
Happy New Year to you guys. Much love and hugs. Thank you for all the support this year. Wishing everybody peace, love, growth in 2022 and health.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're all going to walk around for a little bit. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Bye. All right. Thank all of y'all who have hung out with us. It's been fun, which is what I wanted. like we read on like very serious things, but it doesn't have to be so heavy. You can approach it from a place that's just not so heavy. And we still got 50 minutes to go. So thank y'all for hanging out. Thank you for donating. Thanks for all your support, just period, on all our Sunday streams and all our streams we do by ourselves. And when we post things that have nothing to do with tarot cards and nothing to just sitting and talking, if we do, just thank you.
Some of y'all have been in here the whole 7 hours, so thank you.
for thank you for the moderators for your thankless work. That's YouTube can be a cesspool. Like it really can. It could be the worst place on earth. And I can say from experience, because I have been in many chat rooms, that ours is I don't want to say it's because of the stuff we do, and spiritual people tend to be a little less immature, but you're a pleasure to deal with. Like it's fun to be in the chat. It's fun to do live streams because we don't get weird reactions out of people. We don't get thousands of trolls, or maybe we get little stupid ones or persistent ones, but it's not hundreds and thousands, and we don't get people that are sending us cursing us out type emails, or it's a pleasure to be with this group of people that just get it.
I'm getting tickled wondering if Mystery Achiever will try to timestamp a
Oh,
7-hour video. We love you, Mystery.
Yes.
But you don't have to on this one.
Especially now with all my ramblings. But thank y'all. I just wanted to say, and thanks to Jen and thanks to Becca, who have put up with me for a whole 2, 3, 4, 5 years, however long we've been doing this. I'm picking up cards off the floor.
Thanks for giving us something to put up with.
It's always so much fun with Johnny because he's just little Johnny, I crack up so bad on the behind the scenes on the after show. When Johnny says bad words, I'm like, oh crap, I'm corrupting him, Because it's so rare that it's the funniest thing in the world to me.
Because it's so true. But there's a horrible expression, but I'm going to use it because it's 2:13 and I can. They say you can't rape the willing, so you can't corrupt the person who is already halfway there. So it's like,
It is hard to read for this long, though. My hands start to cramp up and my butt gets sore. I got to walk around. Then I'm drinking tea nonstop, so I got to go pee every 5 minutes.
And then my third cup of coffee, because I was my brother-in-law is moving in with us, so I was cleaning all day today, and then I took a shower, and then I crashed out on the couch, and then I was like, oh crap, I'm supposed to be live. I came live, and then he showed up, but nobody told me that he was bringing my cousin and his dog, and they're spending the night. So that's why I had tuned out for so long, because I was like, shit. So I had to go clean the bathroom down the hall here while you guys were live, and I was live with you guys. I had to hurry up and clean that bathroom because he's going to spend the night here in this room. But I was like, nobody tells me anything. You guys keep me in the dark and feed me poop like I'm a mushroom.
This is a book called The Napping House. It's a children's book, and it's kind of like the house that Jack built. The story builds upon, and you say it all from the beginning type thing. But it's like there's the dad, then there's the mom, then there's the son, then there's the daughter, then there's the dog, then there's the cat, then there's a flea, and like there's a whole bunch of things like all piled up in this room, all sleeping. It's the napping house.
You know what's funny? I just thought of this, Johnny and Jenny. There's currently 2 Tauruses in the house right now. Peanut and his cousin both have the same exact birthday. Well, different years, but same month, same day. And then my brother-in-law and I were 2 days apart. So 2 Libras and 2 Tauruses in the house tonight. I was like, I wonder if that means anything. Like, or it's just a coincidence, maybe. You know,
I'll come over. That'll be 2 Tauruses and a crazy person.
No, Moose has got you covered there because he freaks out all day.
Oh, poor Moose.
Scared of
Lord
him.
Jesus. That dog, I swear. So, don't burn the house down now. God dang. Okay, so what we got? I just put a whole bunch of crap in the way. 216. Okay, we got some time. Let's see. Should we go? Let's go.
This is how we ended last year. It came down to just the 3 of us hanging on.
Wait, last year I was in the kitchen, wasn't I?
I think so.
I was in my kitchen. Now I'm up here.
Let's look at the Jan 6 anniversary. Is there anything out of the ordinary going to happen, or it'll be all right? Nancy says she's planning some vigils. And then the weirdos said that they were going to plan a vigil for the people who were arrested because they've been wronged. My pet rock. I'll wear it for you. There's the pet rock. Oh, there's Mystery Achiever.
Oh, there she is. Hey, Mystery, we were talking about you. You're gonna have 7 hours to timestamp. Don't do it. Happy New Year, Mystery. We don't express enough love for her. She helps us so much.
Mm-hmm.
I start out with Temperance on the bottom, so I think things will be relatively calm. Some people will be blocked from doing anything, and some have a different perspective about things now, even though emotions may be running pretty high. But I also get like some people that would be normally would partner together or stuck in jail, like the Peanut Butter Boys and the Oath Creepers and stuff. I do get that there is support for the vigils for those that died or were injured. And it'll be interesting because I think Biden may speak about something about highlighting some of the things they've been working on to move on from this.
I saw a comment from Miss Lady that her kids are both Tauruses. I do not have a problem with Taurus. My moon's in Taurus. I'm like this with Taurus. Like I like
your husband's a Taurus.
My husband's a Taurus. My mom's a Taurus. My sister's a Taurus. Bean was a Taurus. Like I gravitate to them like flies to poop. They're just like this. Like you can set your timer to how they are because they're just level. So I don't have an issue with Tauruses. But for the reading, I got ring, moon, woman, writer, and snake. There's some news coming out about a woman and something that she did that was a lie, or something that she's delivering that is a lie. It's something that comes out in regards to her reputation or her recognition. And then it's Ring, Woman, and Snake. I don't know who this woman is. And it was in regards to the January 6th committee. So, I mean, I don't know if this is like a Marjorie Taylor Greene, or maybe it's another person we haven't heard of, or a Boebert, maybe somebody we don't know. But there's something coming out about how this woman was very committed to her reputation, perhaps emotionally like wonky. And it's trouble. It's a betrayal, news of a betrayal. So I don't know. But that was for the Jan 6 coming up here in a couple days. Anniversary. Yeah.
I get a new action in moving forward and moving from a horrible time to a better one with the Ace of Wands and the Six of Swords. Biden is also going to talk about he's going to label it, I think, attack and not pretty words, like demonstration or something that plays it down. I think he is going to try to talk to its severity. But this is going to be major brownie points for him too, because these are the type of emotional milestones you want to see your president in, because he can really play to people's emotions with this one. Things like the insurrection, or things like some other attack or some other horrible events. These are the times that Trump could have really cashed in on a lot of Democratic support if he was not a selfish piece of garbage. But there you go. But yeah, I think it'll be fine, though. Nothing crazy out of the ordinary.
No Trump cards, no fool or anything. It's interesting. I hope they don't even cover his little speech he's doing.
Did we look at that last week about his press conference that he's supposed to be having?
We did, but I don't know what we asked. I don't remember. We can ask him.
I think just what was he going to say, but we didn't ask if the press would even cover it.
Can we look to? Is it okay if we can look to see how that's going to go?
Yeah, let's see.
Is just out of curiosity.
How's his press conference going to do? Yeah, I seen it rained fish in Texas. Fish were falling from the sky. Oh, Jesus, Christian.
I'd love for somebody to serve him papers at his.
Wouldn't that be fantastical? Like, he's over there behind his fake. Oh my gosh! I wonder if he's going to have like a fake presidential podium. Like, they bought a podium on Craigslist and they just stuck a fake president.
And then halfway the tape comes loose and it falls off. That would be fantastic.
He's going to be talking about how he won. He's going to be all erratic, jumping around from subject to subject, not accepting, what happened. This is Trump the fool. He finally comes out clinging to his power, and it's all about his image. So he's just doing it for image. But it's interesting because I get investigators and justice and all the legal cards and stuff coming out. I think it would be really funny if something happened to him on January 6th. I don't know. I don't know what goes on that day, but these are all some of my transition cards. If somebody like significant passes away or something,
Well, did it?
it's like I get emotions running high.
We have a Senate seat now, don't we? Because the senator, was it Harry Reid that just passed away a couple days ago?
Mhm. I was going to not say that because I thought, what am I looking at? But I get the Empress and the Knight of Swords. It's like somebody's life. Anyway, but he is going to use the position to try to elevate himself. Naturally, it's going to be full of lies with the Fool and the Six of Wands. Look at me. I deserve this. Blah, blah, blah. Seven of Pentacles, Eight of Pentacles. This is also... this is not his idea. I think this is planned because somebody is actually trying to start a campaign for him. And so this is planting seeds with the Seven of Pentacles for some sort of work. But this is a routine, a day in, day out type of thing. And so I think somebody in his campaign is actually trying to get him to do more media tours. And mind you, unfortunately, our media will not stop covering Donald Trump, so he will still get free press. Because, I mean, now at this point, he's a former president, so now you definitely have to. Beforehand, it was sensationalism. Now, I think it still is, but they can call it something else if they wish.
I know, but I just can't wait for them to start covering him as the, indicted felony former president,
That's the coverage I want to see.
I get that he's going to use this to air personal grievances, but there's something here that he might be property troubles at a resort. So I don't know if this ties into what's going on in New York, where the properties, there's something about the properties and there's trouble there.
He's supposed to testify, I think, the day after, like the 7th.
There's property trouble, and then he's got wise counsel, but it's like he's not listening to counsel, and also for his press conference, he doesn't have the growing loyalty that he once had, if that makes sense. So I wouldn't, not that those people, he would even allow his supporters to step foot in Mar-a-Lago. That's a sort of trash he doesn't want around his prestigious resort, So there's problems with that, but there's something here with real estate and property trouble, big time, and some sort of a lawyer or somebody that's giving him sound counsel in regards to his property. So I don't know if he airs something about that or there's something going around with his properties at that time, because it's not telling me about the press conferences. It's saying that there's property trouble. So
I asked who's going to pass away, and I get that it's somebody that's loved, a lot of support for, someone who's charitable, benevolent, like sudden, and maybe to COVID. But I get all my exiting cards again. So,
What would be nice, though, is instead of covering his speech, maybe they could do specials on Betty White.
yes,
Where they can document her career on every network. And instead of covering that garbage, cover her.
yeah.
That's what they could do. All the Golden Girls are gone now, children, so they need to cover them, is what I think.
And Betty White was a national treasure, man. Like,
Yes.
come on.
She was like, to me, like Dolly Parton. Like, everybody's got to like this person. You ain't got to like the music. You ain't got to like her films and all this other. But Betty White, as a person, come on, how can you not? So I think what they should do is cover Betty White, and if you have to, cover the rest of the Golden Girls too, and put that in there. Put that in with Betty White's career, instead of covering Donald Trump for the 800th time. But speaking of coverage, Dr. Oz is getting some very but I did a reading on him, and the Republican Party in Pennsylvania does not like him, like at all. And so all of the bad stories that are coming out, I think, are like kind of hit pieces. You know, they're trying to ruin his reputation because they want him out. They don't need another celebrity thinking that he can swoop in and take our blah, blah, blah. So what I want to know is, what did I want to know? Oh, the future of his campaign. How's it going to go?
I want to ask, are they hit pieces?
Because what's the latest was he's connected to Erdogan
and Turkey. He served in the Turkish military.
That's enough. What you get back?
Bring Bear Mountain. Not completely dead, but he's going to hit a huge wall because he cannot get the financial backing. Promise, finances blocked. So,
I get burdened finances too. Mind you, he still lives in New Jersey.
you know what? Okay. Can I please just ask a really dumb question? I really admire and really, really, really like Oprah Winfrey, but girl, stop recommending people, please. Please. Or have somebody else vet them for you. Okay? Like,
Yeah.
stick to books. Stick to books.
It's like his secret friendships that have come out are going to cause big problems in the work he tries to do. People are like starting to wonder about him, and I get like it's the end of like getting the finances. He tries to move to higher ground. He's got I get he's got like Trump support, but he can't get the money. And he ends up getting cut.
Yeah, I get financial troubles with the 10 of Wands and the 5 of Pentacles, like severe financial trouble, even unless you're willing to do and dig in your own pocket and fund your own campaign.
I'm wondering if he's in a bunch of debt. Like
he's probably about to go into some, because I mean, running for office isn't free. Well, not successfully trying to run for office. Now, he does have celebrity, which propels him further than most candidates. But I also get something in your past may be repeating. I think it may also be used as maybe a little hit against you, because it's I won't say it's a secret. The high priestess would indicate some sort of secret, but it's not secret as in scandalous. It's more along the lines of, oh, I didn't know that about him. And then some people just may not like it, and then therefore they don't support you. And so I don't get that you move very far. But then again, Donald Trump ran for months and months and months with no campaign because he didn't need it, because they were covering him for free. So, but you're not Donald Trump. I get you have problems, and you might as well just stick to your TV show, or, oh, his show got canceled. Okay, never mind. I do want to look at John Fetterman. He is the lieutenant governor of Pennsylvania. He is running for that seat too, that Oz is running for. So how will he do? Well, the fortune come out. Okay, it's a good sign. This thing, I feel like there's fish in my head. It's just whoosh, whoosh.
They're like flavor with your Ecolite.
It's like a wave is whoosh and whoosh and okay. It's not bothering me. It's just different. Is all.
Is Fetterman a Democrat or Republican?
Yes, he's a Democrat. He looks like he's very, very unpolitical white guy looking. He is. He looks like he's should be in like the Sons of Anarchy or something. he's a very non-politician looking person, which people love about him.
I had pulled this one. That was my yes. And then I was like, okay, pull another one. And then I got a yes again. And then I got this. Yes, but he's going to have to fight. There's going to be a fight.
That's
widespread wins, but then there's a fight or some sort of a dispute. So
yeah, he's got a good image, like better image, like people like him. But he may have to fight even in the courts when it's all done. So it looks like he may be losing, but once it goes through the legal stuff, I get that, just be patient with it, that he secures it. So he's got a big fight though.
Yeah, I get 2 of Pentacles, 6 of Pentacles, fighting information, fighting donations and things of that. It's hard to keep balance in particular situation, but he can do it. He has the temperance. He is a balanced person. At the very least, he has balanced people around him. So the 2 of Pentacles kind of sort of it works itself out, because once you have at least the right injection of people who could do the right things, and you tend to balance out. The Knight of Wands and the 3 of Wands. I personally think it's already his. They're just waiting for a completion. Like, I think he's making the right strides in the right direction.
did you got the fighting card too, along with Jenny?
No, I got the 2 of Pentacles. It's imbalance though.
Okay. Because I'm wondering, I don't know how the electors or the lower thing is in Pennsylvania, and if they've gone through the process of gutting everybody like they're doing in all these other states to put in,
Republican electors,
or what's the word, sycophants that'll just throw out an election. Like, I'm wondering if it's going to be clean, is what I'm saying. You know?
That's.
I think it will
like
be.
he's got a lot of troubles, like in the courts or something.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to turn over a lot of stuff here. Trump personally did, and it didn't work. Remember when all them people got left out in the cold?
Yeah, I remember that. But the reason I was asking Johnny is because in all these other states, they're like Georgia, I think Texas, and a couple others, where they're trying to purge the electoral people out and put in the sycophants, the ones that they know will override the will of the people and just do whatever they want or whatever they're told to do, so.
Will Biden suffer a loss? His vaccine policies are being sent to the Supreme Court for a hearing on the 7th. Will he suffer some sort of loss there, or will his policies be?
So far, they've backed it up every time.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the question, Johnny? The Supreme Court.
Will he suffer a loss with the Supreme Court in his vaccine policies? Will his vaccine policy suffer a loss? Okay, they just want to fly out. They're coming.
I don't think so. I think they stick. I get a no on the bottom that they don't. Yeah, it's like kind of a 50-50. All the work he's done, he's been victorious so far, but I get he's got support because things are changing. And I get they stick. He's going to do some kind of new action with the vaccine policy after it goes through the courts. He's got a new commitment, new something else he's going to do after it wins in the courts.
What you get, Becky?
I got the birds, the dog, the tower, and I pulled key. It almost feels like they'll hear it and then they'll leave it to the states or take it to another court. Like it's almost like because they're meeting and negotiating, they're hearing the lawyers, but then the answer goes back here. So I don't know if they push it back and say the lower courts decisions stand. So like if you're in this state and they said no, then it's no over there. But if you're in this state and those courts said yes, and it's yes over there, it's
I appreciate the fact that that there are red states, blue states, things of that nature. You can get away if you need to, or red areas, blue areas. I also appreciate the fact that you do sort of specialize with your citizenry in your part of the country. But this notion of living in 50 different countries, because we have 50 states, and it's different every single one, is kind of annoying.
and it's different even if you break it down from there to county and cities. Like if I go 20 minutes up the highway, it's pure red country over there in Orange County. Mm-hmm. So over here, there's mask mandates, but then the people 30 minutes up the street can just come over here that are not vaccinated and spread stuff over. Do you see what I'm saying? So you can't even do that,
like 50 different. Now, mind you, I get the Knight of Cups and the Four of Pentacles. It does stick. As far as the Supreme Court makes no changes. There are options with the Seven of Cups. It gets a little more unnecessary, to be quite honest, after it sticks. So it sticks one place, and for whatever reason, it branches off into options. And so this is probably a states' rights thing to where they can issue their own mandates for their own people. And so there you go, Marie. We need consistency. Now, I get the fact that, like I said, it's 50 different countries, but for goodness sake, at least on this thing that plagues the entire world, can we all be on the same page?
So, and here's another thing, like when the more we hear about the COVID task force, when they first found out about it, and Jared Kushner's brilliant and genius idea, we determined it's only going to hit the blue states, so let's not do anything, as if people don't travel.
Yeah.
Well, then
so you're going to contain an airborne disease specifically to blue states, as if it's not going to spread to other areas and kill your own voters. Like, that's so stupid.
Meanwhile, in Florida, DeSantis, they've had over 62,000 deaths in Florida from COVID. 62,000.
And they ain't heard from DeSantis in 2-3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Wait, 62,000 recently or total?
No, total. DeSantis only won Florida when he was elected by 32,000 votes. So guess how many of his voters he's killed off?
And Jenny,
he only won by 32,000. He's killed off more than double.
And Jenny,
his margin.
Remember, he's been hiding numbers too. So that 62,000 is probably way higher.
Yeah.
Because he hit all the nursing homes and everything else. They're not reporting.
He's been missing in action for 2 weeks. Let's ask, where's DeSantis?
Where's DeSantis?
Where's DeSantis? Missing in action. But he's killed off twice as many voters as got him elected the last time. So there go his chances. Purely for entertainment purposes only. YouTube. Yeah, he's in negative margins now. They've had so many deaths.
Where is he? I get the hermit. He's hiding for whatever reason.
Yeah, secret hiding. High priestess.
I get the devil. It's like that kid that's in the house and they know they're quiet, they're tearing up something.
I'm going to be a jackass and say he's in space, but that's not really what it says.
I get he's somewhere secret, but I get he's working together with men that have money, like at a retreat or something, someplace you go for image. He snuck away, but he's in talks. Maybe partying a little bit too much, a little overindulgence. Getting ready to move into action, but he's having fun wherever he is. He's just having a good old time. His world's about to crash in on him, though. His fortune's getting ready to change.
I got The Snake, the book, The Stars, Ring, Scythe. Now, I know that the question was, where is he? But this is also reading like there's a lie that he's keeping secret for his own celebrity, but there's relationships that are being broken. Widespread lies about the vaccination and a secret relationship. There is a big troublesome betrayal or a lie that he's keeping secret, but that comes out, and it has to do with perhaps routine vaccinations or a contract for vaccinations, and also a broken relationship. But where is he? The snake? I don't know. This is in the middle, so I'm just saying space, but I know he's not.
Something that begins with an S, maybe?
No. That would be a thing.
Somewhere that crawls on the ground.
No. Hold on. Let me get my book. Sorry.
As a location.
So hermit here. He is sort of tucked away. He has withdrawn. There's something very wrong with health, with the devil and the empress. Empress, when it pops up with this, has something to do with health. Either something inflicted. I won't name examples, but something inflicted, but it's something health-wise. Something here is wrong with health. And there's a woman in the Six of Pentacles. So there's he's giving something to someone or sharing something with someone, but
little STD.
there's something wrong with somebody's health. I would just say it that way.
Okay, so let's have some fun here. The snake. The snake is pipes, wires, tubes, rope, drain, a bracelet, anything that winds and coils or makes the letter S, or a roller coaster. Okay, the book. So anywhere where there would be books, right?
It could be in a gutter somewhere, like a
He's
drain.
in the drain.
He's in a sewage drain.
Any book or instruction manual, a journal, a diary, computer, notebooks, tablets, filing cabinets, libraries, schools, an e-reader, a deck of cards. Let me see. Stars is maps, space. Let me see.
His wife has breast cancer. Maybe that's what that is. Somebody's health is severely compromised.
GPS.
And there's a woman here. So maybe that's her. like
So-
severely compromised.
I'm just gonna say he's down the drain.
So I have another vaccine. Well, we've got 10 minutes. I got another vaccine type question. You know what? No. We got 10 minutes. It's enough of garbage. I want to pull an inspirational message for us here to start the new year. Well, I can't say start because we've been in for 3 hours over here, but
I haven't yet. I'm still 10 minutes behind you guys.
to start the new year with an inspirational message, and that will be the last reading, and then we'll just chit and chat if we still got time. But inspirational message.
2022.
Yes. Thank you to all 1,085 of you. We have raised $4,600. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
I appreciate you all the moderators, all the viewers.
Once again, anyone watching this later, you can still use the donate button. You just won't get your tax write-off in 2021.
I've seen Prairie Griffith had a comment. I wonder how many of the 1,000 people are actually asleep and how much. That could be too. Just leave the TV on. I don't know why I pull all these cards. I know we can't stay for Hawaii. That's what, another 3 hours away or something like that. Or are they 5 hours behind me? Something like that? 5, 6?
They're celebrating with us. I'm getting, like we've been burdened by being stuck as the inside man, stuck inside, being in quarantine. And they're like, get ready to move into action. We're moving forward. There is healing coming. We're starting to transition into something new. Good news card with that. So, it's just know that we're going to move out of our homes again. We're going to get outside and around people again. Have some faith, have some hope in that. I also get that right now the veil's kind of thin and they talk to us a lot at night. So in our sleep, our guides and angels talk to us a lot at night right now. And I think because we have been trapped inside so long that we need a little more support from them right now. So they visit us a lot at night, I get.
Becca, what you get?
I got the clover, the letter, the house, the ring, and the garden. Consider yourself lucky you hit the lotto with your family and your social circle. Be thankful and have gratitude for that this year. Things are looking up. There's opportunities to be outside of the home and be more out in public. And some relationships may be testing, but just learn to work with that because it's like you've hit the lotto. It's a lucky year. So that's what I get.
2022 for some of you, 6 minutes away, for some of you, hours away there in Hawaii. Bless your hearts. But it will come. And when it does, remember that you can do all things through Christ who strengthens me, as the good book says. I got the God card here, the King of Cups, which I really like because he's in a boat surrounded by stormy seas. You are protected if you choose to believe so. Faith is not hard. Patience is. And so all you have to do is believe it's already working. Once you start to test that belief because you are running out of patience, that's when the problems occur. But I get the King of Cups and the Six of Cups. You are a child of the divine. You are a part of it. It's within you. You are within it. You are one and the same and separate all at the same time. So remember, here in 2022, the Magician, the Empress, you can do all things. You can create life where there was none. Life in your jobs, life in your career, your home, your families, your wherever you need to inject energy, wherever you need to inject life, you have the capability to do it. You are unique on this planet. You share cells with yeast, and yet yeast cannot build a skyscraper. So you are unique in what you are on this planet. So remember, whatever it is you want to do, you have divine backing, so go out and do it. If you start to doubt it, that is on you, not on God. But you can do it.
Something else I was looking at earlier today, because it's 2022. Yeah, there's a lot of twos, and especially in February, you got 2/2/2022. You've got 2/22 and 2022, which I think is really interesting. In numerology, 2 is known as a supremely feminine force, one that represents both grace and power. It's cooperative, always aiming to be cooperative. So I found that interesting.
Because we need each other here on this earth, whether you like everybody or not. We do need each other.
It's a sensitive number 2, which is interesting. So read up on the number 2. I think that's
Oh, speaking of which, any news you want to share or updates on the book club?
Oh, I think I mentioned it a couple of live streams ago, that we are going to just start. I want to start it on the 9th. That's a Sunday, which we will be live. But to only do it for 21 days for those that would like to get the book on loan from their local library. It's usually 21 days. So just to be considerate of those people instead of trying to do chapter by chapter for the majority of the group, just in case, plus that way it would take us forever anyways to do it. So starting on the 9th and then 21 days out, and that's when we should be done, and then we can discuss the book. So that way everybody, even if they have to use their library, everybody can still participate that wants to participate. So yeah, that's what I have.
That should be fun.
We'll see.
I could put my Eric Trump teeth in for the last final New Year's. Still have them handy.
2 minutes.
Oh, look, Lucy's coming to celebrate with you, Becca.
Oh, thanks, Lucy. I got 2 minutes till I catch up to you guys because I'm always lagging back here. Behind the times.
That thing makes my head just turn around in circles. Jesus. It's purty, though. It's hot, too.
Lucy's getting so full of static from the heat being on all the time. I keep wetting her down, trying to get the static out of her.
She's got an afro.
I go to pet her, and she's like, little sparks flying. Yeah. She looks sleepy. She's coming to get me to go up to bed.
She's got a bouffant. That's what they used to call it. It's been fun. 6 hours, 7-hour live stream. It's been fun.
If anything, my house is clean now. I was going to do that bathroom tomorrow and then surprise guest, and I was like, crap. Just had to go clean it real quick. So nobody ever uses it anyways. It was just a matter of wiping it down.
It's so interesting. You're looking like my brother. if somebody's coming to the house, the whole thing, he's got to go outside and clean the roof off and everything. Like everything's got to be clean.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it wasn't dirty in the first place.
Yeah, it's not like it's dirty or we have stuff all over the place. Just I just stress out about that sort of stuff. Happy New Year! Happy
New Year!
2022. I finally caught up.
Hawaii, we send you love, but that's about all I can do for you. It is 3 a.m. where I am, and it's like 10 o'clock where y'all are. So
It's 2 a.m. here.
that'd be 5 hours. 5 hours. See, I can't talk. It'd be 5 o'clock.
Over 1,000 people still hanging with us, and 4,600 we have raised for Feeding America.
That's amazing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
This was really fun. Thank you to Autumn and Lori and Sleepy Lori and Adrian and Ona, who is Sleepy Ona because she was having fun. So I didn't want to bother her. And to Lena Rodriguez, Tarot Down Under, for joining us too. Thanks, Jen. Thanks, Becca. We will see y'all.
Thank you, Johnny.
I've still got thousands of questions, mind you.
And if
Good. We need them for Sunday night.
If I may, if anybody wants some color and music therapy, there's a video up on my channel from the Enchanted Forest. I hope you don't mind me like screaming like a little kid, but it's really cool. So
it's beautiful.
You should go check
like
it out.
Magical fairyland.
It really was. So we will see y'all tonight. What is today?
Well,
Today-
tomorrow night. We'll see them
Okay.
tomorrow night.
Okay,
Because
today
it'll
is
be
Saturday,
Sunday night.
so I can sleep for at least 2 minutes. Okay, so we will see y'all tomorrow on Jen Lynn's channel at our regular time. Thank y'all again for the donations. Thank y'all for hanging out with us, all 1,000 of you. And we will see y'all in 2 days. Good night.
Bye, everybody.